like, hey, bro, like, I see you plagiarized this. Let me tell you what your life choices are bad and your future is bleak. So that's probably good that I don't have that capacity
So,
to
I
torment
love that your AI agent
teenagers.
immediately started just being like, "If you keep doing this, you're going to be a loser." I don't know if anyone's read Ready Player One, but because the movie doesn't really touch on it, but the main character is a high school student in that, and like they make metaverse high schools seem like way better for a teacher than being a like, because like in there, like if you go to like be disruptive, the like metaverse won't even let your the sound out of your mouth, and like you get a warning on your screen. So like the teacher doesn't even have to deal with the children being petty children; it just automatically does it for them. So I think there's
Hold up. Hold up. I thought YT was a high school student, but I thought fuck, I forgot his name. Can't I'm too sleepy right now. The main character,
I'm saying Ready
do
Player
a
One,
summary
not
first.
Snow Crash. Ready Player One,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, no, a hero protagonist, sir, is who you're thinking of. But no, in Ready Player
Yeah,
One,
hero. There we go.
Percival attends a public school, and in Ready Player One, they've made like a metaverse public schools are like free, and everyone has access to them, and they even like provide you with the necessary tech to get there because that's how successful that business was. Um, give them their first hit for free. But no, and they do not cover any high school at this time. No school has been shared during Snow Crash. I can only assume since a 15-year-old girl has a full-time job delivering things for the mob and whatnot, that school might not exist in that particular universe anymore. It seems. Um,
And the harpoon. Don't forget about a harpoon.
oh yeah, you got dude. If you're not pooning, what are you even doing, bro? Everyone should read Snow Crash. It's pretty good. Also, like has a lot. Like it was written in 1992, and in my opinion, the 80s didn't end until 1993, and that book is so 1980s it hurts. Um, but like you know, so be prepared for some casual racism, some ableism, some sexualization of 15-year-olds. But otherwise, the metaverse stuff's really cool too, though. It is a nice time capsule and snapshot of what a person writing about the future in the late 80s, early 90s, seemingly based out of Los Angeles, would think the future was going to look like. Because if you, I don't know if you remember or aware of what LA in the early 90s was, but there were some race riots in like 92. Like that book came out the same year as like the 1992 April. What was that Sublime song? April something something 1992. So yeah, so it's an interesting read, but take it with a grain of salt. It's not necessarily going to tell you the best way to live your life, but it is a really fascinating perspective on the metaverse. And it's crazy to think that like that dude coined the term metaverse. He tried to coin some other terms that I don't think caught on quite as well, but
I
So
thought it was. Go
go
ahead,
for it.
Cadet. Okay. I'll go first. It was just a quick comment. I thought it was 1984, the song, because supposedly that's when the commies took over or something. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
All I was going to do is give context to why we are talking about Snow Crash and a reminder to anybody that wants to join the DCL book club. You can join. All you need to do is listen to the book, read the book. I don't think there's a movie, so you can't cheat on this one, maybe. But yeah, Snow Crash is the book for this month. And then, what is it? I think the 26th. At the end of the month, we're all going to get together. Meta Wolf made us a really cool build, and then we get together and talk about the book. So even if you don't read the book, you can come. So, but this one especially is really cool because yeah, it's where the term came from. So it's almost like required reading. It's like we're doing Metaverse 101. And you don't have to write an essay.
Now Thomas Whitty heads up off the bench.
And the
Big
book
hit. And now Belter goes right at Elijah Gash. We got a tilt. Gash and Belter throwing haymakers. Gash gets his helmet off. Belter goes with him. They're dropping the gear. Here we go. Gash with a heavy right and an extra right.
No time for that. So the book on tape though is pretty good, and I feel like it was recorded. Like I don't think they've got an updated version. Like it sounds like that thing was recorded on a cassette
Now Thomas
tape.
Whitty
But
heads up off the
Dude.
big hit.
So well.
And now Belter.
Dude, I also said that too. Like when I first started listening to it, I'm like, this hurts my ears, and started looking for like another version, and I couldn't find one.
Gash with a heavy right and an extra right.
It's got like a graininess. There's like some gain. There's some noise there, but like it
Like
really
listening
works.
to RFK.
But it works really well for the like I don't know for the way I envision the like that world. I don't know. Does it ever actually say what year that book takes place in? I feel like it doesn't, but I might have missed it because got distracted while listening. It's the one nice thing about reading something is you can at least be sure you consumed it.
Well, I have not gotten the book yet. I think I bought it in the past, but I can't find it, so I have to buy it and then start reading. But I have 2 weeks left, so I think I'm okay.
My name's Vanessa, and I'm going to read it in 4 hours.
Yeah.
Is that a challenge?
Vanessa's like 12 hours away from the book club. Huh.
Yeah,
Easy.
Not a challenge, Vanessa.
No.
A statement of fact.
Easy dub.
Yeah, turns out Vanessa, one of those speed readers.
The only downfall is like Vanessa's like, dang it, I could have used the last 4 hours to play Fortnite if I read the book before.
That's honestly the thing slowing me down. But I did play Fortnite while I was reading the last book because I was just grinding some challenges. So I just I'd spawn in, I'd go hide in a bush, I'd read, finish the game, get the victory royale, just do it again, and yeah, just getting those challenges done. So I got priorities.
Has everyone cast their votes in the DCL DAO Council voting time frame? Or you got like 28 more days or something, and like at least 3.5 more weeks left. But make sure you're involved in the DCL DAO if you're going to complain about the direction of DCL in the future, because there's nothing lamer than a person that doesn't participate and then complains about the choices of those trying their best and participating.
I've casted a couple no votes, a few yes votes, and some I haven't voted on because like I'm still kind of like trying to decide. Yeah. But I kind of want to like make sure I like at least put a vote for each proposal, and and it's like if it's a no vote, it's like not a hard feeling type of thing. It's just that
All my
maybe
no
one.
votes were based out of hard feelings. I only voted no for 3 people. I won't go into the details because I know you guys don't want to hear about that. Then the rest, I went I think I had 7 yes votes, and then I abstained on all the rest because I either like didn't feel sure I wanted to yes it, or I was like it was like a soft no. Like for Tobik and HP, for example, I abstained because like I don't think DAO committee members should be on the DAO council, but like at the same time, like I don't want to. I don't feel so strongly about it that I'm like, no, f you guys. I'm just like, I don't think you should do it.
I almost feel like the presence of one of them is at least would be at least good to have, just because like they've already been working that's the DAO like for so long. They know the back end, they know the contracts that they need to be creating, signing, whatever.
Yeah, I get. It's a fair argument, I guess.
With that as well, like I mean, just not to open up the hornet's nest, but like, would it? So I'll just pose the question: would it also behoove us to have a member of Foundation on the council so that there can be clear communication between Foundation and the DAO? Like I'm thinking like because there's nobody a good candidate, but otherwise like Manu, like Morose, Esteban, who both are founders, and then Agus, who is he used to be Foundation. So like I don't know, wouldn't
Yep,
we need clear communication between the two, but also like I don't want there to be like this subtle sly like let's just slide in here and like the takeover has begunneth. So I don't know, I'm just posing that question to the community. Would it help better communication as well.
I think so. That's one of the reasons I think Agus was a yes vote for me, and I shared in the CV Discord. I DM'd, I think it was Rustan. I DM'd my like rough draft, like here's the people I think would be good, and I was like, wait, maybe this would make good content. And then I just had nothing else going on, and if Agus is like, I think as a foundation communication member, I think Agus would be a good fill-in for that slot, because I think the only other like foundation employee or contractor is PB, and I won't go into all the reasons I wouldn't put him over August, but I think August would, like, being the leader of the. I feel like he must have a good understanding of how the foundation works and be in a good position to communicate with the foundation, even if he is no longer the lead of the foundation side of things.
Yeah, between those three that you kind of mentioned, yeah, I almost felt like I was leaning more towards Agus myself. Mainly, I mean, first two co-founders, white paper writers, whatever. But where the fuck have they been? And I mean, same goes for Agus. But like that is also someone that was working as the CEO of Decentraland for maybe for a year or two, whatever. I remember when I met Agus in Miami back in 2022. He would be he would be very good for like a choice on like the technical end of things, like how Decentraland works, like someone that understands how Decentraland works when it comes to the code.
That's where I kind of feel like some of the candidates, we got to have that piece, like to know what is possible, because otherwise I assume there would be a lot of communication, but otherwise, like, we could easily vote something in the DAO and they're like, we can't build that. And we're like, yeah, but we want, like, flying saucers to go 5,000 meters above Decentraland and like make something impossible that the programmers would have to be on board with. So I think like that is a crucial piece. I was hoping maybe more people that we know would have applied for it, that have that kind of that background experience, and for whatever reason their names didn't go in. Yeah, I think it's good that they are showing interest now, and for whatever reason they weren't here. Like, yes, they created this idea, they disappeared. I don't know, like, I personally think that sometimes people, I mean, we all take different paths in life, and if their path took them into some other project, maybe they actually gained a lot of information and got a lot of knowledge in that other project that they can then bring back. Like, I don't know. So I actually fault them for that. Like, but they also have to accept Decentraland for the baby it has become, because it's almost like they're the biological parents. They gave their baby up for adoption. They let this group of people raise it for a few years. Now they come back and they're like, this isn't what I made. And it's like, yeah, but you weren't here to like guide it, to help potty train it and brush its teeth. So now you got this gnarly toddler, this 5-year-old like crazy creation. Because I know Manu Morose said that like he had a much different vision of Decentraland than what we see today. Not good nor bad, but just much different. So I also think that I would imagine that he would take this place into a very, like, maybe a different direction, which would be more like commerce and like more the internet. Like, he saw this as a place where banks could, have their business, that there would be a lot more professional, like, businesses in the ecosystem. So I just wonder if that's what he's still thinking, like less, less parties, less the creativity part, and more just like commerce. I don't know. But I just don't fault them necessarily for like moving on. If you look at his resume, he wasn't just sitting in his mom's basement for the last 5 years. Like, he was doing blockchain shit that I can't even describe.
I can't speak to Meraz, or I can never say his name right, but I can't speak to his leaving the baby. But like, I actually respect in general Esteban's attempt at distancing himself from the DAO, because I think that, like, I was reading someone's condemnation of DG, and they were arguing that like DG's been ruled to security, and that's why he can't get listed on exchanges. And like one of those reasons is the concentration of VP dictating the outcomes of things makes it so like our civilian VP is useless. So like I think if Esteban had stuck around from day one before Mana ever got listed on an exchange and he was in the DAO dictating every outcome, like I think Mana's potential to like have been on exchanges and be like a currency people view as more than just a governance token might have been damaged. And I also think he made a very meaningful effort to try to empower the community to take the reins, and like whether or not it was from a desire to have nothing to do with it or a genuine desire to like step back. Like I don't think it's fair when people say like, well, where were you, you just left this and now you're like back, like blah blah, like the Jason X's and the more hostile condemnations of his choice. Like I just don't align with that, because anyone who's aware, me and Eslan, we don't get along great, but like I don't think that the areas you can attack him on are the ways in which he like attempted to step back from the platform and allow it to mature and realize itself in the as a decentralized organization. Because he could have very easily just been here saying yes to that, no to this, but he only really started doing that at the very end of the grants program, just being a bank looting cash grab. So I think you gotta appreciate that on some level.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 4 founders, there's going to be ebb and flow with like who is part of it, who is heavily involved, and then who steps back. I mean, the other founder, Ari, is nowhere. They are not here. Like they don't have interest. They haven't been, to my knowledge, involved at all since since after the token launch, the land auction. I could be wrong. So it's, I don't know, like if I started a project with 3 other people, 4 people, and a couple of people were really involved with it, and I've like that, or I could go start this blockchain over here. Like I might go start the blockchain because I know that our baby's in good hands with like Yamel is over there taking care of it. So I think the only concern I have when somebody steps away from a project and comes back is like, all right, and I'm not saying this is the case, but like, are you just back because there's the chance to get money? Like, are you here for the money? Because I think that's just where I would, if suddenly you see somebody return, which also happened when the price of mana went up. It was all of a sudden, I noticed a few more friends show up. But yeah, I don't feel like that's what's happening here.
No, like
could be totally.
it's true that DAO Council will be getting compensated, but I don't think the $1,000 a month is enough to like. I mean, I don't know about any of the other applicants' mana holdings, but like we're all like, it's pretty easy to see that Esteban still has at least 15 million mana. Like $1,000 worth of mana is not going to impact the way his life works whatsoever. So at the very least, you can pretty safely say that Esteban's interest or attempts are not motivated by money. And I don't get the impression that the other founder, like he still has a quite a decent chunk of VP. So it seems like I don't know. I don't get the impression that they're here for cash. I don't know. Like I feel like people legacy is a weird motivator for lots of people. So I could definitely see that being where they're coming from, perhaps.
Well, and I also like probably just like kill my chances of ever getting any of their votes, but like you do have to look back at the grants, especially the early ones, and look at the names of who benefited from grants and who received money and who were co-authors on that. Because I'm not talking about the $1,000 a month. I'm talking about like having access to a DAO that then your friends get $250,000 to make the Beat Blocks music district that is defunct. The last party I went there was 2021 or 2022. $250,000, can't access it. Nothing's happening. I don't know. I mean, the Atlas Analytics, the map, like there's a lot of different places that people have benefited because of the votes. So I'm saying that
That's
more
fair,
like if now it's not up to the community, it is up to the person in charge. Like it's
well, technically, the
I would just
council's not
question
going to dictate how the treasury is spent, right? It's going to be it's going to be Gino. He's going to become, as I think Tobik jokingly referred to it, the DAO dictator. But the because like isn't correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it works is we're going to vote for council people, and then the council people are going to like find the candidate who will then be the person responsible for driving the spending and vision, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And think, yeah. So it just, the closer you move to the money, the more control you have over the money. So that's just my concern, is that we don't have people closer to the treasury that then are continuing to help specific people get money, and now we've lost, now we've lost even more power, and it's not our money. So I mean, we have to, like let's be honest, nobody's close to getting the threshold. Nobody's past 2 million VP, right? I don't think anybody has. We the elephant in the room, it's got to be a few big whales who vote on the candidates. So therefore, like, it's really not up to us. It's already probably decided. I don't know. And they probably won't vote for me then. To be
HP
honest, like,
HP has 2 million.
well,
Oh, that's because
oh, okay.
he got Enwiz's
I haven't.
vote. Yeah, and I think the only person Enwiz has voted for is HP. From what I was, they make it really hard to, like, at a glance see how the votes are going. It's so brutal. You have to, like, open each and every vote in its own tab to, like, see the vote totals.
So
But
I don't know, like, I just caution us to, like it is not in our hands. We are voting as a community. That is wonderful that we have the ability, but I just, it could, I don't know. I don't It's going to be hard to see this close without being, I don't know how that's going to be other than just Esteban picking the people.
well, my in the past, historically, I've always felt like Esteban, and I know, and admittedly, he might just be using convenient examples where the community sentiment aligns with what he wants. But often, when he did cast deciding votes on things, he usually used the justification to be like, "Well, the community has demonstrated they like this and they want this," and, like, it's, oh, there's only not going to pass because, Rob L's being a dick, or it's not going to pass just because they could only get 5 million VP instead of the 6 we need. So, like, I'd like to think that Esteban has generally demonstrated a willingness to kind of help boost the community's desires to some degree. But I also agree with you that, like, at this point, like, Esteban's gotten so much shit, and as a person who did my best to be polite while giving Esteban some negative feedback on votes he's cast and other council-related votes, he doesn't super love negative feedback or being criticized, which who does? So I could see a world where he's just gotten so much hate off this initial, like, his postulation post, where he's just like, fuck it, I don't care. Vote for me. Go to hell, you pricks. You're dicks even when I tried my hardest to not, be the thumb that decides every election. Today, I'm doing it now. I don't care. Like, if I'm going to get shit on, I'm going to at least, get to drive the car while getting shit on. So I wouldn't even blame him for that.
Well, I know in Portugal at the Dow summit, he, like, after the first day, he went home and he stayed up until like 2 o'clock in the morning trying to rewrite a new, like, Dow constitution. Like, in his mind, like, if he had to write a constitution, what would it look like? And I don't know. I do believe that he has good intentions, like, just not financial advice. Everybody makes their own opinions, but I do believe he is trying his best. Like, he, there have been multiple times where people delegated their VP to see if that would work. I mean, it's all, yeah. There's no, I don't know. There's no right or, well, there is a wrong way to do it, but I think at least he's trying. He's tried different things. He's tried different outcomes, and then when he saw what was happening, he, made the choice to stop what he was doing. So at least as, like, motivation, like, thinking, okay, is this guy just here for the money? No, he's here because he freaking believes in Web3. Like, I don't know if anybody else is subscribed to his newsletter, but, like, he's a visionary in, like, a very
Esteban has a
interesting
newsletter?
way. Yeah.
I feel so uninformed. That's ridiculous. How did I not know that?
Come on, guys, get on the time.
I know Maraz, I know White Paper Contributor has one. I've read it. I didn't know Esteban had one. That said,
oh, they all have one. So, that's just, like, yeah, I mean, that's what I base a lot of my opinions, my glimpse of them. Um, yeah, I don't know. I want to be well informed, so I subscribe to theirs, and it helps me kind of see, like, their inner workings. Like, what do they think about when you know, when they're not on the clock. they're, they're so smart. I mean, they're like uber, I'm not going to say uber geeks, but like I try to follow along, guys. Like, they're really smart and they really care about like decentralized. I'm trying to think of something that Esteban said, a monotheistic. Oh, I can't even quote him. But really interesting in like um, data information and like the attention economy and how things are being driven forward and governments controlling, you know, money, governments controlling cryptocurrencies. So yeah, it helps to see that their intention is not just to like they're not here just to scam, like get a bunch of money. They're here to like make the world a better place. Um, Hopefully they're touching grass.
If Esteban was just doing it for the money, he would have sold his, 16 million VP mana worth of mana he still has left. Because who knows? I'm sure he sold something at the top because it would have been insane not to. But if he had just done it for cash grab, he would have sold all that mana. When mana was $3 to $5, he wouldn't have hodled it. But that said, if you everyone should go and check out if you're truly interested in like getting to know the founders and stuff. Like you can go to the DAO forums and you can go read like their earliest posts in the forums, and like Esteban did write some like things in the forum that like kind of sounded like describing quid pro quo and like talk about how he thought the ideal like Decentraland wearable committees and curation process would work. Because like in the original vision, there would just be like wearable curators would be like it wouldn't just be like the DAO committee style they have it set up now, and you'd be like, yeah, so like this curator would, approve these collections. And like, I can't remember the exact language. I could go look up the post, but it literally was just like describing like, yeah, well, that person would do them a favor. So then obviously then they can, approve their wearables so that their wearables will be on the marketplace, which like, admittedly, Esteban was probably a 20-year-old. And like, you can describe things that are essentially illegal bribes without being a monster, because I can understand why just you can organically come to that thought. But he did essentially describe kind of like a bribe-based economy at one point in the forums, which I always thought I was like, that's crazy. Why did he write that? That's not a good thing to have in writing. Unlike Yamel, where I've never found anything but you're just like, that's just the nicest guy trying to help people. Like Yamel wrote like tens of thousands of words on trying to convince people like, this is why we should allow people who've had their wallets hacked or their lands or lost their seed phrases to be able to get their land back. And like everyone's like, well, that ruins decentralization. If you let them get their land back, you can steal my land. And it's like that. Does the guy who really wants to make sure people don't get robbed or lose their land sound like the guy who's also then going to steal it from you? But I don't know. Yamel seems like a lovely guy, is all I have to say. I've never read anything he's ever written where I was like, ha, I knew it. He's a dick out to get us. So I was just like, yeah, that is a really nice idea. Shamel, I gotta say his name right now.
Jamal.
Yeah, like it was like there was like a 2-year period where I called Rouston Rouston.
Yeah.
And
I think everybody's done that.
So it's just and I knew I was wrong. I knew I was wrong for like one of the second year, but then eventually I was like, hey, like, could you just say my name right? That'd be nice. I'd appreciate that. It's like, oh, my bad, buddy. didn't know I was being disrespectful. I thought I was mocking my inability to say things correctly.
Well, I was in Yamel's group in Portugal, and like we did not always see eye to eye, and it's really difficult to push back against like a founder of the project and be like, no, I don't think this is right. But I did, and I freaking put everybody on the spot a few times to try to drive home the fact that there's a lot of people like us, everybody here, who freaking love this place, and they're not just, it's not just a game for many people, and I don't know. So they don't always like me because because I spoke uncomfortable truths. But I would say that I really like how Yamel could, hear what I was saying and be receptive, speak his mind. It's without being threatened, without like being defensive, being open to hear that. Like nobody wants to hear the bad stuff. Everybody wants to hear the good stuff. And it's how a person hears the bad stuff that I think says a lot about their character. Gino too, even something I said recently where I was like, oh, uh, that might not come out well. And he was like, no, I want to hear the good and the bad, otherwise we can't grow. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, those I did find Esteban what he said: monocultural techno authoritarianism. Like, oh my gosh, yes. Attention is our most limited resource, and we are letting the advertising industry to be used to manipulate our emotions, to manufacture consent, win elections, and destroy our privacy. So, like, as far as intent, I don't know. These are good reads.
Yeah, I think it would be if they were evil douchebags, they would have just sold it and left. Like, there's no like, hey guys, can you believe this? These idiots gave us tens of millions of dollars for a fucking imaginary land. Yoink, peace. Like, in the same way you say, like, hey, they're still here building, they're DCLOG, like, there's a reason Ari left. He was like, sweet, I made a bag, I can actually go do something else that I think is cooler, and then play big time. I don't think that's as popular. It's run its course, baby. I don't know, I don't see that on my timeline anymore, but it's definitely easier to. Anyway, how did we get here? Does someone talk me out of overpaying, buying a not floor a kid called Beast? Get Make Up here. Did he reply to my Twitter DMs yet? Yes, he did. Look at that. Perfect. Or someone did. Oh, no, it is him. Excellent. Okay. Make has given me very genuine and honest advice because I got blessed with someone else's Hyperfire airdrop because they're the nicest person in the world and didn't want to see me be all sad. And naturally, as opposed to making good decisions or hodling it like a respectful community member, I'm selling it and I'm going to buy a beast. But then I tell Rustan, help me buy a beast. He's like, well, you should wait, man, because the prices ebb and flow and there's a cycle and it'll probably go back down. And my ADHD doesn't want to hear that. I'm like, I just need someone to tell me it's okay to spend.
I don't know, guys. I'm collecting those beast points because cooler than the beasts and the bit beast is the anime beasts coming. Like, as far as art goes, I think those are the most. They're the coolest. I need a side eye porcelain kid called Beast anime. What do you think, Make?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Good morning. First of all, just good morning, family. I think here's what I think. I think when Decentraland works really well and your friends come, it is such a fun. It's still the best place to hang out and party. Because yesterday was about as much fun as I've had in the metaverse in a while, in a long while, because everybody just went and had fucking fun. Nobody was thinking about it and crying about it, and new friends came. People had a birthday. We were screaming people's name. And the whole point to this thing really just was awesome. So thanks for those who stopped by. And what do I think about Beast? The same thing I think about fucking Digital Land. The same thing I think about so many things. It's a community I love, obviously, very, very, very much. I think prices do fluctuate. I think I don't do a great job of getting rid. I find things I love and I keep them. So if it's something you want to keep and you have the disposable income that doesn't affect your life and you want to take a journey, then fucking do it. I've spent too much money on Metaverse Land, too much money on Beast, too much money on plenty of things that disappeared. I don't think they're going anywhere. And I think there's a great community there. And I think there's a great community here too. I think I'm going to change my background to look a lot like Mariana. I think Abstract is doing some incredible stuff right now, and I hope that infiltrates what we're doing in Decentraland. And I really like you guys. I'm not going anywhere. So that's what I got. Hi, Kinessa and Sinful.
Hi.
Listen, someone just tell me that I should buy this 0.35 ETH beast, and I did put a bid on it. I put a 275 bid on it because they paid like 24 ETH, so give them a little profit. I only set aside the 0.32 ETH to the NFT buying from my Hyperfi drop. So I was like, but this beast is so clean. I don't want to describe it because then one of you motherfuckers will go and buy it just to spite me. But it's like so clean and so blue. It's got like a nice gold chain. It speaks. I mean, you'll find it now. I described it perfectly. It speaks. it's almost perfect for me. Minus the fact that there's like one thing I would change, but otherwise, you know.
You know the good thing? You can change it yourself.
Oh well, you know, you mean I can ask Dr. Drip
My
to change
beast
it
does
for me?
not look like that. My beast is not blue. I don't have no single glasses. The headphones are from another beast. My jacket's gray. They're just really fun to make shit with. End of the day. Um, but it is more than the floor. But I don't know. I just went and got other metaverse land because I really wanted to be on a road, and I paid more than what the floor was because I really wanted to be on a road.
Yeah,
So I think ultimately, when it comes to that stuff, to not derail the concept thing about beast, I mean, I buy what I like when I have the opportunity to do so. Sometimes I cry about it later, but I know what's important to me. And I'll go back to being on a road is really fucking fun. It is a very freeing experience.
Well, the thing is though, is that like buying metaverse land on a road is like a tangible, easy to articulate why that has higher value. Being like, well,
I don't know. You could talk to a lot of people who all think we're nuts just to be here right now.
That's true. I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. It's very easy to be like, well, any metaverse land is insane. But it's like harder to defend. Like, well, I spent 25% more because he's wearing all blue and has a gold chain. You know, they're like, okay, but like, but I'm also like you. Like, I never sell an NFT. Like, I buy it. Like I've got a dead fella. I'm like, if that ever moves, I'm just screwed. Like, I didn't get a second one that I could actually sell for profit. I can't. My like the dead fella guy's got my pink glasses. Like, I'm like this. It looks strikingly close to an outfit I've worn in Decentraland a million times. And I'm like, I love
I'll
it. This
just
is
say
me.
this. Look how good Dr. Drip looks right now. Do you think he's worried about what that extra money was? He looks fucking great.
I was so happy to see that PFP change. I'm so yeah. I was talking about
I
you
thought
yesterday.
Doodles was a rug. Was
That is
Doodles
so
not a
cool.
rug? I remember like a year ago reading Doodles was a rug, and it feels like I'm wrong because now they're
You
got
know
metaverse
what?
No,
stuff.
what you
The 6 McDonald's Doodle coffee cups that I have sitting around my desk say otherwise.
Yeah, I was like caught off guard when like all of a sudden people tweeted about the McDonald's. Like I was told that project rugged. Why am I like I gotta stop listening to the bad intel. I was
well, it's
convinced.
also just reading what they wrote as founders. Like, so it wasn't necessarily a rug. It was changing the approach of just giving everybody stuff in the NFT community, them just doing their thing. And that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But look at how they rebounded, and they probably had a better shout. That's speaking to the world. Look at Pudgy Penguins. You know. By the way, if you all have Solana wallets, I hope you checked at this point your wallet for Pengu because that was free money as
That
well.
airdrop's still going
Also,
for like a couple more months though. I think. Did you still have time for Pengu claiming? I know this because I keep putting it off. I should check.
well, why put something off today?
Because I'm always just a little
It's
paranoid that I'm gonna like, because now I've got all this hyper money in my wallet. I'm like, well, shit. Now I can't just go connecting to any random STG possibility. Prior to a week ago, I would have been fine with it. All I had were Magic Eden rug NFTs in that wallet. Now it's got shit I'm a little afraid I might lose. Also, I am so irritated. Like I was trying out Solana when I first got into NFTs, and like Magic Eden sold me so many bad projects that honestly I should go check. The Magic Eden airdrop. Is that still a thing? Did they ever do one? I should, because man, I got nothing but pain on Solana.
They did do an
Solana was
airdrop.
nothing but pain for me when it came to their NFTs in 2022, 2023. Times a flat circle. I can't remember exactly where the pain stopped.
well, go look at Mariana's green background because that is, I gotta tell you, if anybody's building anything exciting right now, or they haven't built something but they might want to try it, abstract. I don't know if anybody's used the test net before for real for projects or things. It's like the reverse side, like for every major like open seas or magic eden or anywhere you want to make something, there is literally another, the test version of it, the test open seas, the test magic eden, where you could get basically free test eth, right, of different kinds, and do a project to test these projects before you go live. I actually used to I don't know if anybody in here remembers, but I used to do NFTs on the Rinkeby, which was the original Polygon test network. We had T-shirts, the Rinkeby Rich. Anyway, abstract, if you get involved and you work your way through working on the test net, there's a lot going on that could also be probably financially beneficial, but also you could do a lot of stuff. So I think Mariana, as usually, probably has it the most right now with her green backdrop, and I will have a green backdrop probably by the end of today.
Well, I am so confused with this green backdrop has to do with anything. I thought that was just so that we could Photoshop her into compromising photographs.
That is for the abstract blockchain, my friend.
Are
A
you sure
layer
she
2.
knew that and she wasn't just
She
trying
definitely
to make her?
knows that. There's
I
a
get it. Probably,
guarantee
probably,
she's
yeah,
in
yeah.
the know.
All right.
Mariana's very in the know these days.
I guess that's probably you mean the head of one of Stan with Crypto's chapters might have an idea know things? No. She's just a blonde little girl. Are you come on? She doesn't have a master's degree.
She's
She
a
got at
heck
like
of a
22.
ping pong player, Jared.
Yeah, she's not. She's just a blonde lady. She's not wicked smart and in the know, right? She just wants to get like photoshopped into that like those compromising like 5 dudes and a lady photos. Surely.
Anyway, it's
I hope the
something really to
sarcasm
pay
is
attention
clear.
to. It's even Pengu is wrapped around that, I believe, as well, or at least they are heavily involved. But I'll tell you what, I've already got my testnet money mined. I've already joined all the discords, and I'm gonna make some cool shit on the testnet. I'm so excited.
Can someone? We need to get like a Rustan or another Hyperfi OG up here because like someone needs to explain to me where Ash got millions of dollars to give to his community. Because like for the longest time, I thought Hyperfi was just
That
there's
was
just this
not
one
fully
dude who's
his
a
money.
genius, and I'm like,
It's
where did this come from? I thought it was one dude like in his basement in L.A. or something.
That's the magic of magic
a
internet money.
A116, AI16, A116, one of the biggest AI investment slash on the blockchain projects, teams. They have their own thing, and they're one of the biggest in the game. And they teamed up with Ash. That is the elephant in the room.
Because like don't get me wrong, I really almost minted in Hyperfi 100 times. I felt no one is like a top 5 emotional pain day was going like, wait, the thing I almost bought 100 times for like $300 gave everyone $10,000 to $40,000 hurt real bad. But I was like, but like every available piece of information I had was like, well, it was like one dude doing super cool shit I wanted to support, but like there was never any. I was like searching my memory files, was there any indication I should have expected this dude to just have infinite money to give to people? And like I just kept looking, and I'm like, no, like there's no way I could have known this, right? I just want someone to come up here and just validate that at the very least I didn't miss very obvious signs that you guys were all about to get,
You
new
should spend more
motorcycles
time
sprinkled
with
in.
Rustan because Rustan was very convinced that it was going to be amazing, and I'm very glad he convinced me to buy a place.
Rustan never
It's
told me
really
about no
good.
airdrop. I'll tell you that. He did
It's
not
a
say,
great place
Jared,
to
there's an
build.
airdrop.
All these places have their own truth, right? I mean, I think if anything, the one thing we can agree on, no matter like who's getting money right now, who's complaining, who's happy or unhappy with what space we're doing it on. I gotta tell you, I like very honestly, I bought a Palm. I am staking 15,000. I think the play to earn right now, mechanics, the game plan they have at Nifty for earning by doing very passive things and setting up your money well is incredible. And they're growing. And I think Hyperfi with their AI process now to see the next chapter of what's about to go down is amazing. And hopefully we get to shape the next chapter of Decentraland the way we can all get along and grow together. And we'll probably be, whether we're rewarded or not, the reward is what we love also and believe in. And I hope that's a really part, I hope that stays important to us because all this money flying around and all these things, really drive the attention and the emotions. But Decentraland's still right now the best place to party, and I swear to you that is true. At least as from a DJ watching people shake their asses with their emotes and their friends' stuff. That yesterday was as much fun personally as I've had in Decentraland in a long time because it was just fun. It was just fucking so fun. I really appreciate you for coming to hang, sim with me, and yell at me with Nate. And new people came. More, I think I saw more new people yesterday than I have in a long time. Nobody had a problem getting in. Nobody was upset about whatever feature was missing, and it was fun as shit. It was the reason we come here. Like for one, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I definitely
we
agree on the
see
new
how
people
it
vibe.
works. You know what I mean? It's like ultimately all these things have different things. We have to find our thing again. I mean, I think there's more of a case in seeing how this all goes, although I am extremely fucking grateful for the Hyper 5 experience. And I plan to keep doing things and building stuff there because I think what they're going to do next is amazing, or I hope. But I think Nifty's current plan for any of you doing stuff passively to a little degree, I'm not saying stake a thing in the ground, like that is the best play to earn staking slash build into something I've seen in Web3. So
I
what's the genome of our future now? Is is that the only way we're going to keep driving to throw money at everybody, or is there a way to passively do it while we grow? But without question, it's part of the answer.
I I think that the reason I know Nifty Island's going to be super successful is because I've been so snake bitten by the words play to earn that I just can't bring myself to like get into it now that all the free money fell out of the sky. Because when Nifty Island was like first launching, you could grind. I had no internet, like a 26 gigabytes worth of internet that couldn't do shit, and like no, not enough gigabytes of RAM. So, and like I'm just like I don't know, man. I've only ever seen play to earn fail. Like there's it's because sooner or later, what will happen is that they will start giving money to people who have no interest in reinvesting, and they'll just sell the token. So, but I haven't. But so that's
But
my
it could
fear.
also really slowly matriculate, and people are built into a system that lasts a really long time. That the number goes down. Like I
Oh,
don't know if anybody mines Pi on their phone, and most people think that's a scam, and we'll find out soon. But you just hit the button.
Is that still a thing?
So I got to tell you, we're gonna find out very soon. And I was very early to that, and I thought it was a scam for a couple years, and now I am literally spending my time helping the people that were in my network ID themselves and KYC themselves because I think they're going to be, from all the things, first quarter of the new year, they're going to be live. So if y'all ever mind Pi on your phone, re download the app, get your stuff done. You have 20 days to KYC and do the stuff. If you don't want to do that, then it's not going to do anything. They were listed for a short time without being on blockchain on CoinGecko at $40 a token last week. And they had to come down, but
I have a friend who did that.
oh my God, you should talk to your friend.
He wouldn't take my advice and buy Bitcoin. He wouldn't buy Ethereum. He wouldn't buy ADA. He wouldn't buy XRP. But he was like, Pi. Pi is next thing. And I'm like, no, come on, bro.
I think
But
it's about to
okay.
be, I got to tell you what, I was skeptical for a little bit. I think regardless of the skeptic thing about it, I think they're really going to finish what they started.
That's
And if
good.
they
That's
do,
good to know. I would love it if
sheesh,
he got a win.
I think he's going to get a win. At least I'm calling everybody I know who I helped set up in that to make sure they do it because the way they have it locked up is like everybody in your group, the more people in your groups that you had doing it, um, the more of your own pie unlocks to go to the main net. I got like either way, just throwing that out there. But ultimately, I think we see how the attention is being run. And I don't know that that led more people to Hyperfy, that extremely good airdrop. I think it will in the future. I think people are really interested. I think the attention of the system that they have set up in Nifty is really easy, and I'm not saying Decentraland needs to turn and build their own staking system, but I think in Web3 culture right now, the reality is, rewarding people for their time and their attention. I mean, that's just kind of the truth. And I really hope. I'm not saying we need to turn this into just a money grinding experience, but I think the proof is in the pudding that, passive earning for being a part of things, right, is just the meta in every platform, even Beast Points, right? It's really the truth of what we're all doing in 90% of what we do here.
Yeah.
I do fundamentally believe in like the like Web3 gaming and like that principle and like play to earn to an extent. Because like for a while I worked at a game when I was working in TV. I also had I was really fortunate. I found like this QA job where I like grinded my way up to designer, which would be like if I ever had a film gig, they'd be like, yeah, like just tell us ahead of time and go do it. So like I got to like work on like with cool people, but on like the most like the most cancerous kind of like play to win, like gotcha style games where you didn't own any of your assets. So like I do believe fundamentally in like digital asset ownership in gaming and like why it will be. But the key for any like one of those economies to really work is you need people like like in WoW, like there are lots of people who'd be more than happy to go and just spend like $400. Like they're like I work all day, but I have like a dope high paying job. But like when I come to WoW, I'd be very content to spend lots of IRL money to get all these items I don't have time to grind. But like you need those people who genuinely want to just play the game and don't have time to grind, who are willing to pay the people with time to grind for it. And like I just think the problem is like it's such a niche corner right now that it's like really hard to prove that concept will work because you're much easier to find people who are willing to sell things for money than you are to find people who are willing to pay lots of money for things because you know Web3 has a lot of the world is filled with lots of poor people, so it's like when my Georgian delegate finds a game where he can make $5 a day, like that will pay his bills. I miss my Georgian delegate. He was a nice guy. He actually said hi to me the other day when he saw I got some hyper naturally, and then he gave me financial advice. He's well, you got to sell half of it. He didn't ask for anything. He wasn't there scamming or asking. He was just like, well, wait, Terry, what do you mean you didn't sell half of it right away? What are you stupid? That's a good point, Nikuta. Thank you very much. You're right. Thank you for
Well, I tell you,
clearing away my euphoria.
they have a really damn good plan. Like, I'm not sitting here pounding the table to say, everybody, let's jump over there. I'm not, I like being everywhere, first of all. But they really seem to have a genome figured out there that has been the first like thing that I'm like, okay, I am going to set myself up to earn the thing that they're doing the way that they're doing it because it's so easy. It doesn't feel scammy. You see it all happening. I'm it really is an interesting concept. And I'm just, when we're sitting here talking again about how we're going to get emotional when some people get money, some people don't, who's going to pick who gets the money, who's people don't. I sit there and say, I'm watching 30 to 40 users hop in and out of islands, do what they're doing, and they're having fun. Some people are building. Um, and not everybody's like, okay, this person's going to get more than me, so we're going to stop, we're going to collude or any of that. It's really clean. And I know there was all this conversation when it was brought up, like, how do you stop the bots, how do you do this stuff, and that was kind of the story. But I think sometimes we got to look at each platform and say, hey, what are you guys doing really well? What is, that's not the only thing they're doing well. The games are fun, but and that stuff. I think it also alleviates some of the tensions that we're talking about. If you just reward people for the things that's very clear and it benefits the platform, and we're not trying to give people, again, millions of dollars to build stuff, and then the rest of the people watch those people either do succeed or fail, I think it really alleviates the stresses that we spend a lot of time talking about. Either way, I'm here. I'm on a fucking road. And we danced our ass off last night, so let's go.
We out here, and I mean, same here. Our recent good fortunes have allowed me to become a land baron in Decentraland.
Where are you
But
living? Where are you
I
at?
would like
What's your records, bruh? You in New
uh
Vegas or?
right north of Taminoya, along a
Oh shit!
road
How close to Rusana and I
along
are?
the
How close to Lobsteropolis do you live in?
maybe a little further.
Maybe that far though.
Let's
You're
see.
no, if you're north, then hit Tamanoia.
No, yeah, not too far. Not too far. Okay, so like you see
Yeah.
Lobsteropolis,
Me and Rusan were just south of that.
and then you see that little that big block, that's like purple and sandish looking, right?
Yes.
You see it,
Yes.
and I am the 10 parcels along that road that like to the little cutoff, and
Wait, did you
yeah,
just
it's
buy
a
a
two by
straight
five.
strip? Oh, it's a 2 by 5. Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Let me get.
I have to give it a little girth, bro.
Yeah. I mean, hey, like, I think there's. I don't know. It depends what your goals are. Like, if you're a reseller, I think there's merits to just buying a strip along a road for sure. But I'm definitely not. I'm definitely a give me a little girth kind of guy. That's.
It's all about
I
the
would like
girth.
us. Could you delete the recording of this Twitter space? Because frankly, I can't have that audio clip on the internet for the rest of my life. If you can just help me out, if we could just edit that out, I'd be really appreciative.
I'm sure our ADHD minds can just drift onto I guess me bringing Songs of Eden into this conversation. He's been up here in the speaker panel for a few minutes now. Been patiently waiting. So I mean, I would like to be respectful and allow him the time to come in and maybe cover on any topics that we were talking about at the time when he came up, or whatever it may be, whatever he would like to share. So, welcome, Songs of Eden. Thank you so much for being here. I think it's been a long time since you've been a speaker at this space. Oh, he gone. Songs of Eden gone. Damn.
Well, he'll come back. He
we
was
waited.
probably going
We
to tell us
waited
about
too
all the
long.
bullshit he's doing about sending music to Mars and all his dope shit. Just ridiculous.
And all the Martians that are listening to the music. It's Songs of Eden speaker on my screen. He's a speaker, but
It shows me he's
could
a
be wrong.
listener.
Yeah, I'm mine too. Oh, there we are. Hey.
Hey, Songs of Eden, welcome. Did you send music to Mars? Did we lose him again?
The Rug Factory is printing all the money.
Yeah, you know, Twitter do be twittering.
All right, I got a question. What is the best color to go with that hexagon green that Mariana is wearing? That's my question.
Hot pink.
I mean,
Hard to
to
argue
be
with.
fair, that green, as you know, as a photographer, that green color specifically exists because it doesn't go with anything. Right?
Well, we're gonna have to find the tertiary color answer. I'm not kidding. I am definitely by the end of probably this space, I will have a green background. I am so fucking bullish.
Awesome. And let's see, quick check for Songs of Eden.
Yo. I just came up because Make sounded a bit sick, so I just want to make sure, pun intended, that you're okay.
I didn't go to bed last night. I went to bed at like 6 in the morning.
I missed you
It
on the
was
last
fun
bit.
last night. Songs, hanging out, heckling.
Yeah. I was just want to say hi to Amy, but then they started to talk about whatever floor price, so I just bounced off.
And songs. We were also discussing the fact you are going to the moon with your music. Are you? Is that today? Did you go to the moon today?
It's first of all not my music. It's our music. It's the fucking MIDI punks music. It's on Wednesday. It just came up on NASA's official YouTube. So they're gonna broadcast it. It's 6:30 my morning here, Central European time, which I can't do the calculation. But and if you want, we got an Eventbrite link to. We're gonna watch it together. If you're game, let me know and I'll send you the link.
Yeah, I
It's
would
more
love.
fun to do it together.
I am a MIDI punk, and I would love to celebrate with y'all.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I can't believe it myself. But now, since NASA published it on their official YouTube with 10 million followers, it's kind of even more. And it was here in the Swedish newspaper. So even my mom believes me now. When it's in the newspapers, it's true.
Well, huge congratulations. The MIDI bunks have been such a fun adventure. You guys have been so creative. You've inspired so many people to get involved, make some music, do stuff together. The vibes have been good. There hasn't been any worry about floor price, and it's been all creativity. So, killer job, songs, and we love having you with us.
Thank you, my friend. I'm happy to have you with us. And happy weekend, everybody.
Happy weekend, Songs of Eden. Always good to hear from you, man. Good to chat with you today.
Some absolute asshole has come in and put a 2.9 WETH bid on the goddamn beats I want. I am absolutely outraged. I might just have to go ahead and just send myself some more ETH and buy this stupid thing because I'm slowly convincing myself I love it, and I'm absolutely incensed that someone else is trying to type it up from under me. I know you're out in the audience, whoever you are, Legume, you're a monster. Thank you for listening to me. Sorry for interrupting.
So it's a bean. You're looking for a bean. Somebody in the bean family. A legume is a bean. So there you go. It's a clue. Find them.
I am so. This is at this point we're like this is hurtful. I've outbid them now. I'm up to this 0.3, and frankly, this is what addiction looks like.
Wait, BitBeats are going for 0.3 or is
No,
it
this is a regular beast.
0.03?
This is a regular
Oh,
beast.
okay.
I want the real
Ooh.
deal. I want the this beast is full on. This is a crip. This guy is ready to get this. He's ready for the
You better
Crips
do
and
it
Bloods
before
feud.
somebody else comes and snipes you to spite you.
I am very hated. I am. People have minted ENSs to spite me, so I wouldn't put it. There's someone out there that hates me enough to spend 0.35 ETH just to do that. So you're right. Let me send myself some more ETH.
Let's fucking go.
Let's do it.
So I just want to also say shout out Lastrom. I can't wait to see what Lastrom's been cooking. I mean, it's time to get back to what everybody's been doing, and I know Lastrom's been. I hear rumors of a fucking ridiculously dope comeback. And we could use the builders back. We need our builders. We need our people to keep making dope ass shit and pushing this thing sideways. So shout out Lastrom. I want to still cook.
What are we cooking?
I don't know. I'm waiting to see it. I'm waiting. And I want to hear from Dr. Drip too, because I definitely want to know about that doodle. I got FOMO. I don't have money for it, but I have FOMO.
Oh, it's just a doodle that is gonna secure Dr. Drip's generational wealth. That's all. Nothing to talk about.
The sad thing is when you have a nice PFP. I mean, if you can make, if you're smart, you could make money off of the IP if you're like making cool shit. But otherwise, you gotta like let it go to get like the biggest amount of your investment back. And I hate that. I hate
I
that.
don't
Like,
know that but like, is it about selling it? I don't know.
well, it's not for me. Like, I don't want to sell this one. Like, and I haven't modified her. That's why I got this one because she has a donut in her hand, and that's why I have like not the close up because I gotta have the donut in the shot. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, finding other ways to like utilize the IP, like utilize it. I'm waiting for my
Dude, are
Volley
you
Club.
kidding me? You know how fast we're all gonna buy Dr. Drip doodle hats? Like in
Yeah,
like
I
if
was already
anybody knows what to
that
do,
hoodie.
like to monetize his IP and make shit dope. I can't wait to see doodle experiences in I've never seen anything doodle related in wearables, but I can't wait for them.
I think you could put that pattern, like a repeating pattern, kind of like the McDonald's cups. I know. I'm sorry, guys. The cups just they really did it for me. But like make like a repeating pattern like that, and then just put that on a cute, cozy hoodie into Decentraland, and that'd be a good place to start. Are you eating, Jared?
I thought I was muted, but I think I accidentally unmuted myself to start eating some snap peas because
Okay.
you know what? I'm gonna fuck this legume up, Canessa.
Okay. I guess I planted the seed. Quack, 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 quack. Oh my gosh. Uh,
But yeah, I'm scoping out legumes. His wallet, Rustan's in my DMs, letting me know, like, well, legumes got an all blue one. He wants that motherfucker. I'm like, shit. There's competition. All blue beasts are apparently the new meta guys. I don't know if you heard. Someone's gonna have to walk me through how to sign up, get my Bit Beast earning bit points soon. I think because
Easy peasy. No, but I mean that's really dope that you're like looking into it. Definitely the beasts are a good project to follow. Uh, oh, I see the man himself, Rustan, coming up. Uh,
should we start calling
but
him
yeah,
Lord Rustan or something to make him feel super uncomfortable?
I mean, I've been playing like this medieval game, or I don't even know if it's medieval times or, but it's like, you know, oldest English times. It's called Kingdom Come. So I mean, this would be acceptable. Especially the language has been baking into my mind. Did I just see Rustan's hand go up for a second there? Oh, there it is. There it
I
is. Hi,
see it up.
Rustan. Lord would you prefer Land Baron Rustan, Lord Rustan?
Just for
Um,
Stone is fine.
how are you, Rustan?
I just wanted to jump in real quick and because Lastrom's name came up, I just wanted to shout out how much he's been doing in the last few months. He's been like relentlessly building an insane amount of amazing shit, and it's like so long to list that I can't easily remember everything. But we've been working together on like making things a lot easier for people to build in Decentraland, and it's everything is coming along together really nicely. Some of it is live now. Some of it still needs a little bit of fine tuning and tweaking. I plan to make some tutorials to help people understand how to use it easily. But there's been a lot of really cool advancements as close as yesterday as last night. As far as cool things you can do, and I just want to say, stay tuned. It involves everything that's going on. You can deploy land in Genesis City with with the in-world builder setup creation. You can build with whatever builder you prefer and deploy in Genesis City and exclude the triangle limits. You can mess with AI agents. You can control NPCs. There's NPCs. You can talk to NPCs to rent land right now and use it for a limited amount of time to host an event, to have a gallery show, to have exhibitions in a convention center space, to throw a huge major party in a coliseum. I recently built a world from scratch, and it took me an hour and a half from conception to deployment in Genesis City. It took me an hour and a half to put it together, and it was insane. And that's just like a small fraction of stuff. Yesterday we were driving around in vehicles in Decentraland, flying around in hot air balloons. Um,
Shut the
it
fuck
just
up. Sorry,
it just
that's not
goes
what I
it
meant to
just
say.
goes on and on. It just goes
Could
on
you?
and on.
We tried. Some of us had. We were fighting with some weight issues, and
Yeah, Kanessa.
human.
I was showing Kanessa yesterday, and she couldn't get the hot air balloon to lift off the ground more than like 5 feet for some reason. We couldn't figure out why.
We
But
figured it out. It was too many cookies, too much fruit cake over the holidays.
but
I have no
what's
shame. I
what's
just I need
what's
to get back.
crazy is that like he's just jumping around like he's like Lastrom's having a blast building these things, and I'm having a blast watching him do it and help him and pinpoint issues and solve issues and make things happen. And it's a cool, like, from a creative standpoint, that is like a really good way to do it, because you don't get bored or burned out with something in a moment. Like if you need a break from something, you hop onto something else, and he's literally jumping around with like 20 different things, and it's wild, and a lot of it you can already explore. And we're definitely going to put stuff out for people to consume and try and create even quests. Oh, there's even, man, it just goes on and on. There's he's building in-world IKEA, basically. So all the assets that we created with the in-world builder, you can go into the storefront. Nothing is like fully laid out yet, but there's a bunch of sections of this building that you can walk into and see like huge chunks of assets. You can walk right up to the asset, click on it, and you can download it and use it anywhere you want. Hyperfy, Nifty Island, wherever the fuck you want, because it's all open source. But obviously, it'd be cool if you built something in Decentraland, with the assets that were made for Decentraland. But it's just like, it's pretty awesome. And as far as like I'm concerned, if you're a content creator on YouTube, like, you can already start creating content just by exploring this stuff. And it's just it's very exciting, and I can't wait to really share it with all of you guys. um, and start collaborating together with people that are excited to build.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you for sharing it. Thank you for saying. Yeah, I didn't know how much last term's talking about it, so it's awesome to see.
Yeah, I don't know how much I overshared, but I'm
Yeah,
excited. And the name came up, and I wanted to spit it out before it was too late.
yeah. Last term's like hitting the mute button, like, shoot, come on, bro. No, but it was cool. It was neat just to see those mechanics working, and I think that's why, the builders that are here, that's like part of the fun is the troubleshooting, like the fixing of the problems. Like if it just works right away, like I don't know, to me it's part of the process is like figuring out how to make that shit work. That makes it.
Oh, by the way, because of one of the things that he built, I'm not going to say what it is again, because like it's sort of, I think it, like you said, Kanessa, yesterday, maybe we should keep that on the down low until we can create proof of concept. But so if you really want to know what I'm talking about, you got to listen to the recording of this. But because I'm testing something, I actually downloaded the Creator Hub and used it for the first time last night, and I didn't like it. I didn't like the Creator Hub. Like, I can use the visual editor and Visual Studio Code. That's the same. It's the same thing basically, except that you can't test in 2.0, but I'm sure you will at some point. But ultimately, Creator Hub has its own little limitations that you have to sort of work around. I actually spent about an hour or two rebuilding OG Casa Rustan last night, and then deploying it via the DCL IWB server, and it worked. And I brought it into Decentraland, but I'm not going to use the Creator Hub to rebuild the rest of it, because it's just easier for me to do it in IWB. So that's what I'm going to be doing for that. But it's cool. It's really cool, and I hope people explore it.
Yeah, you and I were talking yesterday about how cool or useful it would be to have like weekly, like regular, I don't know, just like education. I hate to call it education or training, but like the thing that comes to mind is like when Oddjob used to do the FAFO sessions, like weekly. There would be this time every week that we knew, like, all right, I can't get this one thing to work, but I'll just go to the FAFO, and like Oddjob pretty much could answer most questions, and then if he couldn't, like, there was somebody else that he could find the answer from. But it was so helpful just to have like kind of like a built-in time where you could get help. Like, I don't know, I think we'd really benefit from having that in the community if somebody wanted to do that. Just like be on Discord, you know, an hour a week, or just be there, and people can come in and ask. Sorry, my Midwest was coming out. Ask questions. I gotta like correct everything as I'm saying it. So like ask questions. Yeah, I don't know, like that. I think that we need that so bad, especially because now we got the freaking, like, I don't know if anybody's on the SDK6 legacy builder, and then we got the SDK7 legacy builder, and then we got the creator hub, and then we got in-world builder. Like, that's a lot to ask a new user to come in and be like, yeah, just build it. And they're like, they go to try to build it and something doesn't work, and you're like, well, which builder are you using? Like, there's already multiple steps of like disconnect between a new builder and like the help that they need to get.
Yeah, totally. I know Lastrom has been wanting to provide that, like on a weekly basis potentially. He's pretty much like always working on something, so you're like, if you just reach out to him, he's usually there ready to help, depending on what the needs are, right? And I, like I said, I'm gonna make a couple like really basic tutorials, because the thing that I don't like about most tutorials is they're pretty specific, like how to make a donut, right? But I don't want to make a donut. I want to make whatever I want to make. So it's like I would just show how I would upload an asset through IWB and deploy it. That would be like one tutorial as a start, and then I might talk about like how to create an asset from scratch from AI, and deploy and upload and deploy that. And I might show like how to add a picture and how to add a video, and like as far as videos and streaming services go too. That's also something that Lastrom has been working on, to solve the problem of like how do I stream, live stream, and he's making all these things easier and easier for users. Not to mention, on top of that, like he's already got a Hyperfy server going, so that if you want to mess with Hyperfy version 2.0, just talk to Lastrom. He's got you set up with his server. You can create your own name to the server. It's still all in very early stages, so like, because it's all literally just been happening in the last couple of days. But like, these are one of the many things that he's working on.
That is cool. That is really cool to share. Yeah, I'm sure everybody knows how to get in touch with Lastrom if they need to, but if somebody doesn't, I don't think we have too many new folks. Best spot is probably Last Slice Discord, unless you know otherwise, Litterstone.
First, you have to go buy an NFT. Now I'm just half joking.
No, I don't think so. I think you can join. I think. Sorry, I got a cough. Hold on a second.
Yeah, you can join the Discord and connect in the general channels. There's multiple channels you can engage in without having a Last Slice NFT, and he's like very responsive to people that have relevant questions. Like don't bother him with things outside of like what he's trying to build.
Yeah, I just like giving him a hard time. It's a flaw. It's a character flaw. Question about, back to the beast related questions, is do you have to do anything special to access your balaclava? Is that the right
Let's
one?
Oh no! As
go.
long as it's in your wallet, it'll load up. Just go to helmet, and it should be in your backpack.
For BitBeast? He said BitBeast.
No. I didn't. Maybe I did, but I just misspoke. But
He's
my
an
regular
OG
beast.
holder now.
Let's go. Welcome to the family.
Congratulations, Jared. Make sure to post that
Yeah.
you're a holder now, because you're going to get a lot of love from the community.
Yeah, and send it to us for sure. And you can join us in the MetaBeast chat too. Welcome I'm so excited for you. I can take you shopping too. It's so fun.
You can take me shopping?
Yeah, I can take you shopping for clothes for free. Free 99. Thanks, Sazzy. Uh I can't
Okay, out
wait.
of
I'm
curiosity, if
excited.
I'm
I
doing
just
this
don't want
wrong,
to piss everybody else off, but I'm so excited. I'm like screaming on the inside. I screamed so much last night that I can barely talk right now. Um
is my balaclava supposed to be the same color as the balaclava on
so
my big
here's the
beast?
cool thing. You could change the balaclava color with the hair color of your beast.
Oh, it matches my hair. God, you know what? I honestly should have realized that since I know that my hair is blue.
It's really great.
Um,
And you could be a chick too if you want to. You could switch to female and you get eyelashes. It's really cute.
okay, that's dope.
Congratulations. Welcome to the AKCB, fam. Really quick, Rustan, quick question. What did you find? Did you found a way to get through the builder and get it working? There was some talk, I forget what chat it was in, about discussing what the issues currently are with the builder. I know when you and I recently went to try the builder, we went through the process and we couldn't get it cooking. If you have any feedback or thoughts, or maybe we could, we could have your time if
Are
they
you
do
are
say.
you talking about Builder or in-world
Yeah,
Builder?
no, I'm talking about the actual builder tool because we tried to do it together.
Yeah, I
Um,
remember like 3 weeks ago, right?
yeah,
Two or
but
3 weeks ago.
about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
All a blur to me now.
Yeah, time.
Um,
But if you could pinpoint some of the issues that that were gleaming that held us back, I'm sure it would be really helpful because it seems there are new groups of people willing to talk about the issues that like people are having. I mean,
yeah,
I know for us, like it wouldn't load, right? And we went back to legacy, and everything worked fine. So,
right. That was man, I can't remember everything we went through.
but we went through a few things. But I think if we could
Yeah,
start figuring out the pain points, um,
yeah.
I think it'd be really beneficial. The other thing I want to just jump in and suggest, if you guys show of hands or stuff, who's going to eat Denver? Because there seems to be a new motivation to be out there. I know I'll be there most days. I think some of the family's going to come to DC to Denver. It's a great place to catch info. So just wondering if anybody else is coming or wants to go because there is a great way to sign up where you could get free tickets. If you have a game plan and stuff and you follow their steps. So it's coming to a close pretty quickly. So if anybody's got interest in that, please let me know.
I think I would like get slayed if I went. So I have to uphold a promise to my little. Otherwise, I would be going. But I think that so it's a pretty long conference. There's the actual conference part, and then the build-a-thon before it. And I see that Cheddar Queso made a post about a really cool AI agent that she's making, and see with Eliza. Let's see. So hopefully she gets chosen. She said she submitted the application. So yeah, chat to Cheddar. I know she's trying to go, and then Dana and Kim.
I think for the most part, the main thing that will get me out there is if I was selected to be on a speaker panel. That is all.
Well, I've got applications in to do a podcast. There's a little talk about doing an IRL party or gathering. Um, but there are also speaker submissions also that the wave they open in waves. So I would say anybody who has interest, start with like going and getting your ticket information to go for free because that's to the conference. It's probably at least a $500 swing. The other thing I'd say, unless you are like a true dev or you want to do like hacker house esque work with people, that last week/weekend being the best part of it, or Friday through Sunday, is really the all like that's where you see the most stuff and have the most experiences. So I think it's going to be a fun one. Who knows? Maybe I get to take DJing IRL and we can all DJ and hang out. Maybe even go skiing. Let's go.
Sounds fun. Be safe. Wear your helmets. I do want to say hello to our friend Argent, who's been up here for a while. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Buenos días. Buenas noches. How are you today?
Aló, aló. Buenos días. Your Spanish is improving a lot. I love it. So I was listening here to a lot of the new updates, and they so right with that of the that you were commenting on too many versions of how to upload things that you want to work with in Decentraland. It's one of the biggest brain killers for creators, because you only want the things to work and this is as possible, because what you want is to be centered in the act of creating, not in the act of uh, solving technical problems to achieve that works as you want, right? So and to also to don't have all the time that thing in that is like draining energy, that all the time you have to go through the learning curve in order to make things. And it shouldn't be that difficult. It should be more friendly and more instant. Um, and this, of course, is not an easy endeavor, but come on. Version 6, version 7 that are legacy. Now it's version 7, but it's not legacy, it's the actual one with the la 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 and the other la 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 and the come on, it's like you're asking too much. And that's something that if you are building in Decentraland because you already um, eh, are doing it, you probably will continue doing it. But if you're a new one, it's better always to go with the latest thing, because in theory is the latest that is more stable. I mean, the um the LTS versions of any software, you know but and then you can have experimental builds, but this is not the case in the Decentraland. While, for example, if you go to any other 3D software or any other software, you probably will have that long term, stable versions that you can use. And then you have the more experimental ones with the builds, the daily builds, or or the alphas and the betas for testing and so. But this is not how Decentraland is organizing. It's a bit of a mess. How is this going on? And listening to what sometimes uh, Lostrom has said, and Rustan, and other people here like you, Canessa, and Sinful, and it's like, yeah, you guys has you guys has the point. But why is making this so difficult? Why is, for whatever is in charge of this thing that is deciding this, why is deciding to make it like this, even when a lot of people is saying, I don't know, it's like, come on, you just have to, the system is already there, it's like, just copy what the software is doing, for organizing these things. that you can have these the versions, the LTS and version that is the stable long-term version, and you can have the experimental builds. So then you as a creator knows a bit more where to go for what you want to build. But right now it's like, well, but what you use if I want to do this, you know, that it should be like, no, it should be just like there in the in the specifications on what version has what. And not only that, it should be like you know, we shouldn't say we shouldn't, unless it's a technical, because your computer cannot achieve um, the base minimum requirements for rendering or whatever. SDK 6, it should be already like out of the equation since at least a year ago. So you know, these all things that it was that were useful in the SDK 6, that is in a need to still using it, and it's not because your computer cannot, you know, run other versions. It means, and they are not included in the newest versions. That is like a why, you know, why are you doing this like this unless you are doing something better that is replacing the old thing, and that's why you're doing it. So we're not talking on ways of doing it, because sometimes, you know, if because you don't want to learn, you're still using an old version, because sometimes it's a pain in the ass, especially with a lot of changing on how it goes and the user interface and so of softwares. Uh, um, then if this is not the problem, that is, you know, just because preserving the learning curve, and you don't want, as a creator, you don't want to complicate your life and learn a new user interface or whatever, or it's not because your computer specs, as a creator, you cannot do whatever you need to do with the newest ones just because of that. Come on, why is not updated that thing in the newest versions? And why we still have Decentraland software? And I mean software because in general, you know, even when we are using visual scripting, blah, 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 the thing is that is a software. So why are we not using that, like Unity, Unreal, Blender, Maya, you know, all the Maya is softwares for creating metaverse are using? So that's something that always has put this like curious question of who do we have to chase in order to make that thing change?
Good question, and I'm not sure that I'm the one to answer kind of like the deeper, you know, like Unreal Engine, Maya, Unity question, but I know as far as just which builder to use, like we're kind of just at that point of flux between converting from SDK 6 to 7, and then at the same time converting to the legacy builder to the creator hub. So like that one is on me. The fact that I'm still like, I tried to use the creator hub in September, it wouldn't work. Like there was a glitch, I could not deploy my land, and like I needed to use what worked, and I felt like I didn't have the time to just sit there and like troubleshoot it when I'm troubleshooting like 20 other things at the same time. So for me, I just stayed with what worked. That worked in September. Now it's like, all right, now I got to evolve or like go back into the swamp where I came from. Like I need to learn the new one. But as far as everything else, like if you're talking about other standalone builders like in-world builder, like I think that's just the general, like that is like the nature of the beast, is that we made Decentraland so it could be used by other developers and like the tools built for other ways. You know, it's open source. Like the whole idea is that we're going to continue to develop. So I think that that's like a blessing and a curse. Like if we're going to have the ability to have all these other building, building, I don't know what's the right word to call it, like the different utility, different ways to build. And then it's going to be up to that individual entity or studio to like show people how to use it.
But well, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
But
last term's
but Blender is open source, and Blender is like having this structure from foundation for all the people to work. So. And here's Lastrom to answer. Probably he knows how to answer that better.
Hey, thanks for having me up. No, I just wanted to comment on some of the other stuff with the builder. I know people are having a hard time with the builder, the creator hub. I'm not going to get into anything negative. It's all just coding and hobbying. So I've just been farting around with stuff, and Rustan has a problem. I help try to solve it. I have a problem. I help try to solve it for myself. Maybe some others will use it. One of the problems is the try counts. You can't deploy a scene from the old builder or the new builder creator hub and get around the try count limit. If you deploy with the SDK, you can. But people have a hard time coding. They don't want to code, whatever. They don't want to use the in-world builder. So what did I do? Listened, and I built a website where you just drag your zip scene from your computer into the website, and it deploys it for you using the SDK. So you can use the Creator Hub. You can use the old builder, build a million triangles on one parcel. If it's under the file limit, zip the scene, put it on the website, like as an upload, and it deploys it. So those are just some of the fun things that we're working on to address issues, because not a lot of people are programming, not a lot of people are using Decentraland. The platform has all of its whatevers. So let's just do things that, like once a week, try to tackle a problem that one of us or many of us have and solve it.
I love that. I think that would work wonders.
Yeah.
It's live. If you go to deploy.dcl-iwb.co, deploy.dcl-iwb.co. Try it. Rusan's been trying it, and it's not connected to IWB. It's on that server because IWB allows you to build and then deploy to Angzar, build, deploy to your Genesis City land, build and deploy to world. So we have a whole deployment structure. So we're just utilizing that, but using your scene. So your scene, whatever you upload, will not be connected to IWB. It just immediately gets deployed to your land.
Can you pin the or pass me the link, please? Because
Yeah, you know what? I have to take this call really quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay.
I think these are the tools that are really like, I don't know, just personally, like we're at the point where we've been here long enough. Like I know a lot of good friends that just got land. Like we should just figure out whatever it takes to get people's like dreams built on their land. Like get something built, get something deployed. Yeah, like even if it's somebody else helping you build it, like It would be so cool if everybody that has land that's like active has something on it that like they're stoked about. You know, like I know
Yeah.
there's stuff out there just like
Can I
find.
just jump in and agree with you real quick, Vanessa,
Yeah,
that I
because I'm
still
talking about you.
think,
Like you're
I
one of
mean,
them.
at the end of the day, you're right. It's got to work. Like, and the fact that me and Rustan, even for 1 minute with the builder that's out there couldn't work, it's time to band together, though, and take these problems and work with whoever's working on it and start solving them. Like, when we band together to fix the situation with the beast, first of all, it helped a bunch of other projects. Like there are answers now for why things don't work from Doki to everybody else. And now it's time to say, okay, let's get a group of 5, agree to take a call with people who can fix stuff and solve these issues so we can move forward. But I will also say, where an airdrop season that changed a lot of people's lives in a few different categories, right? um w- Airdropping a choice, a token for one of 5 places from Mr. Dingya and low poly models, or insert your builder here, and being able to reward these landholders with some options to have a ready go thing, whether that then connects to Lastrom's much easier process at some juncture or whatever. But like we talk about airdrop season, we talk about welcoming people, you know, that's a real option in front of us right now that I think has more merit than play to earn in the short term.
I think you should go check out what they've done. Make I think it's already there. It's a baby, but it's growing.
Let's make babies. Let's go. Don't tell the
We
wife.
we do have last room back up here. The last part was Arjun asking for a link to that referring to that link that you had shared. So if anything, could you like make like pin it down in the comments so that people
Yeah,
can.
sure. I can do that. I'm not good with these spaces, so yeah, I'll do that. But you know, it's not to abuse the triangle limitation, right? It's just to allow you to deploy. You know, if one parcel is 10,000 triangles, that's brutal. And maybe it takes a CTO, a community takeover, of us deploying over 10,000 parcels for somebody to look at the proposal that Ruslan made and say, hey, maybe we should increase the try count because, or increase the file limit because they increased the parcel size from 10 to 16. And they also restricted the file limit to no more than 300 total, no matter how many parcels. So they can very easily loose term, enhance or restrict the build limitations. Okay, so maybe it takes us to just absolutely dump triangles for them to be like, well, maybe we should increase it to 20. However, you know, take it as you be. This isn't like a hack. This is just using the SDK, and this is creating a website for you to use the SDK essentially. And so I'll pin the link. It's nothing nefarious. You still have to sign a message to deploy the content, and if you don't own the land, you'll get an error, and it'll say you don't own the land. Rustan tried to do that because his parcels were at 0, and the DCL service say, wait a second, you don't own Genesis Plaza. So we're using the same deployment process, same thing as when you are in the Builder Hub or Creator Hub and you go deploy. We're doing the same process, except using the SDK to get around that triangle limitation. So things like that, I would hope that people on this space, once a week, instead of all the negativity in some of our circles, like let's just pick one topic that somebody has an issue with and try to solve it. And that's just what I've been doing, going back to hobby programming, because there's been so much negativity that it's just fun. You want to build something, let's do it. You want to learn how to do this, let's do it. You want to, Angzar's under revamp. If you don't have land, now you can rent land for free. Now there's ways to deploy to certain places without having to program, exceeding limitations and things like that. Let's just do fun things like that.
Yeah, that's super important. And not only that, it's like a trend that I see that is also being adopted by major engines like Unity. Unity now has Unity Play that is a little bit like that. And working a little bit like that. And also Unreal, I think they are thinking in something similar, but I don't know too much about. But the biggest new is the one of coming from NVIDIA, and the ability from NVIDIA to do like an instant game, you know. So and it works like that to like very similar to the process of making creators like a little bit less complicated the things. So yeah, was
Yeah, I
listening.
think to combat that too, Argent, like, you know, people give us a lot of shit for Angzar and things. You know, we built it in SDK6 in the middle of an SDK7 revamp. We were the first scene, the largest scene ever, to convert to SDK7. We didn't build Angzar to just get paid. We wanted the people to use it. So my point is like, go use it and we'll fix it if it's broke. We built IWB in World Builder, not to get paid, but because the current builder sucked and you can't build in World. So like go use it, tell us what is broken and we'll fix it. You know, like let's use the platform that we're all complaining about and find the things that we can fix and fix them, right? And so that's what Ruslan and I have been doing. There's always pressure when you get a grant from the DAO previously to like meet the expectations, but beyond what you write, there will never be the expectations met in this world. It just doesn't. People's expectations move all the time, and same thing with the foundation and our expectations for them. So let's just go use the stuff we're talking about. If it's too hard to build, go log into in-world builder. I know best thing about a developer is we can track you on everything, and I track everybody on everything. Angzar, IWB, Neuralink, it all links to PlayFab. So I can tell if you've logged in or not if you haven't been on the platform in 4 or 5 months. I know exactly who has or hasn't logged in. So let's go log in and use the tools that we build for each other to make the space cool. And if it's broken, let's fix it.
I
Uh,
love. Oh, go ahead.
sorry,
Fully agree on that.
locked.
The Yeah, and I'm, for example, I'm one of those that I don't look too much in DCL nor in the builder, but when I want to do something that is specific to for the Decentraland, and but when I do, I really like that. You have a problem, you don't know how to, let's make it like easy and available and fast and funny if possible. And with because if not, you lose too much time in getting angry with a platform as a system and that only hurts one back into the system, because if you are also not participating, saying it, and the things that you think that can be problematic, is true that it can be like hard.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. And I see that now we have three hands. I think the order was Make, Rustan, Lastrum. So take it away, Make, and then pass it over to Rustan and so forth.
Sorry for cutting you off, Canessa, and go double block. Last term, I couldn't agree more with you. I just want to say first and foremost, thank you for continuing to build, because I know how challenging it, like even conceptually, it would be to take on the grant, start to build something that completely changed without any rails. And the fact that you've been there, out there doing it again, putting your best efforts in, I just want to say thank you. um, I can't wait to try it again. I do have questions because the one issue I was having was based on my wallet with the last plan. I now have different land, so maybe that changes things. Is there any concept about having delegation, or it still needs to be in that other category?
I'll answer that quick, and then if that's it, give it to Rustan. Yeah, you should be able to delegate an entire world. We have that option now. You can ban people from building and even entering your IWB world. So we can take a look at that. I appreciate the praises, but I'm not here for the praises. I'm here to like build things that we want to use. And so I'll touch on that after Rustan does. But I appreciate you at least getting in the platform and trying.
Hey, I'm out here shaking my tail feather on Friday nights, buddy. If you ever want to come dance, I'll shout you out again. All right. Well, I just meant like for where we left off together, and the conversation ultimately was about land delegation because of my situation of changing a ownership of a name. Uh, but it extends to land delegation with your thing to deploy on Genesis Plaza. Is that a thing, or can it be a thing in the future?
If you have deploy rights on a wallet that you're logged into in Enworld Builder, you can click, whatever scene you're building, export to Genesis Plaza, and it'll pull up all of the land you own or operate rights and deploy to it.
Let's go. Can't wait to join you again, my friend.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to mention too briefly. Two nights ago, I was chilling in Genesis Plaza, listening to people complain about stuff, and one of the things was like, "There's nothing to do. I want to build. I don't know how to build. I want to build something on Worlds." And I was like, "What are you talking about? We could do that right now. Like, let's go. Let me take you on a tour of Angzar. Let me take you on a tour of IWB. Let me show you what you can do right now. Like, you can literally go to IWB, fuck around, and deploy it to your name. Like, you don't need to go to the marketplace to buy, rent, sell, anything. You could just literally do that right now, just like playing around and having a good time. You could deploy it to Genesis City on a free rental estate parcel, single parcel, 3x3, whatever you want. You could do that right now, um, and bring something to life. One thing I forgot to mention that we're working on is prefabricated homes that you can just click and deploy if you don't like building, so you could just like throw up some art on these prefabricated homes. And so I've built one so far. I've been doing a million things. I haven't had a lot of time, but I have a goal to build 10 that people could use. But it would be awesome to see users just create these basic homes and put them out there, for the people that don't want to waste time building. And what's funny is I spent time explaining to the people that were complaining in Genesis Plaza that this was available. Let's go do it. I'll show you right now. Do you want to go ride vehicles? Let's go right now. Just hop into the world mana burner and you can explore what Lastrum's been messing around with. And they didn't do it. They chose to sit there and ignore me and continue to explain. And it's like, okay, well, that's fine. You can be an explainer or you can build and go have fun and have a good time. Because I genuinely believe that the people that have the most fun in Decentraland are the ones that get the dopamine hits from creating something cool and sharing it with others.
I don't know, bro.
So
Have you
like
ever
it's
sat in
really
Genesis Plaza
Yeah.
calling someone a whore? It is pretty satisfying.
What? I
Sorry,
cannot
sorry.
understand
The
that.
premise of that joke was that
So
Ruslan was called a whore.
someone is
Well, wait, can I just
like,
do a quick check? Sin,
yeah.
can you hear people? Sin was having trouble hearing.
I
Can
hear.
you hear?
Yeah. I hear
Okay.
everyone now.
Okay, thank you. Argent, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I just was going to add, who in the brain doesn't want to build with you, Rustan? I want to build with you right now. Yeah, by the way, I'm just opening the link that you pass in order to know a little bit more how it works. And
Yeah. I like for me, I'm so excited about everything that's happening, especially this past week with Hyperfi DCL, all the things that Lastrum's
oh
been
yeah,
doing, that it makes me not want to do body painting right now. I have to do a painting tomorrow, but I would much rather be like fucking around in Decentraland with you guys and helping you figure this stuff out, But so I have to get my body paintings done tomorrow, create the content for YouTube and all my general work, right? And then after that, I'll have some time to just like play with everybody who needs it.
so I book you on Monday right?
That sounds good.
That's
I'm
an
going to
amazing
chase
concept.
you Monday.
Imagine the Roussan's life is amazing. He's like, oh my god, I have to go paint a naked, beautiful woman, and I just want to hang out in the metaverse. And you know what?
No,
Yeah.
It just proves
it's
that
real,
work ruins
man.
everything. That's really what it comes down to.
Perspective. Life's all about perspective.
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna change dramatically the subject, but I
Well,
really before
I, I,
you before I do, yes, go
I
Sinful.
was gonna say because Lastrom has had his hand up, so like to like come kind of like dramatically switch the subject might it might be a little rude at the
No,
moment.
all I wanted to say is like, um, no one else is building except us right now. I mean, there's no corporations like Polygonal Mind. There's no like massive content creators. So I'm building things. We're building things. We should just do one thing a week. Like I'm still bummed that there's no portable experiences. So what did I do? I created a world that has vehicles that you can go in and drive them around because I want to put them in Neuralink because I want Neuralink to become the UGC Battle Pass platform. And airdrop people that have the wearable, and then you earn Neuro coins as you have the Neuralink on as a portable experience, and you're walking all over the Genesis Plaza or whatever, right? Like there are things that I want to do. So I'm showcasing these fun things for us because it's not like we're doing it for anybody else. In World Builder, I'm sitting here right now working on the IKEA warehouse because Rustan had a great idea. Like, hey, what if you made a warehouse like IKEA and put all of the assets that our team made so that you could see them in 3D. So that's what I'm doing right now. You could go to the in-world builder right now, go to the warehouse, and you could see all of the assets by categories, click on them and download the GLB for you instead of having to peruse the catalog or peruse like a GitHub, right? Just little things like that. So, there's a lot of shade being thrown around, but we're building things because we like to have fun. It's just no one uses them. No one goes into Angzar and shops inside the metaverse. And guess what? You can't do that anymore in the new client because they don't have in-world transactions. So like we get a lot of shit for Angzar. We get a lot of shit. People love to shit on what I've done, but Last Place is more than just me. There's a lot of people that made money as modelers and other programmers and UI artists on these projects. That's what we did. We elevated other people. It's not our fault if no one's using them. It's not our fault if you can no longer do in-world transactions in the new client in Angzar. You could do it in the browser, but I mean, raise your hand if you've used the Angzar browser, the browser Angzar, and purchased something in World. No one's done it because there's only 38 of us. So expectations are all over the place. The point is we're building fun stuff for us. And so come help us make that better. Once a week on this call, this spaces, we should define a topic and work through the week as a group on a solution, regardless of the foundation or not, right? Like the deployment website. Ruslan and I cooked that up in a day. So I just want to inject new a new paradigm into like approaching Decentraland with the whole Hyperfy stuff and Island. That there's still fun things you can do in Decentraland, so help us make those possible.
I do
I want
feel
to
like
add
a
to
lot
that.
of
One
projects
of the
get so
things that I forgot to
exposed.
mention was one of the many things that Lastrom is building is in World Marketplace. It's almost like Beverly Hills in Angzar, and you can rent a storefront and you can display whatever wearables you want, whether they're your own or your curated collection of wearables. It's not live yet, but that's coming. But basically, you can like show off your favorite wearables, and people can come in, try it on, buy it, sell it, whatever, from in the world without ever leaving Decentraland. And I'm happy that I see Kim is here now because like, and last year mentioned the portable experiences. Like a lot of us don't know the difference between a smart wearable and a portable experience. And Lastrom has demonstrated to me that portable experiences are far more interesting than smart wearables. Not that we don't need both, but how do we make since most of us don't even know the difference and don't know the importance, how can we best make that a priority for the foundation to get that stuff turned on so we can use it?
By the way, I'm trying to log into deploy DCL in wolby.com. It ain't working for me. It's loading all the time, but it's not connecting.
You probably have to connect the website to your MetaMask because it needs to be.
Yeah, I did it. It's on but it's not
What
working.
browser?
It's not. Chrome.
Okay. Yeah, we can work on that. Again, we built this in a day and Rusan
Mhm.
tested it yesterday. It works, so let's make it better. Let's maybe do
Okay.
do something different. Yeah, that's the thing. Like let's make it better. I've pushed for portable experiences forever. I left the public space because I've tried so hard to help influence and all I got was flack for my bluntness and my like directness towards
Sorry to hear that. Yeah.
where I think the platform could go and it hasn't gotten there. So I'm just back to building for fun. So if you want to have fun building, the Beverly Hills that Rustan mentioned, yeah, you could reserve a shop in the old Angzar. No one did it. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Maybe 20 people did it and you could sell items. But now there's no in-world transactions in the new client. So as much as we want to build things, we're limited to what we do. So what do? I just pivot to something else and make a deploy website, right? I'm tired of trying to influence a platform and getting nowhere. So we're just going to build to the limit and then see if the limit changes, and in the meantime, go work on something else.
I do feel like DCL has like this. The community has a bad habit of like grant projects will happen, they'll do stuff, and then like no one will actually come and use the thing you make. But then they'll be like, "Oh, well, you guys like just took this money and rugged." And it's like Lean and like the Godot team gets this. It's just like, but like you just see the dude posting across Discord, like, "Hey, like look at the cool stuff we're doing. Who wants to come check it out?" And it's just fucking crickets. Even from the people like shitting on the new client and be like, oh, why doesn't it do the stuff that like Lean's client does? Is a great example, and just none of them actually go and use it. Like, and all the people complain about the centralization of this new DAO shift. Like, none of them actually want to do any of the decentralized work to make the product good. It's just kind of like always baffling, like how people can like try to hold these two competing positions of like, I want decentralization and centralization is bad, but like they want no participation in the decentralized building of all the cool shit everyone's doing. So I don't know. It's like it's hard. I don't understand how they think they can have both, where they can just sit there and be bitching about centralization, but then also not in any way contributing to the decentralized growth. And it's cool that there are still people who are doing that.
Yeah, I mean, my wish list is portable experiences and in-world transactions. I just can't fathom again. you know, Hot take, you build an iPhone 15 and then you build an iPhone 16 and you say the 16 has a new camera but half the features of the 15. That just doesn't work for me as a developer. So like that was my disdain for the new client. Because we built all this stuff, the DAO paid thousands of dollars to have in-world purchasing, and you cannot do it in the new client. That's not our fault. That's
Yeah,
just
yeah, no, it's
the way it is, portable experiences, they worked, they're amazing. Now they don't work in the new client, right? And so one thing just quickly on the portable experiences, and I know Argent wanted to transfer. So the Pocket Verse is kind of taken over, right? Like Hyperfi, Island, that stuff. And maybe that's the way to go. We have Worlds and DCL. And that's because the code is interoperable between parcels, right? Like Genesis City, if you go to Rustan's Cove, you can't take an item from that and go to True Band or something, or um, Toxic Tuesdays. You can't do it. But a portable experience allows you to do that, and that's why I've always wanted to have them, because if you can have code that goes across, you could have cars. So you turn on the Neuralink, you choose a car, it spawns a vehicle in front of you. Now you have physics and you drive your car all around, and everybody else that's connected to that portable experience can see you driving that car around. And then you get out and maybe you turn off the portable experience because you no longer need the car or whatever, and you're there. Right. So like there's just things everyone's rah-rahing about that I just wish we would rah-rah and push for other things. But in the meantime, let's work on what we can. So I want people. You want to build and blow out the try limit, or you're frustrated because you're at 9,005, you're at 10,500 try count on a one parcel, and the builder won't let you deploy it. Use the website that I linked, because that was just a nice SDK workaround. Um, Use the in-world builder, deploy something, make a game, Make something happen. You know, can connect to the reward server. There's randomization. There's all kinds of stuff in there. It's just people need to use it.
I
Laughing, just so
was
you know, I'm
excited.
on my way. I am in it to win it. Let's fucking go. You got me so pumped.
I was literally walking through the scene that Ruston made, thinking about how you could make it like your own make, at least to begin with, and then you're gonna learn the skills to build your own. But I think once you walk in there, you'll see the goodness. And I think, yeah, Ruston, I think, or sorry, Lastrom. I think you and I had a good conversation many months back about like the grant cycle and how like Angzar did meet all the requirements of the grant. Like, and that was like a good, I don't know, point of reflection for me to be like, because I was thinking, oh, there should be more going on, but like that was what you said you were going to do, and that's what you did. And I think that it's good to see you building. It's good to see one of the plazas that there we got a lot of plazas, a lot of big ones. It's good to see growth on that. It's good to see that stuff is being done, and I think it's a powerful. Um, I think it really is like what is going to happen to Decentraland once the foundation hands over the reins to the community. Like, is it going to be built on, or is it just going to be like nothing? And so I think seeing the community have one of those plazas, have the control over it, and have it just organically grow, that really is kind of like what has to happen in the future. So I went through it, I was impressed. I think if yeah, we could talk privately, but like if there's a time where we can just lock down an hour, hour a week, and then maybe, yeah, help amplify it. And I know everybody's busy, so that's sometimes the hardest thing to do, but I think that sounds like the best way forward.
You know, I think that's great. It's nice that we have this plaza. It was for Angzar. Angzar still exists. It's now on a world. So you go talk to a little NPC, and the whole outpost, all that code that we got paid for with the grant exists on a world. In addition to the new revamp of the plaza. Just that's what we've done. And so, you know what? Let's make it our plaza. If we don't think that's the best thing to do, let's change it. I'm happy to do that. If you go to genesis.city, you can see all of the recent deployments in the last week. There are only 2 plazas out of 9 that have had deployments, and there's probably only 10 scenes that have had deployments in the last week, and Angzar is one of them. And so we're always constantly updating it. But I was building it because I thought it would be fun to have um, the reservable land for people that don't have land. Does anybody digitally show your hands remember the conference center? Where did that go? Well, I went to the public repo and I put it back on Angzar. So now you could rent the conference center again. What about the art gallery? Remember the crypto art gallery? Where did that go? Well, that's gone. But it exists on the repo in the public repo. So I went and took it and added it to Angzar for us. So now if you want to have a huge ass gallery, you could go reserve that space, and there's about 35 pre-selected locations for artwork that you can go and choose the images or the NFTs and host your own art show in that massive art gallery. You could reserve the Coliseum for live streaming, the conference center for live streaming. But if that's something that we don't want to do, we could change that plaza. I'm here to like make cool shit because nobody else is. And it's nice that we have a plaza to do it. So yeah, I think if we want to do once a week, I'm happy to host a Twitter session, a live stream, a Twitch, and let's focus for 1 hour. Maybe we don't get it always done in 1 hour, but like let's try to work on something once a week and then maybe go twice a week and build something. I think not having a timeline helps and hurts people in this space. So like 1 hour, let's try to get something done once a week, and we'll come together and try to build something.
That sounds great, Lawstrom, but I only hear the side of the developer and the creator. I want to hear the side of the consumer. I want to hear how many times does it take you to get it into DCL 2.0. I want to hear once you're in, can you actually use some of the items that are in there? Because I haven't been able to use any of the games. I can't interact with anything in 2.0. I have to jump either to the browser or to the other one that's 1.59 or whatever it is. So tell me, you want me to go into to DCL 2.0, work with your things, but they're broken. I can't do anything about it. But you guys keep talking to me from a developer side. I want to hear from the consumer side and how is it going to work for me.
Yeah, Rushan has his hand up. That's fair. I want both sides. I would say I'm more of a developer than a user. I only use my stuff because there's really nothing else to do. No offense to people partying in the metaverse, but I don't do that. So, great for you guys. That's just not for me. So what else is there in Decentraland? Not much except develop. So I develop. So I want to hear what the users want to use.
I want it to work.
And then we build it. Well, I can only go so far with that. The browser works really well up to a point where the new features don't work because they're in the
But is
client.
everybody there? Because right now I tried to get in so I could go to InScene to listen to this, to be part of the community. But which version do I go to? Do I go to the browser? Do I go to 1.0? Do I go to 2.0? Which one do I go to, and
Go
where
to
is everybody
2.0.
going to be?
Go to 2.0. Don't worry about where everyone's going to be. Go try it for yourself. Figure out what
I'm
works.
trying. I've been trying. That's the thing. Now I have to see. I know how to fix the majority of the problems that I have with DCL with my computer. I'm having no issues with that. But I want to go through the way anybody else would do, with the least knowledge of how to fix problems from outside of DCL. Right now, if I was a new player and I downloaded DCL 2.0 and then I had the same problem that I'm having right now, what's my next step? Everybody else is going to say, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm going someplace else. That's what
Yeah.
happens.
Well, he
We're not,
has a
we're
point
not worrying
because
about those people right now. Right now, we're in a building transition. Going back to browser and 1.0 is a waste of time because those are going to become defunct at some point. So focus on 2.0.
I'm not saying to go towards in that
yeah,
direction. I'm
but
saying to start building and fixing so we
Exactly. And I'm
can
telling
go
you, go to
and interact
2.0.
with these things.
Saying go to
uh,
2.0. That I'm answering
the
the question. That's it. Go to
but
2.0. Build on that.
yeah, but what I believe that the Chronos had because I feel Chronos issue also as well. My computer is a good computer. It should not has issues on playing Decentraland in any version of it. And actually have, you know, and to the point that even when I had my own art installations ongoing there and so on, it was thanks at that moments that it was working. But for example, I was one of the people that with the latest game jam event that the Centerland was doing, I was not being able to play. And I have a good computer. I tried different browsers, la la la. So I can understand that point.
And I think one thing that I really have to realize, like personally, like we are all having very different experiences with it. Somebody posted this week that they're like, I added 8 gigs of RAM, and it's amazing the experience that it changed. Like we're not all experiencing the new client in the same way. Like it works fine for me. I've got a laptop. I got it last year, but that's not like a shared experience. So I think it might be uncomfortable to hear, but really that's the only thing that's going to move us forward is like hearing everybody's experience. Like I don't know. So Cronus, thank you for asking, for saying that, because we're not all experiencing it in the same way.
Oh no, I don't. My computer has no issues with running a lot of games. It's not. I'm not saying that my computer is the best and it should handle everything. I'm gonna tell you is that this is not a bad setup that I have. I'm not gonna give you the details of it or anything like that, but it runs everything smoothly. And I have more than 32 gigs of RAM, so this thing runs perfect. I don't have any issues.
Is it a Mac or a
But
PC?
why?
Because I've heard like different. I've heard Mac
It's
people had.
PC.
Okay, I'm curious. I've heard Mac people had more issues than PC people, so I was just wondering.
But I'm the same place than Kronos. I have a good computer, you know. I have a computer for creating, so I have a good computer. I have a very high internet speed. Um, I have all these things that are checking, for not only have a decentralized or in any games, for example, or whatever software, whatever. I am always in high. So my question with Decentraland has been why that I am, I have a good computer, I have a good internet speed, and so on. Why is failing that when I am experimenting Decentraland? Especially with some events, not all, but for example, it was the case of the game jam that there was a lot of people coming, interaction, blah blah blah, etc. I was not able to play it. I was maybe able to play one game from all the game jams, and that is something that we have to also have in mind.
It sounds like you're trying to. My computer's not going to have any problems. By the end of the day, I'm going to be able to get into DCL 2.0. I'm going to reinstall it and fix that. That's what I do. I'm going to fix it. But the thing is that I wanted to go through the whole process of what I'm doing right now and share it with you guys. You guys want people, new people, to come in, but you have to look at it from the perspective of the consumer. You don't have to be just telling me what the developers are doing, because you guys can build the best things, the greatest things, but if nobody shows up because they are being gate kept by the same things that you guys are building, then that's the problem. You can't get into a platform and you guys can bet everything. You can have the best of everything. But if the platform is not allowing people to come in, that's a problem. That is your biggest problem, and that is what needs to be fixed.
Uh, yep, I totally agree. Let's see. I see three hands up, but I am not aware of the first
I know
hand.
Cheddar's had her hand up for a while. I don't know who
I
else
was gonna
she's
say I
holding.
think it was
So
Cheddar too.
All right, let's go with Cheddar. Cheddar, take it away.
Hey guys, hello everyone. Happy New Year. Um, I'm listening to you guys speak and I forgot because I've been so busy taking advantage of my school break. I start school this week, but I hadn't realized that my Decentraland birthday came and went, and that just last week I celebrated my third year in Decentraland. And I remember thinking back, way back when I first started in this community, not as far back as some of you guys. I know you're gonna laugh at me, right? Like, yeah, right, you fucking noob. Anyway, uh, but I can think back 3 years ago when we were having these spaces and having these conversations, and it just really burdens me because I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but it seems like we're having the exact same conversation that we were having 3 years ago. Um, and despite all of the new technology and all of this money that we've spent, we're still back at square one. I totally agree with Kronos and what he's saying, 100%. I also agree with Rustan and Lastrom and what they're saying 100%. Um, Throughout these 3 years, I started out on the user side, heavy on the player community, giveaways type of stuff, being in world all the time, streaming and all of that stuff. And I've slowly moved over now as I've been in school for the last year and a half to becoming a developer and contributing to open source projects and seeing things sort of from both ends. So I definitely agree. With Lastrom's spirit of us just being able to collaborate and contribute and do things ourselves and take things into our own hands. I just one thing that Oz and I talked about in his space was that there's things that are like fundamentally right. What this brings me to, the gist of it is there something fundamentally broken that we may have to start with from scratch? Like, is Oz was talking about the SDK just not being something that kind of embodied the fundamentals of object-oriented programming, and that there was a lot of issues with being able to build on top of that, and that we maybe needed to start from scratch. I don't know if you guys feel that way. I also have been contributing to other projects and looking at other stuff and involved in the development world, and I just don't see the movement or collaboration or openness or like conversation, movement. I don't know. I just don't see that happens in Decentraland. Is foundation building in a way that is closed off and doesn't allow other people in? Or like, do we need to start fundamentally from scratch? Is there something that is fundamentally wrong, that it just doesn't matter how much we keep building on top of this? We just need to go back to the foundation so that we can fix it, because we're having the same conversation we were having 3 years ago. And I don't know.
Well,
That's my question.
that's what they did with 2.0, is they went back and started from scratch, and now that's why everyone's mad, because it's missing features they want. So I feel like we did just go back and we're starting from scratch. So it feels
Yes,
like we should give
but
it time. We should give it time to marinate and cook, and we should get add more spices before we get to throw it out already.
But
We
from
just
the
started.
conversations that I'm having, it's kind of impossible to build on, and it's something that just isn't working even for the builders. But I would like to hear, I guess, from Lastrom and Rustan, what you think about that. Like, is the SDK 7 something that we can work with? What about the stuff that the guys are building in the DAO with the alternate clients? Is that something that we can work with and contribute? I don't know. I feel like what resonates with me is that there's something fundamentally wrong, and that we're just going to continue to try to patch up, right? And keep trying to put patches on things isn't going to work.
I know, Make, you had your hand up, but am I able to answer this? Would you be cool with that? I can't hear Make talking.
Go for it, Lastrom.
So Chrono, I think, all encompassing with Cheddar too. I personally don't think the client should have been released to the public. That is not a beta product that again gets released to the public. My example
I
is
100% agree with you on that.
my example is an iPhone 15, and then you release a 16, and you say that the 16 has a better camera, but half the features are live. That's what happened with the new client. And that's why I have not silently quit, but I've stopped trying to influence, because it falls on deaf ears. I have said many years, Cheddar, of what I think needs to work and needs to be done and improved fundamentally, and it doesn't get done. I actually got shut down multiple times by the foundation for just saying we should have better communication between the foundation and the developer community. So the fundamentals are that when you look at Hyperfy, Ash is a developer in the channel talking with the developers immediately. That does not happen in the DCL Discord. They push people away. They don't even want to talk to me. Call me, whatever my personality is, substitute other dev, and you're not interfacing with the foundation. So we are reacting to what the foundation is doing. And that's why I completely disagree with the direction of the DAO. You can have communication with the foundation without having a foundation member on your team. To think otherwise is ridiculous, or that maybe a little naive and haven't been on a corporate structure before. But you can interface with other departments without having somebody from that department. So I have wanted to push for communication between the DAO and the foundation, and the foundation and the developer community for years, and it hasn't happened. And look where we are. So now you have users that are frustrated because a product was released prematurely. You have developers frustrated because they can't develop on a product that is half baked. And so the users get mad at the devs because there's nothing. The devs get mad because they can't build anything, so they leave. The users leave, and now this is where we're at. And this is where my renewed interest is. Like, I'm done influencing the platform because nobody wants to listen, and that could be the foundational difference, Cheddar, from other platforms, right?
Right. I couldn't agree with you more. 100%. What can we do? Push come to shove, they're never going to
Well,
listen
so
to
you
us.
know what? You know
Right.
what?
What worst case scenario, right? This is
Well,
where we're
yeah.
at. What can we do?
So what I'm doing, Cheddar, what I'm doing is just building. What I said before. You know, Rusan had a
But are we
trilamination.
building on something that's impossible to build on? Something
Well,
that's broken, right?
here's the thing. Well,
Do
here's
we
the
need to
thing.
start from scratch to building?
Let him finish. Let him finish, Cheddar.
But
Sorry.
it's about your motive, right? Like if does it matter if you learn something new as a new programmer that you can deploy in world, or as a creator to hang up your art? Like if video streaming doesn't work, but you're an artist and you're able to create an NFT gallery, how rewarding is that? That's so fulfilling, right? So there's many different like motive cases and use cases for Decentraland. They're not all solved. They're not all going to be resolved. And so I have taken a look at that in the past 6 months and just stepped back and said, you know what? I am done trying to say, hey, portable experiences should work. I am done trying to say, this doesn't work. We need it fixed. I'm just working with what we have. When the docs get updated, they get updated, and I go build cool shit. If I hit a roadblock, I just pivot and develop elsewhere. And that's what's been fun for me is developing, because foundationally, there's no feedback. So I'm just working with the tools I have, building fun things within those parameters, and moving on with my life. Honestly, that's where I'm at.
And I
I'll
think
give you.
that is the healthiest way to go about doing this. Like people, I've noticed people really have a tendency to take this way too seriously. And in the long run, this is just a platform. This is just a metaverse platform. Like outside of Web3, outside of metaverse, you got Fortnite, you have Roblox, you have Minecraft, you have what's the other one? Grand Theft Auto, and like not everybody plays all of those. Not everybody plays any of those. Not everybody plays just one of those. You know, like you can pick and choose what you like most. And for me, the Decentraland is just a platform. Hyperfy is the big win always to me. Like that is just like the most likely to succeed as far as the metaverse world, even against Facebook. Like this is the thing that can beat Facebook. But with that said, I love Decentraland, and with everybody being aggro lately, I've been building. Lastrom's been building. Canessa's been building. Make's been DJing almost on a weekly basis, doing everything he can. Toxic Waifu, MGD, they're constantly exploring possibilities of things that don't exist. And it's like there was a couple of months ago, Toxic Waifu picked me up with her hand in VR, picked up my DCL avatar, and I watched my avatar be lifted off the ground. That's something that happens in Roblox. That's something that Foundation didn't set up for you to do, and they as devs and users figured out a way to do it. And like I said before, the dopamine hit for me, that's what I live by. I live for the dopamine hit. I don't care about the money. I don't care about any of that jazz. Like Decentraland is going to be here regardless of whether or not you are in it. It has the runway for many years to come, whereas a platform like Nifty Island or Spatial, which we've seen, Spatial had to shift their goals because they ran out of money. On Cyber, same thing. You know, Nifty Island, in my opinion, is on the same boat as those, but Decentraland has no overlords that they're trying to appease. You know, it's going to be here with or without you. And every single day, if you just sit in Genesis Plaza, there are new people coming in every day. And I'll be there to welcome them. And I'm there right now building everything I can do. I've updated most of my worlds to SDK 7. I've built the world. I've redone the Cove, had a big Cove party. Canessa did La Cantina. Like we're seeing like amazing, awesome shit. And that's what we're asking people to do is like, go build shit. That's it. It's that simple.
Canessa, do you guys mind if I jump in just for 2 minutes?
Yes, please. Thank you for being here. I really a heated or a big conversation. So thank you first and foremost just for wanting to actually step up here. I appreciate that.
Yeah. No, it's a great conversation. I wish I could stay the whole time, but I have kids yelling in the other room, so I do have to jump in a minute, but I will listen to the whole space. I have it obviously tagged to do that. I just wanted to give 2 updates that people may not know, but I wanted to say, Lastrom, I completely agree with you. Like, the building with the builders from the foundation side has been, in my opinion, I don't want to speak for anyone, like the part that has not worked. it's been broken, it's a failure, in my opinion, on how we've done that in a way that enables all of you to do your best work. The thing that is happening, I don't know how many of you've seen it. There's a job opening on our current job page to hire dev relations. They will sit right within the product team. Nico and I are going to work really, really closely with this person. We expect you will all become very tight with this person, our builders, and help us understand where are the actual problems you're having to build and how we can break down those bottlenecks, barriers, whatever it may be, and build you the right tools. Because honestly, in my opinion, again, I'm speaking as a person, not as the foundation here. It wasn't working, and it was because like it was hard to figure out who was doing it, the systems, the processes, whatever. There's so many reasons it didn't work, but it's a failure. And so we are taking Q1 to rectify that and be like, okay, how do we fix this? We need to have people that like their main job is to make sure they're talking to the builders, figure it out, work with product, get it all shaped, get it in the system so that it works better and we solve the problems you guys need to build. So I just wanted people to know that if you haven't seen the job, it's there. It is open to obviously community members to apply for that role. It should be someone that is technical but also understands community building. So not just a dev and not just a community person. You have to be able to understand the tech and be able to actually help, not just funnel people along. So more to come on that. The job is open. We are actively looking at the candidates. It will be hired directly under Nico R, and I will be a part of that process as well. So just wanted to let people know about that. And then Rustan, I just wanted to say, I've been in World, seeing you welcome so many new people. We have a very big user acquisition campaign that has kicked off as of December. There are a lot of new people coming in, and we are pointing them in the direction of the new builds. Like, who's building something, who has something happening on their scenes. They're saying, where can I go? What should I do? Like, make sure we know you have a new build. We're trying to keep our eyes on social. We have a channel in our Slack and our Discord that says like new builds or events, and we are funneling people to those things. So there's a lot of new people coming in, and we just want to show them what's possible here. And I think there's so many great examples. We're sending people to your party on Friday. We're sending people to TikTok Tuesday. Rustan, we've sent them to the Cove, sending them to kind of everything that we're seeing happen. So just make sure Dana or I know about it. We can make sure we spread the word to everyone else too. Those were the two quick updates. Everything's in the all hands for what stuff is coming, but a lot of releases this quarter on making sure people can get in. So RAM stuff, GPU stuff, and then friends, chat, all updated this cycle that is underway right now. So I hope that helps. I don't know if that spurs any quick questions. I do have to run to the streaming kids in a few minutes, but you could also DM me if I can help clarify.
And maybe I will pass it back to Lastrom just because I think Lastrom and then Cheddar, I think a lot of what you said maybe would be best targeted that way. I know you had some points, Kronos, but Lastrom, your hand is up, so go ahead.
I just hope that the foundation recognizes, everyone has their own, again, paradigm of what's going on. But speaking about what I would like, where the platform goes with the foundation is like there's zero communication from the foundation to developers. So much so that when the new client came out, no one reached out to me personally or KJ. I'm speaking for her. Maybe they did to say, hey, we're releasing the new client. Let's make sure the game jam winner works, right? Like, no, but so you have a new user acquisition, but you're not even including the developers.
No, that's the role we're fixing this quarter. I completely agree with you. That should have happened and it didn't, and it's a false. And we've talked about it internally. Like, this was a failure point. So
Like, you have Angzar, that's a 400. You have a Plaza, and no one reached out to see if that works. Like, you have Vroomway, and no one reached out. So I really hope this new position can help bridge the gap between that huge pitfall, because it's not just about what the users want, like a new camera. It's like the developers want things to work, because you can't have new user acquisition if devs can't build working products. That's just what it is. So I would hope part of that new user acquisition, I just did the math, the foundation gets 1.86 million mana vested per month times 48 cents is $864,000 USD if they did decide to swap it. I would hope that the user acquisition campaign would include maybe external indie studios, tap them and say, hey, indie dev studio, you built a 20 million view game on Roblox. Here's $200 to $400,000. What do you need as a budget to build game A? Like, have a directive, right? And that's what I want the DAO. I don't want this council. We should be able to understand, here is $100 million. We're going to spend 80 million of it on game A, game B, game C. The rest 20 million is for you community members to raise your hand and say you want a grant. That's what it should be. 80-20, 80 going to direct results, 20% going to freedom funds of whatever you want to do. And I hope the foundation stops this, just like, hey, whatever's the highest priority on Canny, we'll get to it in 8 weeks. No, how about you're a blockchain company? Have in-world transactions work.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yep. All right. Now let's pass it over to Cheddar. So see your hand is up.
Thanks. And you know, I agree with Lastrom. I I would like to see a council. I would like to see a body of advisors, but at the same time, Kim, I respect your work, and you know that I respect you as a person. I've just I've heard this all before. I've seen this conversation again, and it just seems to me like you guys have been agreeing and understanding for a really long time, but things just don't change. And I when I talk about something being fundamentally wrong and patches, again, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer. I just don't see that hiring another person, right, to bridge that gap I feel like it's just another patch. But you know, I'm not the decision maker, so I do agree that I continue to see this gap between the foundation and the miscommunication, and I just wonder if, despite foundation, right? Let's just say that foundation is gone today, right? What can we do? And I agree, Lastro Mike. We know we can sit, we can build, but then that redefines, right, what Decentraland is. And then you have two separate bodies that have two separate structures and agendas and things that are happening, right? One is saying one thing, and like you said, doing user acquisition and stuff like that, and putting out stuff when we're not ready. And then you have a whole nother body that is doing something completely different, and they just don't communicate. And I think that since the goal is that eventually foundation is supposed to end their vesting contract and, you know, hand everything over to the DAO, that somehow we should, as a community, right, the ones that are left still here should build something. And I just don't know if it's something that we need to start from scratch. But then I think that this just redefines, right, what we say Decentraland is and what it really is, or what we say where we're at and where we're really at. But this is a really good conversation to have, and I'm down to still be here and build. I just, like you said, I don't know what that does for user. Like, it's not what we say it is, right? Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense, but I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we'll
Cheddar,
keep. We'll
I
keep.
think with that,
I'm down for everything that you're
yeah,
saying, Lastrom, and I
let's do
agree.
it. You know what? You know what? It made me realize with Hyperfy is Ash is in there at like 5 a.m. Australian time working on stuff, and I'm gonna hot take. You go into the DCL Discord, they leave at 5 o'clock. It's a very apparent lack of passion, or at least the perception of a lack of passion coming from their the foundation, Kim, if you're still here, the developers. You don't see Alvaro or Nico E or people in there at 11 p.m. Guys, what's up? What's up? Let's hack this. Let's hack. Oh, sweet. Let's do that. And so DCO has gotten either to a point where it's so bloated and so much of a bureaucratic product that it's lost it's like spark to create. And so Cheddar, you know, what is the whole point of, even if the foundation goes away, like what are you trying to get out of Decentraland, right? And I am asking you directly. For me, it's just to make cool shit. If does that mean make money? I don't know, maybe, but I'm learning and creating. So whether the foundation is here or not, I will still like program, right? So it's like, what do you want to get out of it? And so if the foundation members leave at 5 p.m. every day, and they're not here working on things, there's probably a group of people like you and me and us and others that want to just hack shit and put it together. Whatever the outcome, right? We like it. We like to do it. So I think understanding your individual motive will help you drive where you fit in this platform. If you're trying to come in and play games, it's not working out for you. It's not working out for you. You're going to go to another platform that has a product that allows you to play games. If you're a developer for fun and you want to tinker, you could tinker in Decentraland regardless if the foundation is around at 5 p.m. or not. So personally, that's where I think we're at. The foundation doesn't seem like they are interested in the product they're developing because they leave at 5 p.m. But that doesn't mean we need to be negative. I'm done trying to influence, because you're right. Nothing has changed in 5 years, like on a massive scale like that. There's been reboots. That doesn't mean change. So let's get together. I'm on the West Coast. I'll stay up till 12, 11, 1, 2, 3 p.m. a.m. Bruce Don and I were doing that. That's how we created this little tool set. So I think that type of spark still can and does exist in the community of developers. And so we shouldn't really care about anything else.
Thank you. And I want to
Thank
try to.
you.
Oh, go ahead, Sin. Pass
No,
this
no,
along
go,
to you.
go, go.
No, I was just going to say, I think Kim had her hand up and maybe bounced to Kim and then to Make, trying to get to everybody in the order and giving people the chance to respond. So appreciate your patience with this. Kim?
Yeah, totally. And then I swear I really am going. I just wanted to respond, and I hear you, Cheddar and Lastrom. Of you've heard it before, and I'm not gonna say trust me because I don't think we've earned that, but I can say internally in the past month, like different budgets are opened up, different conversations are happening, a different level of that passion, spark, interest has come back, and I think it's the renewed things we're seeing you guys build. We're like, holy shit, I didn't know that was possible. Judas did a really cool build. When I shared it, everyone was super inspired. And I'm not saying it went away. I'm just saying I hear you. I'm sharing this space. I'm giving it. And I agree. It does feel different than like Ash being in Discord. I've seen it. I get that totally. I I guess what I want to say is like I hope you feel that there is um something feels different to you than in the past few years is in the next like 2 months. And I there's a lot coming on. The manifesto will be out in about a week or so that has a lot of information in it that I can't share yet, but I want to let you know that we're really, really thinking about this part intentionally about like how can we work better with our devs, how can we make this feel exciting and fun for everyone. I love Lastrom what you're saying about like let's build with whatever we can and however that looks. So I totally get and appreciate that. But I just want you to know that from my opinion, things feel different in the past like month or so, and I am excited. I'm really excited. I think it's going to feel very different a few months from now than it does today because of what the team is doing and trying to get out in the next few weeks. But I totally also get that you're like, I've heard this before. So I want it to be more of a let's show you than tell you.
And Kronos?
Yes, I hear all these things about communication, and I hear the same thing that where do you find the tools? I want to see less communication, actually. I want to see it centralized in Decentraland.org. I don't want to see it in 10 different Discords. I don't want to see it in 5 different websites. I want to see it all centralized in one place because everybody gets the same feeling of lack of communication because everybody's spread out all over the place. I want everybody to have one centralized place where they can share information, knowledge, and tools. That's what I want to see. And I want to see it centralized in Decentraland.org, somewhere where everybody can go. I want anybody that comes into Decentraland that's new and they have a complaint, they have a problem, they see that somebody's harassing them or anything like that. I want them to be able to be protected. I want them to be able to go somewhere and say, hey, this person is doing this, and I want something to be done about it. That's what people want. They want safety, security, and things to work. That is what consumers want, and that is what they should be getting. And I want those tools for everybody to be available to all the developers to put it in all of their places so everybody feels safe and they see that things do work in the central.
Thank you, Kronos. And we'll pass it over to Meg.
First of all, I'm going to say thank all of you and Kim for stepping up and taking full bullets for the entire thing, entire foundation. It's really brave of you to come and just let it out. So thank you. And Cheddar and Lastrom, thank you guys for standing tall and really helping us shape the future. Multiple things. One, I think the one thing that would really help and start encouraging this collaboration again that for whatever reason we've kind of shifted from is a bounty program on specific topics for people like Lastrom and other people to tackle where they could be rewarded and noted. I will credit Ozzy for that statement. Sorry, he doesn't like Ozzy. Either way, the point is finding new ways where people don't even have to be working at 5 in the morning because we are working at 5 in the morning, and then seeing that integration and those bounties start to solve problems, I think would be a huge way to grow for the platform. I will say I'm a Mac user. One of my Macs I run around great on my other Mac because I use two when we do events. I can't see any really a lot what's going on. So there are problems to be had. Yesterday we had at least 5, maybe 10 new users who did come through. I didn't hear anybody complain a single second of the night. Nobody was upset about what was going on. People were being welcomed like it was like a day where everything just worked out, and it was so much fun again. Like all the stuff that has been stressing us out, and I fully fucking agree with Kronos. But I think there are ways to be more connected together and find new ways to keep building and growing. And I think if we keep pushing those doors open, maybe change does come. But there's a lot to unpack. It's just at the end of the day, we do fundamentally love this place, or we wouldn't spend our entire Saturday just talking about how to even get to the next step. We do love it. The frustration is real because we care about how it grows, but it's still the best place to party. It's still the most fun place to hang out. So we just need to start opening those doors. Like, a bounty program with Cheddar to fix the builder and Lastrom and more integration into what Lastrom's cooking, more rewards for the people who can fix stuff, better tools, 100%. Like we talk about being on Epic Games, like you can't have the kind of shit that goes on right now in Decentraland and then be on Epic Games and think it's not gonna disappear in 2 minutes and get even worse. So there's a lot to unpack, but I think there are ways to open up growth for the developers to at least start finding a level platform that we should focus on.
Yeah, maybe I I kind of agree. I don't care to participate in a bug bounty program. I just want the tools to work, and I'm done trying to influence the platform or influence those tools to work because they have fallen on deaf ears. And I don't see Kim here anymore, but I wanted to ask her, like, where is anybody from the engineering team? Why can't they come in on a Saturday, or do we need to move the spaces? Or, like, I know they try to do their community AMA, but I think it's with the support team. You know, this has become a cush 9 to 5 job for a lot of the foundation members, and it's no longer hobbying and tinkering. So for me, I don't want to improve their tools because that's not, I don't get my jollies off on that. I get my jollies off on like creating cool shit. So I'm done trying to influence like where I thought in 2019 this platform would be in 2025. It's not there. The people are not there. The direction's not there. The DAO isn't there. So I'm done trying to make those types of changes. All I'm trying to do is make cool stuff. And so if we want to make cool stuff, let's make cool stuff. You guys want to have Eliza AI? I'm working on that. Who else wants that? Let's get together and work on it. Let's put it in there. Maybe it'll break, maybe it'll work, maybe the platform doesn't work. I don't know. Let's do it. Right? We want to have reserved land. Let's do it. We want to build the in world. Let's make it. Right? So like I'm done with um, the influence brings the negativity because it brings an expectation. So I'm done with the expectation and I'm just working with the people that want to work and make cool stuff ad hoc on the fly at all hours of the day. If it turns into something financially prosperous, great. If not, we had a fun time doing it. I can look back and be like, so that's a pretty dope little website we made to deploy zip files to Genesis City, right? That's all I get out of it. I'm not charging for that. I'm not making any money for that. But Rusta and I had a blast making it. Didn't include the foundation, didn't include any influence, didn't include any expectation. So I think for a lot of people who are non-users, um, let's get together and build stuff for ourselves and not try so hard to influence anymore.
Finally.
Let me
Yep,
add to
yep.
that really quick. Let me add real quick. I just want to say what Lastrom just described, what we've been doing. Like that's what I've always been doing. That's easy for me to do. I'm comfortable to do it because that's what I've been doing in my own career for the last 20 years as a body painter. People telling me like, get a real job. No, you can't do that. You can't make money doing that. Like, and here I am now making a living off of my artwork that I've been working for 20 years. And so when I saw Web3, when I saw NFTs, it was like, holy shit, I've been waiting for this my whole life. Like I understood it immediately, jumped into it, just continued to do what I've been doing the last, at that point, 17 years. And it's easy for me. I'm conditioned to build for the sake of creating and reaping the rewards that come with it. And this past week we saw, with Hyperfy, I got pretty nicely rewarded for that. A lot of people that listened to me got really heavily rewarded for that. And I've been promoting for the last 3 years, like, guys, please just build, not for the sake of money. The money will come as gravy. Just like build, just have fun and build, and you'll see the benefits. It may or may not work for everybody. I don't know, but it sure as hell is working for me consistently. I'm having more fun than almost anybody except maybe Jared in Decentraland. Like it's been like a blast. And I despite people complaining, yes, I understand limitations. I understand people's frustrations, but if you change your perspective, you can see the light the way that I do. And it's a way happier, way healthier way to go about doing this.
I have to bounce in there before I hand it to Cheddar. And Cheddar, do you remember the conversation in Portugal that we had where they were like, we were defining the mission vision, and I was like, like I'll be I was like, I know I might have my own personal problems, but I'll be alone building on my land, like without people here. And they're like, no, no, no. Oops, Cheddar, it's not here. He's coming back up. I'll wait for a second. Oh no. Hopefully it doesn't rug. But anyway, I was like, yeah, I I'll be here by myself building. Like literally that's kind of how I see it go down, like just being alone on my land building. And they're like, no, 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 who do you build for? You build for people. And I was like, well, I mean, kind of, but I really build for myself. And they were like, no, 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 you build for the people to come to your land. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I'll build even if people don't come. Like, and it kind of ended in an awkward, like, I think maybe I have personal issues. Like, I'll handle those like outside of this, but it was really interesting because I was like pushing back that like, no, I'm not necessarily doing it for all the people. Like, I'm doing it. I was building here before anybody could even come to my land. Like, I will continue to build here. I don't know, Cheddar. I saw you drop down and come back. Welcome back. That was just an interesting part too, just to kind of consider. And I'll segue off to you, Cheddar, from that.
Thank you, Kanessa. I appreciate it. Yes, I remember our conversation that we had, and I'm really glad that we're having this conversation. I'm really happy to see this. Actually, this is great. I agree with Rustan and Lastrom. I just, I guess I would like to see. The thing is, I agree with this 100%, right? But that's not what's happening, and so then we have the foundation kind of going out and touting around that people can come in here and they make money off their wearables, right? Again, it's like this dystopia, right, that we're living in. And I would like to know what your guys' thoughts are, about Decentraland having its own identity, right? I think that we have an identity that is separate from what the foundation has been putting out. I've said it before that we kind of pervert things and we say things that for me, it just doesn't resonate, right? And the more I go to school for coding and the more I get into open source and the developer community, the less it resonates. I totally agree that the whole 5 o'clock thing, and it's just not the same vibe, you guys. You know what I'm saying? It's just not genuine. And I think that I remember, Kanessa, our conversation that we had about an identity crisis. And I think that this is great. I'm happy to see it because we're growing into ourselves despite money, despite branding, despite marketing, despite whatever, right? This is what we want to do. But then we also have this thing that kind of hurts us, right? Because they go out and they advertise and they pay for these ads and magazine, articles and publicity and things like that are it's almost like manufactured. You know what I'm saying? And it's not to throw shade or to FUD or to down on anything, right? This is community building. I love Decentraland, right? I don't want to like bash it, right? But I think this is the place where we come to just have these conversations about how we really feel, and it just does not feel genuine. And then when you compare it, right, I put a lemon in my hand and a lemon in my right hand, and I compare the two, and it right? I'm just gravitated towards something else. And that's what's been happening to other creators. I don't want to see that happen to Decentraland. I would like to see us build an identity that is true to the community and what we're really doing and how we're really working and what's really happening here. And I don't know, with this new OPCO and the DAO and these VP holders doing what it is that they're going to do, how that's going to work, how we're going to build that identity. I don't know. I think the only thing that makes me hopeful is that we can still continue to sit here and do cool shit, and hopefully that'll turn into something. But I don't know. I really wish that things were different, I guess.
Cheddar, on that topic, what would you like? What is your motivation and expectation for being in Decentraland? And I'm asking you specifically because I would like to answer after, and I think everybody needs to reflect on that.
Honestly, my most selfish motivation is to be able to make enough money doing what I love so that I can just like be fine, right? Like I just want my own apartment.
Okay, no, that's fair, and that's
right?
awesome. So, doing
Right?
what you
And be
love
able to do what I
is
love.
programming, right?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
in my senior year of software development, and I've been tinkering around with Eliza too. I have 2
Oh,
characters. I'm
nice.
also gonna put them in. Yeah, I'm super like excited about that whole deal, and that being into that and being in that circle has really shown me like how different, like how things really should be, how I want them to be, how we've always, I'm like, this is it, you know? And when I look at Decentraland, I'm like, this is not it, but I wish it was it. And I think there's still an element of it, but it's just like a dystopia, right? It's 2 separate things that are happening that are kind of hurting each other.
Well, I think it goes back to, your motivation. You want to make money doing what you love. And maybe Decentraland is not it for you right now. Now, for me, like I wanted to,
Oh, for sure. That's
you know?
totally why I went back to school and started making my own way
Yeah.
because I realized a long time ago that Decentraland is not a means for me to be able to make an income at all. Yeah, you're
But
right.
that doesn't mean that it's failed only for you. And it might be failed for me because I envisioned it like the Oasis, not because I made a lot of money programming. I used to work in commercial real estate. I taught myself how to program. I didn't get into this to make money. So like, your motive's that. My motive was like my expectation is I wanted to be a part of building the Oasis. And it just hasn't come to fruition, right? So like that's my motivation where the expectation.
Well, I want to be a part of building the
Well, yeah,
Oasis too, but I
sure.
have to eat. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
I
so food
understand.
and shelter are at the top of my hierarchy. You know what I'm
I,
saying? And
right.
and I know that it's easy to say, "Oh, I'm just going to build for hobby," but not
Yeah,
everybody can do that.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
understand? And so
I think,
selfishly,
yeah.
my motivation is to have a roof over my head and some food to eat. But I want to be a part of building the Oasis too. What I'm saying is that what we're doing does not feel or seem genuine. And I really like to see these conversations that we're having. But what this dystopia is hurting the brand because while we're sitting here trying to do what we do, then there's people that come in that were promised something and we're underdelivered, and then they say it sucks and it just hurts, and it's just continues to be a vicious cycle. And I would like to see us build an identity for ourselves and break out of that
Well,
somehow.
I will say as a
I want,
developer, you have the ability to, to
can I?
to to program in many different avenues, right? And it's unfortunate that for us, Decentraland hasn't lived up to that expectation to be a moneymaker, to program in that vertical, right? But as somebody that has the skill set, you're able, whether it's unfortunate or not, from an emotional perspective, but from a financial and stability perspective, to take your skill set and go elsewhere to get that foundation for your life. And it's unfortunate Decentraland didn't work out for that. Now it might work out for other people that want to.
Well, of course, I've
Look,
already started doing
Yeah.
that. I'm already doing that.
No, I understand. So my
sorry,
point is like
sorry
what
to
I want to do
interrupt.
with Decentraland
Sorry,
is
Lastro, sorry to interrupt
why are
you.
you interrupting me?
And because, for example, what I think, and this is my opinion as a person that needs to get the income and pay, and also a person that loves to create and so on. What we lack is a balance. And that's why Cheddar is expressing that, and that's why you are expressing what you are expressing too, because the balance is not existing, because also it was this promise to get for the people that is building the economical social system of the central land, that you're not going only to get enjoyment in what you're doing, but you're going to have a stability of income in order to achieve that to work.
Yeah, my income has
And
nothing to
that,
do with it. Like income and money
exactly.
has nothing to do with it. Purely, I just want to see Decentraland succeed. My goal, right, within the whole metaverse sphere is to be able to make a living doing what I love here. But I think that's all of our goals. But income has nothing to do with it. I just want to see Decentraland succeed, build an identity in this community, be something great. Money,
It does though.
Yeah,
Money
no
but
does.
object.
cheddar, sorry to interrupt, but cheddar, that's the point. If you don't have a balance between all that, you cannot have that neither.
I,
And
I, I
that's the
well,
point.
no one was promised anything. Let's just be clear.
Oh yeah, yes. From the very beginning in foundation, yes. When you
No.
enter into when you say it's not promise, you can interpret promise on a way. I can interpret promise on a way.
Right. I
The
think that we're
When you
foundation
see
never
the
misunderstanding
said
what
start,
I'm
I
sorry,
saying.
promise.
sorry,
The
I
foundation
didn't
never
finish.
said I
Let me
promise you
let
can make
me
money
let
here.
me
Sorry.
let let
No,
let
you
me
interrupted
I
me
never
and you're
said that.
wrong.
I
no
think
no
we're misunderstanding.
Yeah, I thought I should mute it there at that point. Okay, okay. I'm gonna let Lastrom finish his thought. Argent come back in, and then Cheddar. I thought I heard your voice come in at the end. So then after Argent finishes her thought, let's make these quick thoughts too. Like, come on, and then yeah. I mean, but also let's keep it respectful.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lastrom.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Cheddar, it wasn't pointed towards you. It's pointed towards Argent is wrong that there was a promise. There's the opportunity versus promise. That's completely different. And so while the ability to have an opportunity has shrunk, there was never a promise. Let's just clear the air right there. And that's my short answer.
Thank you,
My
Argent.
short answer, yes, thank you, Sinful. My short answer is that when you're given an opportunity, it's also a promise. So that's why I was saying you that you can understand promise on a way. I can understand promise on a way, and in the other part of the world, can other people by cultural differences, whatever, understand promise as they want. But the thing and the fact is that the option was there because it's a promise also of future. So yes, it's also a promise, but of course it's not a warranty. The difference is that it's not a warranty. Not all the people is going to have a warranty income or blah blah blah, of getting whatever blah blah blah, and that's the difference. And that was the only thing that I wanted to clarify.
All righty, thank you, and Cheddar.
Hey, so when I talk about promising and over promising and under delivering, I'm specifically talking about the product. You know, we I think that we can all agree that our expectations have not been met, and that's what I mean when I talk about promise. And I agree. Despite income, right? Despite making money, I totally understand that Decentraland is not the place to make money. That's why I decided to go back to school for programming. I'm getting my bachelor's degree, and I'm making my money elsewhere, right? But again, I would just like to see us break away from this dystopia, this identity crisis, and be able to build our own identity, because we have two different branches that seem to be going in two different directions. And the one branch has a publicity power that then promises and ends up under delivering. And I think that that hurts everybody in the end. And I would like to see us as a community build upon that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lastrom, then Rustan.
Oh, totally agree, Cheddar. I feel like the foundation, and you can interject here. We can have a conversation. You don't have to worry about like muting or talking over me. I agree with you. They overpromised. I shouldn't even say overpromised. They just underdelivered, right? And I agree with you that the foundation's in your left hand and the DAO's in the right hand, and you can't put them together to commingle ideas or anything. And the foundation's going to do whatever they want to do. And that's why I blew up on Yemel, or however you pronounce his name. It's not a dig. I just don't know. Earlier, you guys were talking about it. When I blew up on that all hands, it was because of that simple fact that they will do what they will do, regardless of anything for us, for whatever we thought that original expectation of the platform was going to be. I don't like to say promise. I like to say an expectation, and they just fell short. And so the past 6 months, I've realized, like, as a grantee, people expected things, but sometimes if it did fall short, it wasn't always entirely your fault as a grantee. Maybe it was the platform doesn't do in-world transactions anymore or stuff. And that really bothered me. And so my expectation, they fell way short from the platform, 1000%. So I'm going back to programming for fun. And with you, making cheddar elsewhere, why don't we use our time in Decentraland to help boost those skills to go make more money elsewhere, right? So we can have fun programming in here, and then take the learnings and the coding practices or whatever and move it to something that does make money.
Thank you, Lastrom. Go ahead, Cheddar.
Thank you. Yes, I totally agree. I'm down, like you said, to get together once a week and just kind of hold each other accountable whenever we can. If we can, we can't. You know, we all have jobs and we all have to make income elsewhere. But little by little, I mean, we've been here. I've been here for 3 years already. You guys have been here way longer. So there's a whole lot that we can do. I just feel like and again, I love Decentraland. I would never, ever, ever do anything to hurt this platform or this community, but I just feel increasingly that things are not genuine. And I'm really happy to see you guys in here having this conversation because I feel like this is the genuine part of it. And I would like to see us build up on this. But yeah. I'm down for what you said earlier about, you know, just the whole weekly thing.
Rustan, take it away.
Yeah, for me, I definitely don't fall under my expectations were not met. Like Decentraland has gone well beyond any expectation I ever started with, and I am constantly reminded about what it was like in 21 when I first joined, and I remember like the moment like I bought my first parcel, October 16th, 2021, and then I had my first party, and that was the day that Meta made the announcement that they were named Meta, and my land 10x'd. And at that point, I had purchased it for like $10,000, and I could have immediately sold it for $100,000, but I didn't. I didn't want to. I saw the benefit for keeping it. I didn't care about the money part of it. And literally, like a month later, nobody could go to my parcel because the neighbors had some asset that was crashing Decentraland, and so I couldn't access what I spent all my money on. It was like one of the biggest purchases I ever made in my life, for 2 weeks, and I couldn't talk to the foundation. I couldn't connect with the foundation. I had to go through this crazy gatekeeping with Andy NFT in the Discord to prove that I was like not just somebody who needed to clear my cache and restart the client and clear the site data. I had to show them that no, this is a real issue and I need help with it. And it took 2 weeks to end up talking to Nico Earnshaw, who then listened to me and unknowers. He helped discover what was the cause of the problem, and we were able to share it with Nico after all this trouble. And then I remember in 2022 when we would complain about not having any communication at all with Foundation, and then now we have Kim. Now we have people to talk to. Now we have the private alpha to share our concerns. Sometimes, a lot of times, our selfish concerns, and like we have that. And there's so much that we have in Decentraland now when I reflect on what we had in 2021, and I'm like bullish. I'm bullish with the fact that I can stand at the top of Casa Rustan and see across of Decentraland and see the ocean in the distance. Back then, all I could see was black squares. It was before we even had grass, and it's like to say that nothing has changed is kind of off. It's like very off. A lot has changed. I logged in with my daughter last week on her Alienware computer because I was curious to see how a PC would work, because I was hearing how everybody was having a hard time with PCs, and her base model Alienware was working wonderfully, just as good as my Mac with 16 gigabyte RAM. And we ran around, and she actually, despite nobody being around, had a good time. She played the quests. She went to Mega Mall, and I thought, or Mega Mine, or whatever it's called, and I thought she was gonna be like, this is lame. We just stand here and collect coins. And she's like, this is addictive. This is really addictive. And she wouldn't leave. I was like, let's go here now. And she would refuse to leave because she was really enjoying running around and collecting coins. And like all that stuff to me makes me bullish. And again, I think it's about perspective and expectation and patience. And I've always said, kill your expectations, and just have as much fun as possible.
I think that right on that the fact that a young person comes to the platform and actually likes it That's one of the first times that that's the narrative that's being told, because I know I've taken my kids have been coming here since they were little, and they're like, nope, like it's Decentraland's old, Roblox is the new thing. I think you you nailed it. Like, perspective is everything. I think that when I bought my land, I could not walk in it. I could not come into this world. I mean, that was nothing was promised at all. Like, at all. I mean, I bought that thinking this is probably the worst investment ever. And when I finally could walk into the world, I was horrified. It was a empty landscape. You couldn't teleport to anything because there was nothing to teleport, because nothing, no friends list, no places. Fun was like running around looking for another red dot on the map, which I found like once. And so I know that that's my perspective. That's my background. That's why I'm probably not upset, because I'm so happy that we have clouds, that we have a sky. It's beautiful. I think also one thing, just to kind of, let's put it in, let's just like slow down and like, this space right here, I am afraid that the CBD space sometimes does more harm than good, because it allows people to come in and to lay everything out, all just the word vomit, everything that they don't like. It's really easy to sit here and talk about all the things you don't like and go back to your Saturday, maybe go to the store and do your errands, but not like change it. Like, that's one thing I've always been afraid of, is that we're actually giving people a place to come and vent, but not do anything about it. And then everybody else in the audience hears that venting, they hear the negativity, and they're like, yeah, everybody's mad about Decentraland. Well, they're not. Actually, like, I'm having more fun than ever. I've been able to do more shit than ever. Yes, I have to deploy a bunch of times, but if you look at the animations on the build right now, for those that are listening in world, those are hand placed. That's not anything that I did with an effect in Blender. That is hand animated, one at a time. Like the lighthouse, hand animated. I don't know how to do all of that other stuff in Blender. Actually, my son wanted to play in Blender, and he came here and he sat down for 5 minutes. He was like, here, mom, look at this. And it's like a freaking sphere exploding into fireworks. I was like, how did you do that? Like, I hand animated fireworks that I didn't get done in time for New Year's. He did it. Like, he's doing things I don't know how to do. So I think, like, I just, not everybody's having the same experience. Not everybody's having a good experience. Not everybody's having a bad experience. And I just hope we don't do more harm than good by letting this be a community building space. And yes, sometimes building is also like, if you want to build a house, you can't just build on top of the old foundation. You have to tear shit down to build. So sometimes, yes, we do have to dismantle the old, the bad. We have to talk about the bad in order to build on top of it. So that's all. I'm having the time of my life, but I also am not here to make money, and I've been hurt a lot in this space, and I'm here to build animations, cool animations on my land, and I don't expect anyone to come. The fact that people do come, I appreciate you so much. Even after everybody dislikes me and nobody comes to my land, I'll still be building stuff because I love animating. So that's a go ahead, Sid.
that that's it. Yeah, I mean, I like what Rusan was saying. Like the you got to throw away the expectation aspect of things. Like, and that has been like a lesson that I kind of learned in a way the hard way. Like this past year, maybe end of 2023. Like, you got to just take the expectation, or even like, let's say like foundation or DAO, like anything that is said there, it's like, okay, their words are the expectation. Now bring it down like maybe 3 notches and expect 3 times less than that. And like, if you're gonna have an expectation, and you'll find that you'll probably be a lot happier. And I mean, from my perspective, in a way, it's like my why. Like, I've been a streamer since 2018. And from 2018, 19, 20, 2020, end of 2021, in October, when I first came into Decentraland, I had an empty ass stream. I was streaming 8 to 12 hours as much as I could, like just grinding it out. And I was fortunate enough to have at the very least 2 viewers that came through every day and would hang out with me. And I mean, fast forward to now, it's like, yeah, my Twitch numbers aren't like, I'm not getting thousands of viewers, but I mean, in Decentraland, look at this. I see like at least like 12 people here from all around the world that I've spoken with. I see what they're building. They're all talented people. I know them on a deeper level. They're actually my community of, you know. Um, instead of like the typical like creator that has the thousands of viewers but doesn't know any of them. So I mean, I am personally happy with like what I've gotten out of the Decentraland. Not sure which hand came up first. Was it Lastrom or Cheddar? Maybe two can rock paper scissors over
Go
it.
ahead, Cheddar.
I couldn't agree with you more, Rustan. I have seen remarkable improvement in the aesthetic of Decentraland. It is the most beautiful metaverse, and I think that it's okay to be bullish. I don't think that there's anything. I think that's the reason why we're still here, because we see the potential of Decentraland every single day, and we know what it can be. I think that there's a difference between being honest, having honest discussions, and recognizing some of the very real problems that have gone unsolved for years versus calling it venting or complaining, right? And I think that if this is the space for us to have honest conversations and to be open about Decentraland, then it's not about money, right? I've already said it. It's not about money. I don't care about money, right? While I recognize how far we've come, right? If we want to have a conversation about all of the wonderful things that we've done in Decentraland, we can do that, right? I was just, right, we're having a conversation about some of the hard things that are still happening that have gone unsolved. And that's why this is the tone that the conversation is taking. I think that we have to be really careful about dismissing people when they bring up their negative feelings as if they're not doing anything about it, because that's not true. We are here and we are participating and we are doing a lot about it. But there are some very real conversations that we have to have. And I don't think that that should be confused with complaining or fudding, because we can also fall victims to toxic positivity. Thank you.
I don't think anyone was calling you out or trying to suggest you aren't a contributor. I think it's a valid concern on Kness's part that perhaps she has contributed to the shitty things that make it to the foundation's ear that make them sad, without actually suggesting that you're not in that is you. You're absolutely anyone questioning your contribution and dedication to Decentraland is might have just a short-term memory problem, a long-term memory problem. Like you've put in lots of work on the DAO streets and the forums, lots of work in every aspect and element of Decentraland. So by all means, I hope you didn't take anything anyone here said as a personal attack, because you are absolutely. If anything, I think your complaining with Decentraland just makes people sad. Those who know how much work and dedication you put to the platform, which just would make us sadder, just because we're like, oh man, fucking Cheddar's upset at it. It's like, not Cheddar, like Cheddar's on the streets. She's reviewed countless grants and put in so much heart, blood, sweat, and tears into this thing. So like when she's pissed off, like then we got a problem.
Yeah, no, and this is not about me. Like there's other people that have expressed their concerns, and I just want to be fair to both sides, right? We can be bullish and we can have these very real conversations at the same time. We can do both. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. I just don't want to make it about me. I'm sorry.
I do feel like there is merit though to like calling out some of the people, because like there is definitely a corner of the complainers who like you could do everything in your power to show them a path where they can help be the solution to the problems they see, and they'll be like and while bitching about centralization forming in the DAO, they will offer not 1 ounce of effort to actually fixing a problem. And being a decentralized solution. So like I do think there is some merit to kind of calling out some people who are just griping for the joy of it. But I
It's
do
true,
also
but you have to
you're
pay
mostly
attention to
right though.
community sentiment. You know, community sentiment is very important.
Yeah. That's you're totally. Your point is absolutely valid, but I definitely think there are some people who could probably use a little bit of a call out. I'm like, hey man, come on, you're just bitching every day in Genesis Plaza, ruining this for any chance of this project to ever get out of the hole it's in right now. By
Yeah,
just
but I don't think that's what we're doing here right now.
yeah. That's agreed. I
Yeah.
don't see any of the. I do not see any of the Genesis Plaza gripers chilling.
I definitely, I mean, yeah, we're definitely not doing that here. Like, it's honestly, this is just like the community space to talk, to express your opinions and what you feel is going, happening with the platform. And I mean, I agree with a lot of aspects from all sides of the spectrum. And yeah, I mean, I'm loving these conversations. These are the topics that need to be talked about. Let's pass it over to Lestrom.
So on Kinessa's thing about like, um, I forget what you were talking about. It was going to be a good pivot point before we got off, but I wanted to pivot to something more positive about what I want to work on and bring people along. And I'm doing it because I want to, because I think it's fun. If we can monetize it for whoever wants to work on it, great. If not, great. But I wanted to pitch the idea to people because I have been listening to these spaces over time, and the same concept or want keeps coming up. So, you know, if Arjun wants to talk, but I definitely wanted to like maybe pivot. And if this isn't the right space, I'd like to talk about it in a different space, but get to like actually building something that we want because we want it. And so like let's just go do it. So I have an idea that I want to talk about and have it be a conversation with everybody and anybody of how to make it badass.
I like that. But I do see Argent's hand up before we pivot.
Yeah, I'm lost with that of the pivoting thing, but I have to go in short, and I just wanted to see like to put like certain notes to think on it, and for people to think, when we are talking sometimes here we're talking on creative side, on production side, on user base case side and developer side, la, and we are a collection of different individuals with different understanding of what things should be, are, blah blah blah. And also coming from different background cultures, and also social status. I mean, by this grace, some people will have to a, have, not will have to, but it has a lower income, that it does not allow them to think in on a disconnected way of their for example their creation, their coding, their whatever their profession in metaverses is, or whatever they want to achieve, like for example a career in public relations in the metaverse, whatever, blah blah blah. What I'm trying to say is that for some people is a luck to say I don't care about the money. It is a fortune to say that, and it's awesome that we all have that in mind. But also it's very important to think that not all the people has that careless thing on money, because money is not because for them, and in this case I'm including the major part of the creators that I know, for them it's essential it's not that they like money. We don't like in general money by money. We don't expect to be like super rich or whatever. We are not thinking on that, at least. But if you're coming from especially if you're coming from a poor background, that you have to put a lot of effort into studying, perfectioning, blah 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 blah. When sometimes we express as collective, oh yeah, but creation, or oh yeah, or coding, oh yeah, Decentraland, we love it, but we disattach ourselves too much from the reality of I don't know if this is a reality for all the Decentraland. Probably not for all of them, but maybe for a major part of the creators in the Decentraland, that's a reality, and we cannot disconnect from that. That we have also other means available, but you know what? That's not easy. Even when you are a supreme, incredible artist or whatever, and I talk of artists because it's my experience, but it is going to be the same issue if you are a coder, if you are someone that is not used to market yourself or to do content creation as understood as marketing, you know, that you are doing content for social media, not actually for a final user directly. So that's important also to have in mind these things. And even when someone can say, oh yes, Decentraland, we love it, and because, for example, I still think that Decentraland is the best metaverse ever that is working at and it's not fully decentralized because it cannot be, but it's decentralized is in the blockchain, it's decentralized. Nowadays it still have the most strong community, and we know by comparison of the other communities. That does not mean that is the best metaverse platform functioning right now, because it's not. The greatest of Decentraland right now is their community. So if we're able to balance what the community needs are with financial stability inside this metaverse in order to achieve that all the people that is contributing to raising the Decentraland is actually gaining, that would be very, very important. And with this, I refer, for example, to what is happening this last week to Hyperfi. Hyperfi what was look like death, and suddenly FOMO about it because they are thinking new ways or how to do it. Ash, as you said, is very active in talking to people, even when is very few people behind Hyperfi, and they are changing, pivoting, and so on. We know that the people that had the luck of having a space, they earn in I'm not it's only they earn satisfaction or whatever, the more that is also very important, to be acknowledged by the platform, to be in a system that is cozy and interesting for you, but also is rewarding you because it's holding, or whatever, and this is something that I know is a very difficult last year, and this year also will be very difficult for actual NFT metaverse platforms is going to be, and for creators that are there, for the developers that are there. Yes, we can go and work any other place, but the issue is that it's not that easy. I mean, even when you're good. And as I said, it's very important to have in mind that when we talk on all these things that are, well, what are you, why are you staying in a metaverse, you know, or in a game, or whatever, is because it's rewarding you at a certain level. If you're participating actively, it's because one thing or the other, or you have the time and the financial stability behind to do it, and that means that maybe you are a kid or a teen in your house with your parents, and you don't have those issues, so you can actually put a lot of effort there, like it's just for fun. Or if you actually needs to balance this with a life that maybe is not financially free and not buoyant, and it does not allow you to make spendings, or maybe invest in something, but at least you can contribute with your work, you know. And maybe with that is the what and with your work you can make the platform go improve and have a lot of positive feedback that it makes other people to join, you know, improve and goes better, and all people increase their satisfactory needs, being this just having fun, or being this just be creative, or being this just even just get money, you know, earn money, you know. So we need to think that a metaverse is an environment system, that the main purpose of a metaverse that is different from a game is because there is existing a social and economical activity that makes it grow and makes it become in the future this beautiful flower blooming. And with this, I have to go. So, ta ta
Good
ta.
night.
I let just a quick link to my new music release in the comments, because this subject was super interesting and I didn't want to interrupt. But hope to see and explore more of this subject on the next CBT. Ta ta ta.
Have a good night, Argent. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And we'll pass it over to Lastrom. I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I want my idea to be more of a conversation. So, like, I don't know if this is the right time, or if other people wanted to express their things before pivoting, because I would like to talk about this idea with everybody. Again, because I think it would be cool. I've heard other people think it would be cool. So why don't we just get together and build it? Cool.
Cool.
So everyone likes battle passes, whether you play in Fortnite or Call of Duty, right? Grand Theft Auto, missions, right? As soon as Grand Theft Auto gets blockchain, it's over. But until then, DCL doesn't have that. They got the daily quest, but that's from the foundation, right? So my idea is to revamp the Neuralink and make it a portable experience that anybody can turn on, that the original wearable holders will get rewarded, and everything on the portable experience is powered by a coin called Neuro, off chain. You get airdrop that coin for being a wearable holder. That powers everything. Now with the Neuralink, you can create your own UGC battle passes. So Kinessa, if she has 100 Neuro coin or whatever, she can create the Kinessa coin off chain and create quests that other people can go participate in and get rewarded in the Kinessa coin. So maybe she creates one quest where you got to go pick up 5 things, and you can replay it every 24 hours. And when you complete the quest, you get 10 Kinessa coin. Then Kinessa can set up rewards in the storefront in the Neuralink that says, hey, you have 10 Kinessa coin, you can get this wearable, right? So that was my idea of like all the stuff we've been building with Angzar, Neuralink, IWB, is thinking of um, an arcade. We give you the land, we give you the games to put in there. Now we're giving you the reward system and the ticket system to attach to those games and the rewards. So what do you guys think about that, and who wants to help make like a battle pass system in Decentraland?
Yeah, I'll do it. I mean, I think it's just time to like show not tell, and let's just do it. And I've already got lists of things that I would have put for like, because I grind the Fortnite Battle Pass a lot. So like it gives you examples of so many different ways you could do it. Like I think Rustan was saying, and you were saying, like, go emote in front of a statue, go open up like 3 chests. There are millions of ways to create that, and I can't give away free wearables on my land. I don't have the coding skills to do that. So like if there was another way where I could reward people for doing something, let's do it. Like, and yeah, I mean that sounds like it would solve a bunch of problems all at once and make it fun again.
Yeah, definitely. I'm down. Lastrom, is this something that, what do you think about the SDK7 and continuing to build up on top of that? Is that something that is feasible, or what do you think?
Yeah, look, I hated the move from 6 to 7 because it was a complete rewrite, but it's got to happen. So made a fuss, and now we're in it, and I like it. I do. I don't like that it's tied to the client so much, where things don't work in the browser, but that is what it is. So let's use what we've got. And if you go into the world that Rustan talked about, Mana Burner, in the client as well. You can drive around the cars or fly in a hot air balloon, and there's still some work to be done. But I'm trying to showcase what's possible. So take all of that stuff and put it in a portable experience. So SDK7. So I'm happy to build an SDK7. Um, we can't expect the foundation to open up their quest system. No idea if that's going to happen. So let's go build our own. And then it gets to the point of maybe people don't want to create their own UGC battle passes. That's fine. Go play other people's. And here's like the mind-blowing thing. Think of in-world building, but across all of Genesis City. And instead of building scenes, you're dragging and dropping items to build a quest. So really it's no code quest creation, and then maybe it costs 5 neuro to play your quest. And so we could try to come up with an economy for all of us to, if you want to make money, we can make money for us as like a treasury for the Neuralink or for creators. So I like, let's just build it, right? Because portable experiences sit above scenes, right? So if you have a car in a portable experience, you can drive it from Rustan's land to Kinessa's land, right? That's what's so awesome about portable experiences. So let's put code in there that can spawn random objects in Genesis City because Kinessa put them there. And she said, hey, here are these 5 coins. Like Kinessa Quest 1 starts at Rustan's Cove, right? So you click start quest, it teleports you to Rustan's land, and there's 5 coins there because Kinessa put those 5 coins there using the IWB. Rustan or anybody else collects those 5 coins, they get rewarded 5 Kinessa coin. How cool is that? The even cooler thing is you earn Neuro by having the Neuralink portable experience on and being active. So you stop earning when you go idle, and you start earning when you're active. So you earn Neuro, and then you spend Neuro to create quests or to do other things.
And you're saying that initially, in order to access one of these experiences and complete the quests, to get access to the quest and the reward, you would have to pay?
No, that's up to the creator, right? So maybe there's a Lastrum coin or the LC coin, Last Slice coin, or whatever, right? And maybe all of my quests I build are paywalled, or maybe none of them are, right? That's the beauty of like this what I want to build. Like maybe all the cheddars are 100 cheddar coin, right? Or 100 neuro coin. I don't know, right? Or free. That would be awesome.
For the longevity of Decentraland, like long term, does it make sense to keep building on SDK 7 or do we need a new SDK eventually?
Well, I hope materialistic it doesn't change materially from 7 to 8. You're always going to be bumping versions. They're at 7.6.7 right now, or 7.7.0, I think right now. Um, I think it's a huge paradigm shift. If A divided by B was 6, it's now B divided by A. That's 7. So I hope they don't flip it, and I don't think they will because the client relies too much on that. Not to get too technical. So SDK 7 is here to build. Where I want to go with it is DCL Neuralink connects to an external server. That external server can be connected by anything. DCL is just a front end. So now let's think Cheddar, you create 5 coins for your quest in DCL and 5 coins in Hyperfi. So you complete the 5 coins in DCL, you move to Hyperfi, it recognizes that you're a part of the neural network and you're on the Cheddar quest. It starts and spawns you and you go collect those 5 coins, you complete the quest.
I mean, I really like the idea of like giving people coins for like supporting me and then being able to track that and being able to reward them and then like giving them coins initially and then having them spend like a tiny bit of that coin back to gain access to bigger quests that give out like more stuff. We were talking earlier about people having trouble building with what we got, and this seems like even more complicated.
No, I mean, okay, so using the in-world builder, if anybody, I mean, I can tell when people have logged in. I can go to PlayFab and look at all of your accounts right now and tell you the last time you've logged in. It ain't recent, let me tell you that. So, like, we use the in-world builder, and we can beef that up to drag and drop items, and then that's how you create a quest. No coding. Your storefront, like the Neuralink store, Cheddar, you could have things where you purchase 100 Cheddar coins if you want, right? You can have things redeemable or purchasable. I don't know. I basically like, why not just build it? We all talk about like, oh, we want games and quests and all this, and like we're relying on the foundation, but like, no offense, screw that. Let's just go build it. Let's do it.
Well, yeah, I don't think that anybody has a problem with that. I think that the right, like I said, there's like a cognitive dissonance, like a dystopia, and I think that we have to define exactly what it is because if we're gonna build for hobby on our off time after we get out of our 10-hour job, when we get home and we fed our kids and we put them to sleep, and then we can build, then that's one thing, right? And I'm down for that. We can establish that. It
Totally valid. Yeah, no, look, I mean,
you know what I'm
here's
saying?
what I'm
But
worried.
I think that that's
Yeah,
not the
yeah,
aura
for
that we're
sure.
projecting as a brand, and that's a whole separate topic. But yeah, yeah, I'm totally down.
I
I
mean,
think there's like a difference between there's people like Argent was saying that have the luxury of being able to say, let's just do it, let's just build it. Well, I have to work 10 hours a day and then I have kids and then you know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to get out of that rat race. So whatever I do on the side has to somehow put me on a path to being able to get out of the situation that I'm in. You understand what I'm saying? Not all of us can just sit here and build for fun. And I
I
think
do.
that's what she was trying to get at.
Yeah, I understand, but you know what? Like, I mean, I was doing 90 hours a week in commercial real estate and then going from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. to learn how to program to get to where I am now. Not saying everybody has to do that and not saying everybody wants to do that. That's
No, I
just where
totally
I'm
agree. That's
going.
exactly
Yeah.
what I'm doing right now. Going back
Yeah.
to college. Yeah, I totally agree.
And I guess I'm just presenting the opportunity for anybody that wants to toss their ring in the hat for an idea that I had loosely based on conversations I was listening to. And if you want to help, like, no one else is going to build it, is my point. So, like, well, why don't we just go build it?
Right. I kind of want to go back to what you were talking about earlier about the whole weekly thing. I think that would be a good starting point, right?
Yeah. So, like, the easiest thing, I mean, you could do this right now in IWB. You could, you, it's tied to a scene though, because that's how in-world builder was built. So you build a scene. So Canessa, you make one parcel, you put one coin on it, and you say on click send reward, and you set up the reward server from Decentraland with your wearable, and so people will just come in and boom, on click reward. There you go, free reward, free item. You know, boom, done. That is possible right now in IWB. Totally done. There's a randomizer, so maybe you have a coin and you have 5 reward objects in the scene with a randomizer that chooses between 1 through 5, and every time you click on the coin, you get a different reward, right? So there's like capabilities now, but it's like, okay, let's think about what we want to do and questing and things, um, and make our own.
I'm down to build like a use case for it, right? And then somehow a system where we can leverage what we have to show others how to build so that we can, like you guys were talking about earlier, just get people up and running as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like the foundation, I don't know if it's the language barrier, but they did something very inverse. And as a developer, sometimes I don't understand like what I'm building beyond what I think is good for me. Like Rooston and our UI team helped a lot with World Builder and Oddjob. You know, he was like, Lastrom, this transform thing is freaking killing me. And we changed it because the user said it was not usable, right? Like I programmed it and it sucked, and he was like, "You got to change this." So we changed it, and he just did that with Anxiety. He's like, "Lastrom, this is really cool, but these freaking tiles that are on the roads are so busy, it's giving me a headache." So we changed it to like rubble, right? So we're not getting that with the foundation fast enough. And so having all like you Cheddar or Jared or Kness, anybody that like wants to help make this idea the best, that's what I'm saying. Like I have an idea like of how it could go, but maybe Cheddar, you're like, you know what, we should add weeklies. And I was like, oh, that's a great idea. I didn't even think of that. Let's do it because no one else is.
Right. No, I totally agree with you. I think that where the sentiment I heard you guys talking about earlier, and I totally agree with what you were saying about like you have a bunch of people that have land, right? Myself included, that are just not building on it. But again, right, you have to do this shitty job for 10 hours a day, and then the time that you get outside of that you have to put towards getting out of the rat race. So if you think about, you put one thing on one hand and one thing on another hand, am I going to build something where I can maximize the potential and the time that I have outside of work to be able to do something for myself? Or am I going to sit here and build on something that I'm going to be wrecking my brain? And then you hear the conversations that people are having and the problems and the issues and the continued, you know, dismissal, right, of all of the continued problems. And so then you're just like, no, thank you. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go and build over here where I feel like I'm going to be listened to, or the community is, the platform is going to be responsive to me, or there's going to be more collaboration. Or like you said, people are not going to leave at 5 o'clock and leave me hanging when this is literally the only night of the week that I have to work on this project because I have school and other obligations. So I really need to get this out of the way right now. And I need help this moment. And this doesn't feel genuine, right? You're just going to gravitate towards the places that feel that way. And I really
For
like
sure.
this conversation that we're having. I'm down to create that here.
Yeah,
I
you
think
know,
we already do have that. I just think that
yeah.
it's kind of difficult to create that when, again, we have a dystopia and two different entities that are moving in two different directions. And I think that has been one of our main difficulties. I think that you guys have done extremely well and what you can with what you have.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, in like August, I backed away because my expectations will never be met for the platform. They just won't. For what I've wanted it to be since 2019 and KJ and I getting together to make this game called Leveler. And it was in October of 2019, right? And, you know, it is very tough to develop in the client. There's tough things, right? But I'm here because I'm no longer trying to influence that expectation that I had. So for somebody like you know, the weighing what to do with your free time, we all have that. For me, I'm not, there's no expectation now for me to build, right? Like I'm just building to have fun and wanted to open it up to other people because it sounds like there is a lot of negativity. It doesn't feel like a lot of progress is happening. So does that mean we should just stop? I don't know. Maybe for some, but for me, I did and realized like I like programming, whether I make money or not. That's how I got into it. And so I got into it because I liked it. And now I'm trying to get ideas and open it up to like, there's not many people developing or have ideas, honestly. Like, there's not. There's 38 of us for real. So let's get together and build cool shit. So, Jared, if you had an idea of like, if you got the idea of the concept of the Neuralink Battle Pass, or if you have questions or anybody can ask, anybody wants to come up, like that's what I'm going to spend the next couple months working on building.
I definitely think a battle pass idea is a great idea. I definitely think DCL needs some more stuff like that. So I'm down.
The direction that I kind of like see myself using this technology with what I do is like within Beyond the NFT have like mid game or mid event games going on or whatever, like activities for people to do and earn and gain, like maybe pick up a wearable, whatever it may be, coin.
Yeah, maybe
What
like every. Sorry,
saying,
go ahead.
what I really hear you saying is I need to spend more time on Fortnite researching this. That's what I hear. And
Yes.
It's called competitive
learn.
analysis. You got to do some
I
competitive
We're,
analysis. It's important work.
Get a
I'm
SWAT. Get a SWAT going for us.
we're
I'm at
sending Vanessa
work.
undercover.
I need to do more product research. I hear you. It clicked for me and I had to jump in there.
Guys,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
might need to shut the space down. Canessa has some important work to do for the project.
I have never ever played Fortnite during this space ever. I can promise you that. Definitely not when a new season comes out and all of a sudden I get quiet here.
Did you earn the Doja Cat skin? Did you get the nice Doja Cat? My friend's daughter informed me that Doja Cat has something in Fortnite.
One of our Decentraland friends who started playing was like, "Oh, you have to show me which skin you use." I'm like, "Oh, you said that as like there's one skin," and then I had to count them up. I think I'm at like 113 skins. So that is all dead money that I will never be able to recover. Whereas Decentraland, I can recover it. So no, I think all jokes aside, human behaviors, humans love to be rewarded, and there are so many ways that I've thought of over the years that we can hack the human brain with a battle pass. So it's about time I just put my put my degree to good use. I don't know.
I would have liked to see Rustan on the Dow Council, but he didn't reply to my DM, and I'm sure he would have gotten lol no, just like 80% of the people I DM'd asking if they were going to try out for the council anyway. But actually, I think August, I don't know how you're supposed to say, but I feel like the vibe of his application, I feel like he would be down with also focusing DAO efforts on like battle pass like activities if he makes it onto the council.
When you guys
But
talk
I
about
think
battle, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think this is the right way to do it. Like I've suggested it too. Like I think it's better just to do it without worrying about the foundation or the DAO doing it. Like let's just prove it can be done. Let's show them. Like there's hacking behaviorism is so powerful. I think if we do it right, we could just prove an instant use case. Sorry, go ahead, Cheddar.
For the record, real quick though, I did reply to you, Jared. I swear I said something
No,
like
you did. I
no
asked
chance in hell or something.
Yeah. No, you were the first hell
I
no.
want the DAO Council to be AI agents. That's what I want.
I reached out to like 30 people. It was like 20 no's, 5 yeses, and like 5 maybes, and then or 4 maybes, and like Rustan goes or Lastrom just didn't reply because he was busy probably building and not checking his Discord because that's the
no, I
best
saw it.
mental.
I just didn't want to reply because I think it's a shit idea.
Well, I kind of assumed your silence was a lol no. I did end up. I think I fundamentally counted you under the lol no category.
You know what though? I do praise you for you in the Discord. You said that I could be you would vote for me, so I do appreciate that. I just I don't agree with the direction of it all, so I can't submit my application for it.
Perfectly reasonable. I still think that you would have been an excellent member of said council, but I also like the new fuck it, I'm coding for fun last room who's trying to not care about driving the ship because I think that will lead to a happier life and hope maybe for some more badass discoveries and cool shit because Yeah, trying to institute change in this thing that we all have such little control over is definitely not a recipe for a happy way to live. So
Okay,
I
so
think you're taking the right strategy.
I have a question. When you guys talk about this battle pass, back to the SDK 7 and being able to build on top of it, what are we going to be able to do? Is like, are we going to be going in there and like setting the timer on a plant and then coming back 5 hours later when it grows and picking it? Or are we going to actually be able to like do stuff? Because I mean, I think it's kind of crazy that we sit here and talk about Decentraland and building in Decentraland and doing stuff in Decentraland, and then we go and play on other platforms, like to actually have fun, gaming
Yeah,
fun,
well, I think.
multiplayer
Oh.
fun.
Are you talking of? Can you just be more specific? Like, if it?
Like, what will we actually be able to do with the battle pass? Where's the fun in this?
Yeah, so like anytime you play battle pass like in any other platform right now, it's from the platform creators, right? Like the missions in Grand Theft Auto came from Rockstar, the missions in Fortnite came from Epic, the things in Call of Duty came from Activision or Treyarch or whatever, right?
Right.
Right. Which is cool. And I could do those. I could make those and they could come from Neuralink, which, that's another avenue. Or giving the power to the users of the Neuralink to create your own quest. So like Cheddar, you would be able to drop items, have them animate, have them clickable, interactable, um, have timers, all drag and drop. Every like take the in-world builder and instead of building scenes, you're building quests.
Okay, but like, let's say, let's have a grandiose vision, right? Let's dream big right now. If we were to get together and build a use case for this, what would you be able, right? Give me an idea. Like, would we be able to play snowball with each other? Would we be able to play bumper cars? Would we be
Yes.
able to shoot each other?
Yes.
What would we
Yes.
be able to do that is so fantastical, right? That would be actually fun. Because I just don't want to come into Decentraland and like do the thing that we've been doing, right? Where we stand next to like a boulder and then like hammer it, and then something pops up, and then that's great.
We actually can't even do that anymore.
But you know what I mean, right? Like, I want it to be fun. So are you talking about something like Nifty Island where we can like run around and get into cars and race against each other? Like,
Yeah. So here's the thing. Couple things on that. Did you play any of the game jams like the Vroom Way or the Where Pigs Fly?
I did, and my favorite was the bumpers. We got
Cool.
inside of a freaking donut and started like bumping each other off that platform. I don't understand why we don't have that. It was the most fun, honestly, that I've had in a long time in Decentraland, and it blows my mind that that is not sitting at like Genesis Plaza or right near it.
How can I get that on my 3x3 parcel? I never played it, but you made it sound great. Someone help me publish that on my 3x3 because I would
But
like to have the thing you thought was the most fun in Decentraland on my land.
yes, if that's what you're talking about, then yes, that sounds really fun. And the pig fly
Well,
thing too. That was pretty cool.
well, yeah. I mean, those both involve physics. So DCL doesn't have physics. They touted it that you could do it and change the player's run speed or jump height. That's not accessible to us yet, right?
Okay.
Um, so Vroomway and us, we implemented our own physics engine. Same thing with Vegas and their car simulation. So when you shot a pig, it had physics. It had force that was applied and reacted to invisible gravity. Same thing with the Vroomway cars and the bumper cars.
There was also a
So
hockey game, I think, that was pretty fun
sure,
at Game Jam. I don't know who made that, but I think I
yep.
had a bit of fun in that too.
Okay, so physics is pretty advanced, and we're starting to integrate that into IWB. Like right now, you can add a physics ball and kick it, and it goes flying everywhere in your world. It's awesome. Okay, with the cars, the mana burner world was exemplifying physics in the cars. So imagine you turn on the portable experience, and from the little icon, you select garage and car, and it pops a car right in front of you. Now you have physics all over Decentraland, right? Because portable experiences are not tied to a scene. And you get in your car and you can just drive. You drive wherever you want to go,
That
right?
sounds
And
great. I would
that's
be
not even
happy.
part of the battle pass.
I'd be happy to help like build a use case for it, right?
Sure.
my worry, and I always want to play devil's advocate here because I want to push back, right? My worry is that we're gonna get all pumped up and start building on something that is broken, that is hard to build on with no support. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I think that is my expectation now. Before it wasn't.
I like your
I
honesty, man.
mean, like we got paid a lot of money to build the in-world builder, and the foundation didn't reach out to us once and say, hey, we're not going to have custom servers enabled, uh TBD in the client 2.0. Like what? So that
Gotcha.
was an expectation, right? Like custom servers worked, worlds worked, portable experiences worked, smart wearables worked, and then in the client they don't. So like
And therein
again,
is the dystopia that I was talking about, you know?
exactly. So my expectation is it's going to break. So like let's just try to build something cool because we like building cool things. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This isn't like a million bazillion dollar idea, or even thousands of dollars idea. This is just like, hey, do you like to like want to try to shoot some enemies coming at you in a zombie swarm? And like maybe someone else wants to play that. And maybe you want to charge 5 coins for people to do that. I don't know, right? Like
And therein is the
that's where I'm going.
genuine element that I'm talking about, right? There's no lies, there's no promises, there's no over deliveries, there's no hype. There is genuine honesty in what we're doing here and what it is, right?
Yeah, no,
I'm moving
definitely.
in
Go
your
back to
direction,
DCL and
right? I
just
think
do
that
what you're
this
talking about.
we're finally embodying, right? What I was talking about earlier. This is a great conversation. I'm really happy.
But the problem is this being excited to build this will require you, Cheddar, to do it for free and as a hobby.
No, I mean that's fine. I like I said, I decided to go back to school to get my degree, right? Because I have long understood that Decentraland is not a place to make money, but I'm still here, right? I haven't left. A lot of people left because they realized that they couldn't make money here, but I'm still here because I like the community. I like building. I see the potential, despite the money, despite the foundation, right? Despite the treasury. I think that what we have here is something really special that can continue to be built upon. And that's why I'm here to continue to find ways where we can develop that identity against all odds. Really, I think is what we're doing now.
And
I,
full disclosure, like I'm not making any money doing this either. Okay. Like this is this is all brand new. This is like I'm not asking anybody to do this for free while I get paid. I'm not asking anybody to even like be required to do this. I'm just saying, hey, I have an idea. I've heard people might want to like create battle passes or play battle passes. Like, should we do it?
Yeah,
also,
that's
there's a
great. And
dope warehouse member, Tina.
I
He
just want
is
to say that we
interested in
should
joining.
embody that for everybody, right? Like what we're talking about here is something that we should strive to embody for everybody that comes into contact with Decentraland, right? But as a brand, we're not doing that, and I want to help. You know what I'm saying? Like because I like this much better, you know, than you know, we can have like all these grandiose things and publicity and marketing and social media and all this stuff, but if it's not what it is, then it's not what it is, right? And I really like to have this side of it, and I've never received a grant. I've always worked in Decentraland for free, so I totally understand what you're saying about if you're gonna do it, you have to do it for free. That's why I'm here. I
Didn't Sugar
right.
Clean
I
pay
don't
like
even right.
$100 one time? I'm just kidding. Don't yell at me. Don't stab me, please. Should I had something intelligent and worth saying a second ago, and then I lost it. No, I'm just gonna go back to mute.
I think Cheddar, to the functionality part of what you were saying though, like that's up to us, right? Like I'm pushing the limits with in-world builder to make it easier. Like, you know, Ruston wants to have a physics game. Well, I implemented physics as like a drag and drop. You don't have to code anything, and I'm working on making it better. I'm working on ray casting so you could actually shoot a projectile, right? And attach a gun to somebody with no coding, right? Like that attaching a gun already exists in in-world builder. So like imagine either in the battle pass quest or on your scene, when somebody walks on your scene and sees a little gun hovering, they click on it, boom, it's attached to them, right? And then they could start shooting things. That is like very possible, very real, right? Now, is it going to be Fortnite level? No, right? We got to manage those expectations, right? Like Decentraland, if it's A, B, C, like AAA, we're down at like triple F level quality. Okay, not graphics, but like what we can accomplish. So we'll just manage that. But it's still fun as shit. Like I had a blast making the Where Pigs Fly, and you got to actually hit the targets and shoot them around, or Vroomway, bump into things, or hockey, right? Like you got to shoot the puck in the net and miss the goalie. So there are fun things. What Canessa behaviorally was talking about, and I've always said, addiction and repetition. That's why porn and gambling are so good. Addiction and repetition. If you can capture those two things, you got a solid product.
I mean, it's a practice that I used to use in my classroom. It's applied behavior analysis, and it's if I were to give you a reward for doing your job every 2 minutes, you would perform more poorly than if I gave you a reward at a random interval. It could be every 5 minutes, it could be every 20 minutes, it could be every 1 minute. Like, humans respond better to that random reward. They also, there's, it, you have to work towards something. So if it's a battle pass that you're grinding, it could be the seasonal wearable that La Cantina puts out every 3 months. Maybe we break down the Decentraland time into a season, just like Fortnite does, right? Like, you have 3 months to have this battle pass, and you have to get to level 100 by the end of the season, and you unlock this wearable. And then you're just gonna have to trust me that at the end of that season, I'm gonna burn all of those other wearables, and maybe it's exotic, or maybe it's mythic. Maybe it's mythic. The first 10 people to grind get that. And if you're a reseller, that costs you no money to come in, and all it costs is time to grind that pass to get that wearable that then you can go resell. Or maybe you're a collector, maybe you just, I don't know, maybe it's a cool wearable that month. Like, I am like, right now I still have way more grinding to do in Fortnite to unlock a version of the skin that I want, and I do it pretty much every season except for the one I didn't. Summer had like Mad Max. I did not care to grind that battle pass to get that skin. But like, if you put the thing that Decentraland has that other platforms do not have is the unique ability to fully customize your avatar. Like, I get it. I can buy a skin in Fortnite. I can only buy the whole skin, and now you can buy shoes, and I can have a backpack, but that's it. Like, Decentraland has, I've said it before, hair, eyes, lips, mouth, like necklace, upper body, hands, lower body, feet, top head. Like, we take that for granted that there are no other places around in my ecoverse. If there are, please interrupt me. But like, that's so unique. And so then you add on top of that the ability to have some kind of like wearable giveaway. I think that we have way underutilized fashion and the entire commerce around our skins. And then you add on top of that you can take that skin with a VRM to Hyperfy, to Nifty, to everywhere if the creator allows it. We just we need to do better. We need to completely capitalize on that way more than we have. We've seen little bursts of it during Fashion Week and a little bit here and there. Smart wearables made it fun, but I don't know. As somebody who has collected in many metaverses, going on like 20 years of metaverse exploration, I think that we could do so much more. But we just stopped talking, and Lastrom, you and I will chat behind the scenes, and we'll just do it.
I
I love
totally
it.
agree. I agree that the whole wearable thing is really cool. Like, Decentraland has something unique where you're able to customize your avatar in different ways. 100%. I don't think that we haven't capitalized on it enough, though. I think that we've overcapitalized on the whole wearable thing. And one of the things that me personally I have an issue with is that I go in there and I customize my avatar and I look cool, and then what? Right? Like, I'm alone in the world and there's not much to do and there's not really that much anywhere to go. So, and the games are not really fun. So, and the things that used to be fun aren't there anymore. So then that kind of defeats the purpose of looking cool. Because for me, right, growing up, the whole thing about looking cool was like first day of school. You had your kicks, you had your jeans, you had your fresh fit, and you were going to show everybody like how cool your outfit was and how fresh you were looking, right? And sharing that with other people. But we very seldom have that, you know, if it's not for, you know, the few events and the few things that we have going on right now. I'm totally down to, I don't know if like there's a use case already for it, but I would be down to like build like a collaborative use case of what we can do with it so that we can show other people.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's try to, like, if you and I want to collab on something, that'd be awesome. I mean, I might appear social, but actually I have like huge social anxiety, and sometimes even going to like events in Decentraland, I don't, because I'm just like super shy and like reclusive. And so I don't know, I guess like I yeah, that's a good question of why would you get these wearables. I don't know. I think this is all leading towards something, and I enjoy the time that I do have in world, and I think that right now, like, we knew this was going to be a difficult period where there's a lot of turnover between the grant cycle, like the the freezing of the grants, the freezing of all production. Like, it is not a surprise that we have less going on in world. Like, that to me, that's just like a B. Like, we stop funding, we have less going on. So like that to me is very predictable. So I understand it and I accept it, but I also understand that then the reverse, when the grants, and I'm saying this in the whatever new fashion, when the money begins flowing, we will have more activity. So whether we will have more activity in the future. Whether people in this room take advantage of that, I don't know. But like, there will be funding for more stuff in the future, which will in turn bring more people in. So I feel like, I guess for me, that's why I'm okay with, like, it's quiet in Decentraland right now. Like, to me, we're building a new hotel. You don't stop the hotel. You don't shut the whole hotel down when you're rebuilding it. You put up notices. There's going to be some construction. You give out hard hats. Like, okay, so pretty soon our construction phase will be hopefully mostly over, and then we're going to be bringing new users into our hotel. Um, that's that's my understanding and that's my hope. Like, I believe that will be the case. And so I think, I don't know, like, for me, I just feel like right now has been the time to build and like hibernate, dig in, just quietly. I've been like fucking building since Argentina, like Argentina. It might look like sometimes I'm not busy because I don't do stuff because I'm on Blender, sometimes it's more fun to be in Blender. So I don't know if that's you're right, we need more to do, but according to this plan, we will be having funds released that will allow things to be created. It's not going to be overnight. Like, even, let's say, even it's going to be a while. I mean, it's going to be quiet for a while, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, I
It should
agree
be.
with you. As far as on the DAO side, I totally agree with you. The grants program ending and then the DAO being in this array and us having this restructuring and the mess of it, it has made it quiet. But on the other hand, we haven't been quiet on the foundation side. The foundation released a new client, put out this huge marketing machine. They've been pumping articles everywhere. They hired new people to take care of social media and publicity and all of this stuff. And they've been doing talks and spaces. And this was supposed to be it did take time. And we have been waiting. And this was the time that everyone expected for there to be the kind of users in Decentraland filling up Genesis Plaza like we had back when I first came in, and that just hasn't materialized, right, for obvious reasons. But I really would like to, yeah, take it behind the scenes and go and do something that is collaborative. I just I just don't know about the future of the platform or the community or how everyone is going to be receptive to it if we literally are sitting here admitting to the fact that we're going to be building on something broken with no support. That's that's great for hobby, but then we have to redefine what Decentraland is going to be. Is it going to be a place for hobbyist developers to build so that they can have fun and pump swords? Or is it actually going to be the metaverse platform of the future and the vision that we came up with at Regenesis?
Well, I think it also, like, you are dabbling deeper in the world of tech. Like, I haven't, like, I'm not on that train with you. Like, I'm deeper in Blender, but I'm not on that tech side. So to me, as a I would call myself like a hobbyist, hobby landowner. Like, I have totally been able to deploy everything that I've intended. Like, the only limitations are my own ability levels. So, like, maybe you're also seeing it from a different perspective. Like, I'm super stoked with what I've, like, everything I put in. It's beautiful. Like, I love it. It's aesthetically pleasing. To me, there's nothing, like, I'm not feeling the broke part. Maybe you've been coding scenes where you're not able to deploy because of what you're coding. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, maybe you could elaborate more on, like, the broken parts of it, like that.
I'm just
Because as
speaking to the overall community sentiment about building in Decentraland and how difficult it is and how little support people get and how even for you, yes, you were able to build, but how hard was that for you? Was that easy? Did you have a good experience building in Decentraland? Was it a good experience for you? And is it something that other people are willing to put themselves through to put up a scene? Right, just like and that's what I'm going back to. Like, we're redefining, is it a playground for developers and tinkers and people who are totally fine with it and that don't see the broken, right? But I think that the overall sentiment is different.
I'd like to just ask a couple questions because I have been around since like SDK 4 and 5, and I've seen the transitions, Cheddar. And trust me, I, if anybody knows, I am not a fan of what the foundation has done. Okay, so this isn't me like fanboying over the foundation, but what do you think is broken that you want to do that you can't do? Because I have my own, and I just want to hear what you have.
From my own perspective, when I tried to take the first step in building anything or doing anything within, I always run into a problem that then I can't solve immediately, right? So here's how my workflow goes. I go in there and I try to do something and I run into an issue and
Do what though?
then
Do what? No,
there's
let's be specific because like that's how you solve problems. So do what? What are you trying to do that you can't do?
the last thing that I tried to do was just to place things, right? To be able to place things within my scene and it work. Like it just doesn't work, right? Like when they go in
You,
there and they say, hey,
using the
you can do
creator or the
this, you can do
SDK?
this, you can do that, right? And then you go in there and you go, okay, you follow the instructions, you do everything they tell you to do. You go in there and you try to place an item, or you try to put an NFT on a frame, or you try, like, whatever it is that you're trying to do, right? There's always something that you run into that doesn't work. And then what happens is there's not that support that is there that is able to get with you right away. So I'm not saying that it's impossible, right? What I'm saying is it a good experience, and what is the process that you have to go through to erect a build, and are we really expecting people to go through all that? That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that it's impossible. Yes, of course it's possible. Where there's a will, there's a way. But are we expecting people to spend how many hours, right? Like, what is the ease of access to building in Decentraland that we expect people to have? Because if we continue to expect people to do the maximum like us, we're going to continue to have a world with a bunch of land that is still empty. So I think that we should make it so that when people try to go in there and put something on the land or save the world or do whatever, that if it doesn't work, right, that there's a support system that is there to be able to catch them that is genuine. And I'm willing to help with that, right? I don't think that we have that with the foundation, and that's what would make it difficult to bring more people aside from the 5 cats that we have in this room to build with us so that we can have fun, right? Because what is it going to be, just the 5 of us playing?
Well, here's the thing, a couple things, and I'll try to keep it short so we can go back and forth like on bullet points and not like get lost in translation for 10 minutes. So I am very easily able to place many things in the scene via SDK code. Ruston was using the old builder and the new creator hub. I was watching him and he was placing things and he was able to deploy. So from a broken sense, that isn't broken. I'm here to help get you to understand how to place things in the scene for sure. So that's one thing where it might, maybe the documentation's wrong, but it's not broken. Not to say
Yeah, I
that there
think you're
aren't.
just kind of nitpicking on like this one thing or one
Well,
example
no,
that
we
I
we
gave, but
need
I'm
to
talking
though.
about overall community sentiment. The reason why people are
Well,
not building is
hold on,
because
I think she
it's
means the
extremely difficult.
workflow is broken. Like when she has this
okay,
problem, she goes to the support, and the support is just incapable of helping her. Hopefully, I'm helping
totally fine.
clarify and not
Exactly. If it was a healthy building process, then there would be more people building, but there's not.
Well, yes and no, because I personally think it's 10-1 users versus creators. Let's just be honest. So, do you expect
So why are the
anybody?
creators not here? Why are they
Well,
not
okay, hold
building?
on,
Why?
because I'll ask you a question. I hate answering a question with a question, but do you expect Unity or people building in Unity like to make it easier so that everybody can build in the Unreal Engine and put a game on Steam? Do you expect that to happen?
I'm not sure. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, so do you know Unreal Engine?
No.
Okay, it's a virtual engine for
Oh
3D
yeah, I know
games.
what it is. I don't know how to work with it. I don't know how to build on it or mess with it, but I know
So
what
is
it
that
is.
why? Hold on, perfect. So is that why you don't use it, or do you not use it because you think it's broke? And I'll
I'm
answer
not
it
sure
for
why
you.
I would think that Unreal Engine is broke.
Okay,
I,
well that's my point. Is you don't use Unreal Engine because you don't know how to use it, just like me. And so people who are looking at Decentraland don't know how to use it, so they don't program it. Now take all the people that have all the eyes and divide that by 1/10, and you get the actual developers. That's my point. Is I think the SDK is great. I think a lot of the tools suck. Okay. So, like, people can come in and build in the SDK 7 and program. They have to learn. There's a learning curve, just like a learning curve with Unreal Engine. And you don't attempt that learning curve because it's a huge learning curve. Same with me. I don't know how to program in Unity Unreal Engine. It's hard as shit. Does that mean that it should be better or that it's a shit platform because it's so difficult? No.
I never said it was a shit platform, or
Broken.
that it should be better. I'm just wondering, is Decentraland going to be a playground for devs who can tinker with Unity and Unreal Engine, or do we want it to be a place that facilitates building for everyone without having to code, without having to do these
Have you
things, right?
logged into
Because
IWB?
not everyone is going to be willing to go through that learning curve, and I go back to the same thing. If we're the only ones, right? If we still don't, how can we incentivize people to come back and build? Who do we want to build? What
Cheddar,
do
you
we
haven't
want to
logged
build?
into the
How can we
in-world builder at
facilitate
all.
that?
You,
i'm
you have
i'm down.
you haven't logged in the in-world builder at all. I just checked the PlayFab account. You haven't logged in at all.
Okay, I'm not understanding what that has to do with it. Just because I haven't logged into the in-world builder doesn't mean that I haven't tried to put anything into a scene in Decentraland. I just bought land not long ago, and I haven't been able to switch the scene because when I tried, something didn't work. Okay, so just because I'm not using your service doesn't mean that I'm not doing anything. And I think that we're turning this into like it being about me, and I don't want to do that. I just want to help make it so that we can facilitate the building process for other people so that they can come and build with us. That's all. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. And I'm not making it me versus you. And it's not my tool set. I didn't. There's like 12 to 15 people that work on it. I think people don't understand that like every grant we've got has had
When
like
I say
50.
yours, I mean that particular one. I don't
Yeah.
mean as it
Okay.
belonging
Well,
to you,
and
but
you're
I have tried
saying,
to use other tools to build,
okay,
specifically the tools that the foundation has published. And those are the tools that they publish to everyone else that gets word, right? The
look, they publish
general public,
IWB.
right?
IWB is on the documentation as a builder alternative. And I'm
Okay,
just I'm just
I'm sorry.
suggesting.
I give up. Like,
There's no, it's not to give up. What I'm trying to elicit is that there are things that are broken, but at a very advanced level. And I'm dealing with those. And so for you to place items in a scene, Rooston just did it from a no coding perspective with the builder, the creator hub, and the in-world builder. I have done it from a coding perspective with the SDK7, pure code, no other builder tools. So that's why I'm being very specific, because if there is an issue like that, maybe I can help you solve it and it's not an issue with the platform, which there are issues with the platform. For instance, you can't run a local multiplayer server in the new client. That's very difficult to debug multiplayer scenarios when you can't even run a multiplayer server locally. That is a huge problem, right? That's something different than placing an object in a scene and being able to deploy it. And I just want to let you know that there are other opportunities to place things in the scene and deploy without having to program. That's all I'm saying. And that you haven't logged in the IWB to try that. If that's broken, we can fix it. I'm here. Maybe that's a better support system. Sure, that needs to be fixed. No problem. We're getting back to the point of like, what can you do? There is so much you can do. Like, go visit manaburner.dcl.eth, browser or client. You can drive cars with physics and get in and out, fly a balloon up and down, forwards, backwards, left, right with physics, right? Like, pushing the limit of those highly advanced things, right? To hopefully get the foundation to realize what needs to change at that level. And I'm here to help if you need to place items, because I just wanted to exemplify that with the old builder, the creator hub, the in-world builder, and the SDK, it is very possible to place items.
In an ideal world, I'd
Again,
like
I
to
think we're
see.
placing the focus overly on like it wasn't about placing items, but I digress.
Cheddar, in an ideal world, I'd like to see the foundation see what Lastrom has put together with the in-world builder and implement that into the foundation, because it is by far a lot easier and more pleasing to use than the current builder that's out for the 2.0.
But like, yeah, we just want to push the limit, right? We can have physics, we can have raycasting. If you go in Angzar, the outpost, there are NPCs that are moving around randomly that attack you, and you shoot them, shoot projectiles. You could shoot the drop ships in the air. You can go and collect items and bring them back and get points and awards and XP and level up like that. There's so much going on in the outpost version of Angzar. And then in the actual Angzar Plaza, there are NPCs that are on pathfinding algorithms that don't bump into walls, that have obstacles, that will have Eliza. Excuse me. So it's like, the whole point of this is, yes, this is a hobby environment. To answer your question, no, you will not be making money right now in this platform. If that's the MO, which is totally fine, DCL is not right now it for that. It isn't.
That's not the MO. The MO for me was trying to facilitate building so that more people can come and build with us despite the money. I think that we continue to misunderstand what my point is. I'm sorry.
Well, that's great then, because that's why I want your help with the Neuralink. We're going to use. I want to spend time this week. Anybody wants to? Let's go in Enrolled Builder and add an item to a scene, and it'll be that easy to create a quest. What I mentioned before: take a coin object, a 3D model, drop it on the scene, and that is essentially a quest. You click on it, and you get a reward. That is doable right now. Rooston built an entire house in 30 minutes. We added it to a scene pool, which we have. So we're creating a scene pool now for people that don't know how to build. In IWB, they can go to the scene pool, say, oh, that's a cool 1x1. Boom, put it here. They can go to edit mode and see all the things that Rooston did. And we can deploy to Angzar or to your world, right? So you could no code, no land, no knowledge of anything, and build and deploy something in of your creation in Genesis City.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
great.
was,
Like I said, I'm
yeah.
down to facilitate the process to make it easy for other people to be able to build so that we can change the sentiment that is obvious within the community and bring other builders back so that we can increase the ratio of builders to users.
I had an epiphany. I don't think that would ever happen, unfortunately. And that's where I've been struggling with this like idea for UGC battle passes as like I don't know if it's utopian of an idea that I have that everyone would want to just immediately start build. Like imagine if all the tools were so easy to build, right? And everyone would be creating quests. Like, well, guess what? You can do that in Fortnite. Raise your hand how many Fortnite users have become Fortnite creators, right? Zero. So I've come to that realization that there will always be at least a 10-to-1 ratio difference of users to creators. And that's just how it is.
Well, that's why they need to focus
Well,
the
yes, but have we
onboarding
not been
campaigns
discussing the
to
problem of
developers.
empty land and people owning land and not building on it? Isn't that the issue that we're trying to solve? So, what I mean by that is increase the number of creators so that we can actually have user generated content, so that we can have users, so that we can have fun, so that we can make Decentraland the place that we envisioned it to be.
I know, and I just mentioned that you've never logged into IWB at all. And so like even somebody that has programming knowledge hasn't tried to create a scene with this tool set to then help others create scenes with that tool set and show how easy it is. That's literally my point is everyone wants to be a creator in their mind, but they don't. And that's okay. It's just I've come to the realization that it's always going to be a 10-to-1 difference.
I think that you're wrong about me. And I think that just because I have not used that specific tool doesn't mean that in the recent months that I have purchased land in Decentraland that I haven't tried to do anything with my land. I think that you're trying to make it about me, and I don't think that's fair.
I'm exemplifying and maybe I'm sorry it's directed at you, but
Well, it's not because it's the general sentiment. I am not the only one who is not building in Decentraland. There is a multitude of people that have left the community because we can all agree that it's very difficult, especially compared to other worlds. So if you want to put everyone else that isn't building in Decentraland in that box, and that is the attitude that you want to take, then that's fine. But I don't think that that's going to foster collaboration and building within the community.
I'm just gonna pop in and just gonna pass it over to a couple hands because I do see that we have a new speaker or two new speakers and would like to hear from them. So Maza, take it away. Then Alpha Angels.
First, hello everyone. So I'll drop a joke and then I'll be serious. So I come for the money, which is the real joke. Then because I heard too many things in this space tonight for me, maybe you're in different time zones. First, I'll tell you something to Canessa about the grants. The grants are not the problem, Canessa. Maybe we forgot that DG are gone, and maybe like half of the user base was generated by the ice poker, which is reason number one. Then all the drainers are gone, which were driving traffic to the Decentraland with their social media sheets. So I would like to see more builders driven by passion instead of cash. And never forgot why the user base is dropped. Then the other thing I would like to tell you guys, it's we are in the crypto scene and talking about the empty parcels, maybe more than 30% of the parcels are gone forever in lost wallets, stolen one. Some of them are blacklisted by the markets because they're stolen. There are many reasons, and you have to deep dive why we are at this point. And it's not only the grants. And I'm glad to see Wastram back building, doing some shits for DCL. And instead of barking, let me say this in quotes, I think Wastram and Cheddar can team up and do awesome things. So, well, this is from me. from the toxic motherfucker. That's everything. Thank you for giving me the right to speak.
Good hearing for you from my friend. I'm happy that you've been coming up and speaking more often uh in these spaces. You are appreciated. And I'm gonna pass it over to our friend Alpha. It's been a while, my friend. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to hear from you too. I've been listening in while I was at work, and it's been a great spaces. I just recently clocked out. I thought I'd probably step up, and I'd want to say, and I 100% agree, Mazafaka, with that comment you said at the end, and that's really why that's what inspired me to come up on stage tonight is Queso and Lastrom. I honestly, just from a witness point of view, I honestly see Lastrom might speak generally, but he is a leader of this community and he really wants to help. Like he's the crab outside the barrel trying to pull us out the barrel by teaching us what he's gone through the learning curve and shortening our learning curves. There's many leaders like him in Decentraland, and there's leaders among us that we just have to like constantly remind that, we're all on the same team. We're all on the same team. Because we're so quote unquote decentralized, it never feels like that, but we all are on the same team. We want Decentraland to win. That's one thing we can all agree on, even if we don't agree on anything else. We do want Decentraland to win, and we want it to be a home for Web3, and that's what we should look at it as. I know you were saying, is it going to be a playground of is it going to be a playground for Web3 developers, or is it going to be the future of the metaverse? I look at it as it can be both, but just like the actual life we live, it's meaningless. We are the ones that give it meaning. So for Decentraland, your journey in Decentraland, you're the one giving it meaning. Every single person is giving it even more meaning from a different angle when they come and they create and they cohabitate and just freaking invest. I think us telling our stories is like all of us evolving through our stories is what's been the best experience for me, because I said it years ago when we first started like the spaces in our own ways that I was saying it. I don't care what Decentraland does as a platform. I'm excited to see what the people evolve into. Like I'm still seeing it. There's still like a flood has happened where similar to the universe, Noah's Ark. Well, we could just like throwing that out like as a mirror. We've going through our own flood, and there will be like the ones who built their arcs that are going to be like sticking together, and they will survive. I think we're the ones in here who are going to survive, but we just have to remember like we're not against each other. We need to learn that we're sharpening each other. I think Lashram, I'm glad he's back. He's someone who can fully like he could help people learn to use the tools better. I think Lashram, when he had that, he used to be in the DAO, very consistent with his group. They used to be in there breaking shit. And I think him mentioning the in-world builder case, though, you shouldn't take it personal when he says you have 0 hours. I probably have 0 hours. What he's trying to say in his angle is, if the Decentraland builder is very confusing, try using IWB, which is why he made it. It was made to simplify. It was made to feel like a Sims of DCL, so that people could use it and it would be like more simpler steps, or maybe more simpler tools. And Lastrom and Last Slice is right there as the support, the community support that you're asking for. I can hear you. You're saying you wish that there was that audit team, there was that community support that would always be there to answer any question that we had anytime we had it after breaking each step. I think Lastrom and Last Slice with IWB, they're willing to hold people's hands and learn the tools. I've never considered myself a quote unquote builder, but I am a leader. So I'm the one who will surround myself with builders, and I'll feed them ideas. And they're the ones who understand how to execute it better than me. But I know how to see things that aren't even here yet. That's one thing I'm great at. I can see the impossible. I can see the imagination. Like, I have great imagination. We all have our strengths, and we should just keep sharpening each other. That's really why we're here. We should look at it, DCL University, as something that's a huge idea that's slept on. That's something that we should use as the biggest recruiting tool to recruit all of Web3. And then whoever wants to stay in Decentraland and like build in Decentraland, they can build in Decentraland. But we shouldn't look at something like, if you're staking your flag in Decentraland, you have to stay here. If you stake your flag in Decentraland, that means like you've casted like you believe in Decentraland's future, but you're also gonna go into these other projects, like let's say Fortnite and GTA and all these Roblox, and you're gonna extract ideas from them and then make it work here too. That's what gives life to Decentraland. We don't like GTA has inspired me so much. Like, I threw that little idea earlier about if Genesis City had their own casino wheel type where people could just spin it every 24 hours and get a gift. We all donate to it if we want. New users can get an NFT every single day. I think that right there, that's an idea that came from GTA 6. They have a daily casino, but another idea that I've pitched before is RP. I think when GTA 6 fully like revolutionizes RP, role playing is going to be things that people just all keep talking about. And we're going to see cities in Decentraland where people are like, you see like SPD when they came in here, if we had like an RP type of environment, they would still be here. And they would be like our cops of DCL who like protect, I think we should like keep feeding the ideas, even if the platform can't support it. Keep feeding the ideas, and you'll have more leaders like Lashroom who will help simplify and help execute it. And then you can have a miniature version of that idea on like a lower scale, and then we can scale it over time. But I know I've said a lot, but that was just passion. Love you guys.
Thank you, Alpha. Good hearing from you. Good to see you, come up. Really appreciate you. I believe it was last from
Yeah,
next, and then we'll go to Cheddar.
just to go backwards, Alpha, I created this thing called Decent Chance, and it's a way where it's live-ish right now. Would love more help and support, but anybody could create a chance. So you create a chance, but it has a win percentage, how much it costs for the chance, and the items. So multiple wearables or emotes, and you publish it, right? So then when you you send the wearables to a wallet, then it goes live. Other people can play your chance. So they can come up, and if it's 10 mana per play or per chance, and the win rate's 10%, then they have a 10% chance every 10 mana to win whatever those items are. And when somebody wins, then they win and they get the item sent to them automatically. And so I thought that was super cool listening to Odd Job, and I love the casino wheel in GTA. So we made it. We totally can improve upon it, but that exists in the Angzar Plaza as well. Regarding Cheddar quickly and like the passion and stuff, I'm trying to actually be here to help. Like a lot of the tools are broken, which is why we did make IWB, but a lot of it does work well. SDK 7 does work well. Object oriented programming you mentioned earlier from data oriented programming, that's a different paradigm for sure. That's a learning curve for sure. Does that mean that it should dissuade people from learning it? No, but there are people like me. If you had a question about putting something somewhere, then I'm here to help. And I wasn't trying to harp on you, but being very specific about things that don't work is the only way to enact or solve problems, instead of just blanket negativity, or not with just you, Cheddar, but in general, people that have blanket negativity. Like if we can point to things that can be fixed, I can hopefully fix them for you, up until the point where I get frustrated, because then I say, here's exactly what doesn't work for me. Portable experiences and custom servers do not work in the client. Those are very two specific things out of my control that I just can't get around. So I was using you as an example of, I'm here to help with a lot of stuff that works very well in the SDK, and there are other people using other tool sets that do make it easier, that you don't have to program, that do work.
Take it away, Cheddar.
Hey guys, I I appreciate what you're saying, and I totally hear you, and I agree with you. I think again that what I'm what I'm trying to say is being misunderstood, and the conversation is kind of turning into something else, right? I am not against anybody at all. I think that my words and the way that I've been respectful to everybody and talking here and being here shows that I do care and I do want to be a part of the community, and I don't care about money and all of that stuff. I keep hearing these things come up and I just don't understand why. But um what I want to help with, right, is to facilitate the building process so that other people can easily build in Decentraland. And I'm just speaking to my own experience after buying land, after coming back from the Regenesis Summit, after having a hackathon in Lisbon and trying to build with the new tools that Decentraland made available to me, and it being a real pain, and me ended up giving up because I just don't have that amount of hours to be able to put into it like everybody else. Then I was already in school when I was in Lisbon. I fell into a school semester, right, where I get busy. So I haven't logged into any building tools. But when I talk about that, I don't think that the focus should then be placed on how long has it been since I logged into In-World Builder, or saying that some people say they want to be creators, but they don't. I think that that's a dismissive language, and I don't think that that's the way that we should treat people when they express their difficulties with the building process and their willingness to help to facilitate that building process for others. So like I said earlier, I'm not against anybody. I'm totally willing to help and to collaborate. And as I said earlier, let's go behind the scenes, right? We were talking earlier about going behind the scenes, building a use case, a collaborative use case that we can show other people how things can be done, what tools they can use to then show them that they can easily build in Decentraland, but that is not the sentiment overall. And that is, I think, the reason why other people are not building in Decentraland. And I would like to help fix that. But when I express that sentiment, I feel like the response is making it all about me and how long ago it's been since I logged in and what kind of learning curve I'm willing to deal with and da da da. And I'm like, bro, I'm just trying to help. I'm not against anybody. I'm
Well,
sorry. I don't know if I express myself in a way that is defensive or if it's misunderstood, but it's not my intent really. I just want to help.
well, I'm saying your willingness though is I'm pointing out you haven't logged into In-World Builder. You could be the best In-World Builder willingly and helping other people use that tool set and posting on YouTube and posting on live stream and Twitch. But my point is you haven't used that tool set. If you
Okay,
were
but you keep making that point, Lastrom, and my point is that I just went through a school semester where I tried to like ace my final exam. I don't know if you've been following me, right? But that doesn't mean that I'm not trying to build and do stuff in Decentraland, and I'm here to help. So please stop highlighting and pointing out the fact of the last date that I logged into In-World Builder, because I don't think that that's representative of my contribution to this community. So can we move on to the collaborative space?
Can I respond?
Sure, want to go up, Rasan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go for it,
Cheddar,
Rasan.
you're not being attacked. It may feel like you're being attacked, but you're not. What's going on is you asked for a way to build in Decentraland that's easier and better for new users, and we're telling you that's why we created IWB, and we want you to be a part of it.
Okay, yes, and that's all I'm saying is I just want to be a part of whatever it is that we're doing to like be a use case for you guys, right? I've been having difficulties, and the difficulties that I've been having with the mechanism that have been put in place for me to build have not been working. So I'm willing to be your guinea pig. Please, like,
no,
right?
But that's the exact reason why we built IWB. And unfortunately, not many people are taking advantage of that because, like Lastrom said, 1 in 10 users are creators. The rest are just users, you know? So as we've been doing this entire space, pretty much, we've been like encouraging people to go out and build and use IWB and use all the amazing things that are becoming more and more available in Angzar so that they can see and experience. And like I said earlier, I'm going to create tutorials to help people that are maybe intimidated by it so that they can easily grasp what it's capable of and go step by step to apply how to do it and like immediately see results in better
I
ways.
agree. That's great. I agree. That's great. I just don't think that that's the overall sentiment, and I would like to help facilitate to bring this to more light, right? If I can do something with it, then maybe somebody else can do something with it and somebody else can do something with it. But why is nobody doing anything with it? I don't think that it's because people say they want to be creators, but they don't. I just think that it's been extremely difficult and we have other things to do. And so if we're having the conversation of doing it, then I would really like to be a part of it. And whenever the next meeting is called or whenever the next working session is called or the next little thing, right, where like send me tutorials, right, whatever, then I'll do my best to try and be there. I start school next week, right? So I have to be in school Monday and Thursday. It's not easy, not just because it's not it's a learning curve, right? It's not easy because we have other things to do, but that doesn't mean that we don't want to be creators. That doesn't mean that we're not vested, right? I just want to be a part of the process to be able to make it easier for other people because I don't, can we agree that the sentiment overall is that Decentraland is very difficult to build in, and that's why people have left the
I do
space
not.
because we don't facilitate the process, because we don't listen to the developers, because we don't provide support. So I just want to be a part of changing that.
I don't agree that there is toxic positivity in Decentraland. I believe there is toxic negativity. I have demonstrated over the last 5 months how to make change in the most positive, effective ways. I've enabled the eyelids on the Kid Called Beast balaclavas. I've built in worlds. I've converted all my lands to SDK7. I have worked with IWB, Angzar. I've done all that stuff. And then I've come into world and been called a cocksucker, and that I suck the Foundation's dick, and I suck Yemel's dick. I believe there's way more toxic negativity. I was in a party in Hyperfi, my own party in Hyperfi last week when everybody made tens to $40,000, and I left my own party because 2 people were bitching about Decentraland. That is not toxic positivity. That's toxic negativity. I think that's really wrong. It's not helpful, especially for someone like me who is just joyously having the best time in Decentraland building. And we have all this stuff at our fingertips that anyone can take advantage of, and only a fraction of us are actually taking advantage of it. Like that's wrong. That's wrong. That needs to be cleaned up. And all the shit that Kim has been enduring this past year from people bickering about selfish things that they want fixed for themselves instead of worrying about the greater picture, like that's bad. Like we could lose Kim. Like why should she work for Decentraland when all she gets is shit on left and right? Like she's doing the best that she can. Reminder, 2 years ago, we didn't have anyone to connect us to the foundation in any way. And so when we're in this space, sharing what you can do as a user, as a creator, as a dev, whatever, it's available to you. We're here to help. We're ready to do it. And that's all that we're saying.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here all the time. I don't think people realize what I do day to day. Um, and I've been fortunate to build multiple streams of income where I can hack around on the computer, but I'm here to help. We want people to use In-World Builder, not because we got paid to do it, but because it's easy as hell to build. And record sessions in there and put it on YouTube. Become the best In-World builder in the metaverse. I don't know. I think there's a huge disconnect, and it's because of the word metaverse. It gets a little more metaphysical of why people are not developing in Decentraland. You don't see the big roadblocks people coming to Decentraland. It's because the chicken and egg, and DCL hasn't gotten over that yet. So instead of trying to solve that, let's sharpen our own skills, right? That we can take elsewhere, or just because we want to improve our life through education, through helping somebody else, whatever, and program and learn and build and code and whatever comes out of that's amazing. And so we have built tools to make that easier. If you don't want to use it, that's totally fine. Go be a user. There's just not much to do. So the people that do have a little inkling or spark to build or code or try to build in world or drag and drop or want to share creation, implore you to log into In-World Builder and break it, figure it out. I will say, are much closer to the users of our products than the foundation, because we are not $1 billion company. We're just like 10 people that actually have the keys to the servers and stuff. So we're here. If something is broken, we'll fix it. If not, we're here to help you understand it. Not just you, Cheddar, you as plurality, to be better builders. I mean, Rustam built a house in 30 minutes and deployed it at Angzar to land that he didn't even own. And he was using assets that he didn't even create. So, there's like 6,100 3D models that you can use at your disposal. Some are animated. You can move them, place them, drag them, hide them, show them, decimate, like all kinds of stuff. You just got to get in there and use it. And I'm here to help on the SDK side as well. If somebody has an issue, uh, reach out to me. That's literally why I started Last Slice, because there isn't good documentation. You can't get responses right away. That's literally why I created it. So I am here as a resource to slicers and non-slicers. Just reach out, have a question, we'll figure it out. But there are tools that make it very easy to build in Decentraland, and you can build some really cool shit up to a degree where it gets pretty advanced, and then the client falls off. So I'm not fanboying the foundation. I'm not backing them up at all. But the SDK 7, I would say, is very solid structurally to build on.
Thank you, Lastrom. Cheddar?
I can definitely agree with you. There is a disconnect, and I really like what I'm hearing, and I would just like to facilitate and help you guys. I'm here to help too, right? In any way that I can to make it so that more people can take this path, because I think that the path that is carved out just isn't really great, and not a lot of people know um, about this path that continues to be available. Things fall through the cracks, or they get hidden underneath all of the main publicity and all of the emails and all of the main advertising that is sent out and the main channels that you're plugged into. So, like, traditionally, my social media has served for that. Even though I am in school and busy as hell, I've made videos and dedicated my Twitter and all of that stuff to kind of pushing Decentraland and letting people know about what's going on. But never have I ever, like, right, in all this time, I have not created a single tweet about In World Builder, right? So what I would like to see moving forward is for me to be able to contribute to this avenue, right? To the tools that
Sweet.
are easy, to the support that is available, and to something that does resonate with what is genuine. So, yes, I would like to be a use case for it. I would like to collaborate with that, and to to do what I've been doing with my social media, but to help you guys to let more people know, so that we can have more folks taking advantage of these things that we don't have the marketing power that the foundation has to publicize them. I've never heard them talking about the in-world builder, right? And I look at Decentraland social media every single day, and all I see is like Dana running around by herself in world and that kind of stuff, right? So these things that I think I agree with you guys that this is great, but I just would like to help with making it available to more people, so that we can turn around this thing of like, these tools are available, but unfortunately more people are not using it. I think we can change that.
Absolutely. I love that. No, and I've just, again, my expectation now is that it's just not going to work, right? From the foundation side. Like we're on the same team. And that's sad to say that the foundation isn't a part of our team, but that's just how it works. Like you're right. Not once have they tweeted out in World Builder. Not once. You know what? I could log in quickly and see if Nico or anybody from the foundation has logged in and see if they've used in World Builder. Nope. Nico has not. Nico E, let's see, maybe under a burner wallet, right? So that's, you know what, that's not our problem. And I've come to that realization that I'm not trying to solve the marketing problem. I'm not trying to solve that problem anymore. I just want to be here to build with cool people that want to build cool stuff. Hence the Neuralink and adding a little bit more of like interactivity across Genesis Plaza, so that it's not like one thing here, one thing here, one thing here. It's like, oh, I've got the Neuralink, I got to go collect these 30 coins across Decentraland, or every day I've got to go in and log and click the giving tree and get, you know, a chance for a reward or something, because no one else is going to do it, right, except us.
Right. And that's why you don't have to worry about putting your marketing power for it, or the foundation giving you their tweets, right? Because you have somebody who is on social media all the time and
No, we
traditionally
don't.
uses part of her social media to tweet out stuff. So now
We don't.
I want to tweet out stuff about what you guys are doing. I want to help with that aspect of it, right?
We don't tweet. Like, no one gets paid to tweet that stuff. It's literally me and Mies. Me and Mies have the keys to Angzar, I have Last Slice, and Enroll Builder. Like, no one else tweets. No one gets paid to tweet for that.
Yeah, no, but I don't get paid to tweet. I'm not, it's not about money, right? I'm just saying, you said that you're not worried about the marketing, but I think that it's important, right, for other people, as many people as possible, to know about these tools that are available that the foundation isn't talking
Oh,
about.
totally. Yeah.
So I
Oh,
want to
yeah.
help.
Totally. Yeah, for sure. What I'm saying is, I just put it in the bucket of missed expectations from the foundation. Right. Like, I have already accepted that they're not going to tweet anything that I have done or we have done. Did they even tweet anything about Domino's in the first delivery, or about me getting called a hacker, or my story about reaching out to Domino's HQ in 2019 and telling them about this, and them telling me to send a handwritten letter and they'll get back to me in 6 weeks? Like, there's the foundation and Twitter account and social media is all about them, and I tried to like create that DAO social media channel. I was pushing for that so that they could come in and cherry pick what the community is working on and retweet those kinds of things, right? But no, I just put it in the missed expectation from the foundation. Totally.
In all fairness, I believe they did tweet about IWB once. I'm looking for it now, but they did tweet about it once.
I just think that those aren't the traditional channels, and like if there's a way that we can, change that. I just hear you guys having the conversation. And I still have my land. I still believe in it. I have so many ideas of things that I want to do, but like I said, when I try to go through, I do everything that they ask me to do, and then it ends up being a pain in the butt, and then it takes too many hours, and then I have to drop it because there's just other things, and I just can't. So if there's a way that can make it easier, that can facilitate it for me to be able to do this and all the other stuff that I have to do, and also help out to get other people to do it, then I'm totally down.
For sure. Have you ever I'm trying to think how to, like, anybody that wants to try should try, but like, played The Sims or built in Hyperfy or like a WordPress site with like drag and drop? That's literally what IWB is.
Yeah, I've played around with it before, and I mean, I've been in there with you guys. I've demoed it. There's some things that didn't work for me, and it was like in the beginning phases. But then, like I said, it's not publicized, right? And then there's other tools that become available, and those are the things that come to the forefront. And then, right, we go to Regenesis, and we have this hackathon, and they come out with this new builder, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to buy my piece of land, and I'm going to go over there, and I'm going to put something on it, and then you just run into all these problems. And then when you hear the conversation that is going on in the community about other people that are building, all you hear is like the problems and the hard time and the grief that they're going through. And so you're just like, man, like when it becomes easier, you know what I'm saying? I'll try again. Right. And so I'm excited to hear this conversation, right? Because if there's a way that it really is easier where we can see a use case of something that I can make the things that I want to make happen, then I would like to be a part of it. But I haven't seen that. I haven't seen any collaborative building lately. I don't know if I've been that out of the loop. I don't think so, even though I've been in school for the last 4 months. But I haven't seen collaborative building or like sessions or, any tutorials or like, honestly, all I've seen is like the hard time that people have been having building in Decentraland and the grief that they've been having and the help that they've been seeking. Like that has been, from my perspective, what I've been seeing. I could be wrong, right? But that's just kind of the perception that I'm getting from my end, right? I have not heard any single person say like how great it is, and so, or like, right, it's been so difficult to make what they've seen happen. And I've seen some wonderful, Rustan has built some great things, Canessa has built some great things, but I'm just like, I don't know that I can put that amount of time and hours and dedication to it. And so then, right, the question is Decentraland a place that is only limited for that kind of thing? Or, can it be a place where somebody like me can also do the creation? And if it is, I really would like to do something with my land. Like I'm part of the people who's like raising their hand here. Like, I own land. I'd like to build on it. Like,
So let's take it.
when are the build sessions, right? Like,
Okay,
when
this
are
week,
the
what would you like to accomplish this week? Like you said, you wish you could build things or things that you want to see. What would be something that you would want to see on your land?
So there's a building that is on it that is taking up 2 plots, and only one of them is mine. And the last time that I tried to go in there and I tried to get rid of the build using right the channels, right? I can't even remember what it was, but I couldn't access the build. I couldn't get rid of the build that was there. And then of course when I tried to, go into like the foundation discord for like help, right, you can like type in a message but it just doesn't happen, and there was something else, and then of course I got busy and then I haven't tried to do it again. But what I would like to do is to take that build down, right, and to put any building on there, right, like just to do something with it where I don't have to run into headache, and if I do run into headache, that I can solve the problem quickly and that the build process isn't a nightmare.
Cool. So a couple things, and I'm happy to help. We don't have to take time on this space, but you can go to builder.decentraland.org. And if you own the land or have rights, you can go to the land tab and you can actually click unpublished scene if there is a scene there, and that will deploy a blank scene, and then it just becomes the default grass. Um, and if you need to deploy a build, Rooston or myself can help you with the old builder, the creator hub, or in-world builder. I can help you with the SDK. If it's a simple building like static, I would recommend the in-world builder. You can upload a custom asset of that building that you have and just plop it on your one by one and then click deploy to your land and it'll deploy. Um,
Yeah, and we don't have to do it now, but
no,
if
for
there's a
sure.
time and place for this, I would like to be present at that time and place where, this stuff is happening where I can get help with it. Because I've run into brick wall after brick wall after brick wall. And then eventually, you just fucking give up, right? So I don't want to give up. So whenever the time and place is that this is going on, I just want to be there. So please just let me know. Ping me.
Also, one of the things that we've been building is, I can't remember if I said this earlier, but it's basically default builds that you can just click and deploy, so you don't have to build anything. And so right now I've made one, but I aim to make 10, and I would love to see the community just build their own to share with anyone else who wants it through the IWB. And basically we have this catalog of dozens of just basic builds that anybody can come along and deploy to their world name or Angzar Plaza or on their Genesis City parcel or estate.
Yeah, I really like the idea of collaborative building. I'm down for it. I already have something that I created on the in-world builder. It's like a little fenced-in garden with benches and little statues, and it's an Excalibur game, like where it has a sword and a rock. And my idea was to like have you pull the rock out of the sword and try. And if you try and you can't get it, then you come back like every day, and whoever actually pulls the sword out of the rock is like the Excalibur, and then you get like a free wearable or something. So it's kind of like a random game where you just come by every day and you hang out in the garden. You try to pull the sword out of the rock, and if you win something, you win something, and if you don't, then you just come back the next day, And I don't know, maybe you win a sword, maybe something like that, right? Like I have so many ideas, but again, when I went in there using the tools that were advertised as the building tools to try to do it, I couldn't place items, I couldn't do anything, and I'm just like, look, I only have like 4 hours, right? Like this is all the time that I have to be able to dedicate to this, and if it's not going to work, then I got to right I I got to wait until the process becomes easier so that I can do it, and I'm still here waiting.
That is very fair. Very, 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 very fair. Because that's almost like how kind of how I feel about it. Like I am one of those that probably like I've been to IWB, but I have not built in IWB, and it's because I'm waiting for it to be usable. Like not have to go to support, not just me get in, use, and yeah. So, I mean, I totally get it. But I mean, on the other hand, with today's conversation, I have been also getting more inspired to build. I mean, I am a new owner of a 10 parcel estate. So, I mean, I have some space to build on.
Well, I would implore everybody to use InWorld Builder. You don't Ruslan can attest that he built something in 30 minutes, a full house that didn't require any support. So, through the past months and upgrades and things, it's never gonna get better if you don't use it. Like I said before, like I think something works well, but I need other people to use it and say that's not how it works, or that needs to be better, or that doesn't work. Let's fix it, right? And you're way closer to support. So I'd love, not everyone has to use it. That's fine, but it's available. And if you want to develop on your 10 parcel estate, totally can do that, right? And then deploy it or just have it there for that kind of stuff. And specifically to Cheddar, that might require a server to keep track of time and if the person's already played and stuff. So, distilling down the idea versus just like coming and clicking on the rock. We can totally do that in IWB, but you also need a server to manage who's clicked it and stuff like that. So there are some complexities, but I'm here to help. So I would suggest anybody that wants to, we should pick a time this week and we could build. Let's just build. That was my whole point of the Neuralink and like let's just build, right? Forget all the stuff that's going on. We're going to run into potholes, I always do. Some are bigger than others, but let's just build.
Yeah, I'm
For
seeing in
sure,
world
for
that some people are curious about it right now. So right after this space, I'll jump in the CBD Discord and stream and help people out for as long as I can.
I'll join as well.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, Vanessa and I were thinking about ending here soon, so we could grab some, what perhaps is our first meal of the day. Um,
I don't know. Speak for
so,
yourself.
but
I for my other job, I did a snowmobile grooming this morning at 5 o'clock. So I came in like after already working, and I lived on coffee. So it'll be my second meal of the day.
lucky you got coffee. But like, yeah, definitely welcome to join into this, jump into the CBD Discord. Um, and yeah, I am actually very curious about the progress in IWB. So yeah, I might jump in there and take a look as
I feel
well.
so dumb because I've used it before, and for the life of me, I cannot start building something. And I blame the edibles, but I will definitely be. I mean, also maybe I just went because if I ended up talking to Lastrom again, I didn't want him to, when he checked to see the last time I used World Builder, I wanted my stats to be good. I wanted to be
Mhm.
approvable. But,
Yeah, once you like
Oh,
start to
hey,
understand like the setup process and get moving, then you really start to find your rhythm, and then it's just like super easy. Um, and that's something that we continue to improve to make it easier and easier.
hey, hey, Lastra, maybe we've been going around about this the wrong way. Maybe the reason why IWB hasn't been used as much could be because it needs some incentives involved. Like if you're a level 2 IWB user, you could start using these special assets by Dr. Drip.
I love it.
Or
No, I mean,
I don't
that
know.
was the initial idea of like a reward and leveling system. But then I was like, wait a second, you're thinking too small. It needs to be all of Decentraland and then let anybody create their own reward pass and ways to earn and ways to redeem. And then I was like, wait a second, you're thinking too small. Explode it beyond DCL. So we're at IWB right now. Now I want to take it to DCL, Genesis Plaza, and then expand it to Hyperfi. So that's where we're at. Like if you right now could drop, if you have a reward campaign like the DCL reward server, you could go in there and put a wearable and everybody could come in. And the beauty is it kind of works live. So like you could have a bunch of people waiting and then all of a sudden you're standing there and you say, okay, reward is live. Boom, they click the sword. Everybody gets the reward. You hold it on for a minute, and then after a minute, you take the sword out, and it's gone. And then no one else can get it. It's pretty powerful once you get in the weeds of what you can do. So we're here to help the initial phase of just like, what the hell is this catalog, and how do I place items? Totally there. I mean, we have it where you can get around the limitations of everything because we're using the SDK. So incentives, yes, but like let's think more than just IWB incentives. Let's think like huge scale incentives. That's what I want the Neuralink to be.
Suddenly, the Neuralink floor price skyrockets.
Well, and see, that's the thing. This for us, right? So, or I want to. That's why I wanted your guys' input. I don't want to just like build all this myself. So it's like, hey, Lashram, maybe everyone that has a Neuralink gets 10,000 Neuro coins, and everything on the portable experience costs a Neuro. You want to send a private DM, 1 Neuro. You want to create a quest, 100 Neuro. And the way to get Neuro is have the experience activated and be active in DCL, and then you accrue those Neuro, and then you spend those Neuro, and then but what is the tokenomics? What is it? You know, the redemption. This is for us, so let's build it how we would like to use it, right?
Yeah, you could make it like you could have quests of quest.
See, you're getting it. This is where it was going to be with the IWB, but I want to put it in Neuralink. So maybe Canessa, you create a mythic, or I don't know, what's a 10? What's a 10? Mythic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You create a mythic and you say to get this mythic,
Yeah.
it's going to cost 500 Canessa coin and 500 Rooston coin. Well, there's only 2 ways to get those coins. Well, 3: pay or play. So you gotta play Roostons, you gotta play Canessas, and you get the Canessa reward. So the creator of their battle pass will be able to choose what currency is required to reward the users of that battle pass, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds cool. And oh, go ahead, Sin. You were trying to get up, Sin.
Oh yeah. I mean, sorry guys, my phone died and I'm on my PC. How do I sound?
Better or
Like an angel.
Oh,
different. Yeah.
thank you. Um, but yeah, let's keep the conversation going. We are thinking about closing down soon, so perhaps maybe we could pass it to Cheddar and then just start to wind down there from there.
Yeah, actually, this is going to be my final thought because I know you guys want to go get something to eat. So, Rustan, I'm down to do that collaborative, like to jump in right now if you're available. And then, okay, hear me out. Just an idea, right? I would like to make a quick CBD DAO proposal, right? I would like to propose that since we spend so much time as a community sitting here on this space talking, right? A lot of times we go like we're going 6 hours, right? That we restructure CBD, and this is simple, of course, up to you and Canessa, right? I have no say in this, totally your decision. This is your space. That we begin the space by having like a space and speaking, and then that we move on to like a building session, and that we finish it off with the weekly building session that we were talking about having earlier, right? I think that for myself specifically, if there was a collaborative build session going on or something that we could do together where we could learn together, that it would draw both myself and other people in, because if you do run into problems, you can get the support. If somebody has to talk about, like maybe, I don't know, I guess you can call it bringing FAFO back, right? But I think that that would help to establish our identity, right? And to facilitate what it is that we would like to do together, right? Where we can find the time and the space to be able to help each other and to put our heads together to use our individual talents to make this really great for everybody. I don't know what you guys think about that, but either way, Rustan, I'm down to jump in right away and get something going.
I think that would
Oh,
be
cool.
awesome. I think normally this would be the ABC Decentraland. They're taking a little break for the holidays, and I think they're going to start up soon. I see Billy down there, so like doing it on a Saturday right after the space might. I wouldn't want it to cut into their time because sometimes we do. But maybe we could just find out what day of the week or if there's an evening that works best for people. I think bringing the FAFO back sounds like a much needed idea.
A bunch of us are joining in the browser version of builder.dcl.eth world. I'll post the link in the chat. That's a good place to start.
And I mean, I am totally like would be totally open if like, you know, even during while this space is happening, building sessions happen. It would even be possible for me to even like stream kind of like what's going on, let's say on someone's screen, whoever's screen sharing their building like on the stream, but of course, like no context unless you join the building session and the Discord. Like, yeah, we definitely things could be done like that. Um,
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem is that like we have a huge marketing machine, but it doesn't focus on that part. And I think that that would draw both myself and other people to participate in this in-world builder to help you to continue to build it more, to test it, and to actually engage with the building process in Decentraland.
Yeah,
I
totally.
think we need some regularly established like build sessions, right? Like every other community has this. Nifty Island has Learn from a Legend, right? Every other community has like, we're going to do this now. This is the time that we get together. And if you want to build, then this is the time. And if you can't be here, then we'll try to come up with another time, right? But this is the time that we make for you. And I don't think that we have that. And I think that that would help.
Even the kid called Beast Discord kind of has like a weekly blender session, right? Uh, I mean that yeah, definitely good idea. I am totally open to continuing that conversation as well. All right. Well, I think it's a good time to start winding down here. Um, really appreciate everyone's time. Um, my want for food will probably make me skip the passing the mic around for the final thoughts. Um, so you guys have been saved. Yep, I see the thumbs up, Rustan. But you still get mine. You haven't been completely saved. Thank you everyone for being here. 6 hours is a lot of time. We've talked a lot about a lot of hard topics. Had a lot of hard conversations, and yeah, I mean, I'm just very thankful to have a community of people that would gather on a Saturday for 6 hours and engage in these topics. So, I mean, to me, every single one of your opinions is valid. I definitely, you know, from every point of view that I hear from every single one of you, I do try to put myself in that perspective. So I definitely, you know, there's definitely a lot of valid points that are always being brought up in these spaces. With that said, beyond the NFT this Monday, I'm not sure how many individuals will be there, but maybe a lot, maybe not, maybe a comfortable bunch. We'll see. But yeah, we'll be hosting a kind of like a DAO council nominee. Um, Beyond the NFT episode. We're just gonna have them come in, sit down with us, chat a little bit. Maybe we can ask them the deep, hard-hitting questions like, where do you see Decentraland in 5 years? How decentralized are you? Anyway, I'm gonna put you under the microscope, Kanessa. Can somehow we get a microscope deployed to Meta One Design headquarters?
Could somebody send me a link to where we're hanging out right now? I'm sorry. Send me a link on Discord to where we're going to be getting together.
Okay,
It's pinned on top of the chat of the space, and it'll be in the CBD voice channels.
Yep. And yeah, so have a good evening, everyone. I'll pass it to Kanessa.
Yeah, thank you. I know that today some of the conversation uh was not heated, maybe mildly spicy. Not like muy caliente, but I think that like it shows that there's still a lot of people here who are still fighting for this to be something bigger than it is, and I think it's really healthy. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm glad that we talked about the things we talked about. Kim was really happy that we had this conversation today and got the ball rolling on some of this like communication, and time will tell what happens, and it's all we can do. So yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for your input, everybody who got up and spoke. I know it's not always easy, and we'll meet you in the builder, the play link that he's got up there. I'd say it's definitely worth it. Even if you come in for 5 minutes, check out some of the stuff they got there. It's pretty cool. Have a good week, and we'll talk to you all soon.
My final thought is I think Kim is great. I said Master Wayne's is awesome.
I didn't give you a final thought. How dare
Yeah,
you?
but it seemed like there was time while you were going to go to end the stream. I was like, I can get this in. There's still time.
Doggone it.
Kim, you do good work.
I was trying to wait 30 seconds because it like cuts off if you don't wait. So I was like, wait, that way. Yeah. So.
Oh, yeah. The lag thing is weird, man.
Yeah, spaces always cut off like midstream if you don't stop. So at least now it'll cut off midstream us talking, which nobody cares. All right. Bye for real.
Bye.
you